it's the big one, it's the Ashes.
That is sublime.
At such an iconic test ground, it's really exciting.
Good morning everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live on another glorious day here at Trent Bridge as we await the start of day 2 between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, where Warwickshire will start the day on 361 for 5. That's after they won the toss yesterday morning and elected to have a bat. But let's remind you of all what happened in the 96 overs yesterday, and we'll do that through the day 1 highlights.
Once again, and bowls to the left-handed Yates, who drives this away through the offside, and that's the first runs of the match. As this is driven again through the offside by Yates, second time he's played that shot
Friday evening, that's rather boosted their morale. The ball is driven wide of a diving gully, and it'll go for 4 through third. This is an edge from Yates, and looks like he's gone here. Jake Ball gets his man out, it's a fuller length. Yeah, he is coming in, isn't he? It's an odd position. This is slapped for 4 in front of square because there's only one man on the offside. As Hutton will continue to the left-handed Rhodes, it's short and it's pulled and it's dispatched very nicely by Rhodes for 4. So
just wouldn't submit. Nice looking drive, not seen too many of those this morning. Straight drives, just to the onside of straight.
Black numerals, as this is going to be a half volley whipped through square leg for 4 by Davis. That wasn't the best from Lyndon James.
Final ball of the 24th over, 12 minutes to go until lunch. Cut away, this will be runs. Nobody down, unprotected third area, and Alex Davis
coming in round the wicket to Rhodes, and that will bring up the 50 partnership. It was a drive that was probably intended to go square, but instead it squirts down to third.
He's having a good blast though with the ball, as the next one is worked into the offside. I'll go for 4. Just a gentle portion.
Rhodes prepares once more, and that's whipped off the bails, I think, on the way through. He's left a ball that's clipping off. Will Rhodes has gone for 37.
And ball will continue. Davis is on strike, just looking for the single for his 50, and he will get it as he plays this one on the out to cover point. He'll actually get 2, so he gets a ripple of applause here from this pretty good crowd here now. Its crowd is coming nicely as ball is in now and balls, and that's going to be 4. Beautiful shot off the pads. Food and drink. Don't forget, most of the time you were a young kid yourself doing the same thing.
Whacked through the offside behind square for 4 Davies. It's over pitched outside off stump.
To Davies, who's on 64 in bowls, and he's working this to mid wicket for 4. Beautiful shot. Just allowed the ball to come onto him with the inward movement. Clips it through mid wicket.
Memory serves, it filled the grounds as Patterson bowls. This time it is cut away for 4. See the end of the over as Hutton bowls now. This one's cut away for 4. It's always the way, isn't it?
As Hutton's in now balls, and that's cut away. This one time it will go for 4 though. Nicely played.
Davis on 93. Just appeal for LBW, and he's going to go. It was a very full delivery and he whacks the back of his bat with his hand because he can't believe he's given it away. Maybe it was the nervous 90s. Harrison picks up his wicket. As Harrison will bowl, and Mosley comes down the wicket and hits him straight all the way into the crowd at this near end. And it's Mullaney continuing round the wicket to Mosley, who drives this through the offside, and that will beat the fielder on the cover boundary for 4.
Turn one back sharply. If he pitches in the same spot and lead Hayne into believing, well, he can't. He's driven it away into the offside, and that will be 4 more. You've got to be able to see the lines and make a decision with clarity of thought. Reverse sweep is effective from Mosley. It went very fine, but it's gone away for 4. Now the sun's setting behind them, so they're very much in the shade as Hayne, there's a surprise, works it to square leg for a single, and that takes him to 50. Very well battered indeed, Sam Hayne.
Bowl to Mosley, and he drives, and his runs here. It goes up towards the extra cover position, and he gets 2, and gets a round of applause here from this very knowledgeable crowd here who enjoyed that innings by Mosley, a half century.
Second new ball. Harrison onto the pads of Hayne, will run a quick single this time. It's gone through the legs of the fielder for 4. Jake Ball is driven immaculately through extra cover by Sam Hayne. Hutton without reward yet today. He's none for 61. Again, Hayne is advancing and drives immaculately straight. He holds the pose as well. Patterson approaches. He's come down the wicket again. Has he got an edge, Mosley? There's an appeal and he's been given. The reward has been 4 wickets so far. They look for a 5th as Hayne on 99 gets it round the corner, and that will be a 3rd championship century of the season for Sam Hayne, who continues to impress in all formats of the game.
Here he comes in again. Bowled him! Terrific delivery, and Hayne, well, we'll never know if it's the momentary lapse in concentration, having just reached 3 figures.
So they were the highlights from an action-packed day yesterday. Now, you might have recognised the voice, but I'm delighted to say that joining the BBC commentary team for this game, and he's joining me right now, is Roland Butcher. Roland, very welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Thank you for joining me this morning. Day 1, it was an action-packed day yesterday as we await the start of day 2. Would you think that Warwickshire are in a better place at the moment?
I think first and foremost, I would like to say, it's a great honour and a pleasure to come back here to Trent Bridge. Played here many years ago. Nothing like this. I mean, this is just unbelievable now, and these guys are just so lucky to be playing in somewhere like this. Yesterday's game was a very interesting game. I think, obviously, Warwickshire won the toss, elected the bat. Right decision. Very hot day, even though there's some green in the pitch. But we've seen over the years like what happens in New Zealand. The pitch is green as anything, but there's plenty of runs. And yesterday, without taking Notts bowling apart, they were still able to score over 350 runs. So it just tells you that at the end of the day, Notts didn't do that badly, because it could easily have been 400, 440 plus runs in a day. Really, what Notts have got to do today really is hopefully get 1 or 2 early wickets, because Warwickshire will look to bat as long as possible. Maybe look to bat once, because why would you want to bowl a long time in this heat? So keep Notts out in the sun, and then then try to bowl them out. And if anything, you can always bat again, or if the pitch changes, then try to get a result. But right now, I think the game is still fairly evenly poised. But if they get a good total this morning, that could create a lot of pressure.
Is that where the morning session is quite important, especially on today? Notts, like you say, we'll be looking to take some wickets, get into that lower order quite quickly. But from Warwickshire's point of view, there's still 14 overs for them to get some more batting bonus points as well. Really put a squeeze on Nottinghamshire. Yeah,
it's extremely important. I think what Notts have got to do is, if they're not getting wickets, they've got to try and bowl as tight as possible. Keep the score down. If the score gets away, you saw yesterday once the second new ball was taken, there was debate in the commentary box about taking the second new ball. I was a little bit sceptical, because I always felt you've got 2 set batsmen. The indications are the pitch is not going to change a lot. And really, if Mosley didn't play that shot yesterday, Notts would have been in a much more difficult position. So, yeah, important today. They've got to bowl well, get wickets, but if you can't, at the same time, you've got to keep it tight.
You mentioned Moseley there. We can't really carry on talking without talking about that partnership between him and Sam Hain, really. 171 partnership. That really did set Warwickshire on the way to getting the score that we see this morning.
Yeah, it most certainly did. I thought Moseley played really well because he came in, Hain had been at the crease at the time, he's probably faced about 40 odd balls and he wasn't even 10 yet. And Moseley helped him by actually being very positive. And then once both of them got going, then it was really difficult to contain. He played well. At the end of the day, he threw away 100. But obviously, Hain showed what a good player he was. And not to forget, early in the day, obviously, Davies, who had a bit of luck early on. I mean, balls could have gone onto the stumps and a couple went over the slips, etc. But he rode his luck. Got a good 90-odd and just set the platform for the others to come in and play well.
Now, the umpires are literally making their way out into the middle, so we'll be very quick. But just one word on Jake Ball. 200 first-class wickets for Nottinghamshire with the wickets that he took yesterday. And he started the ball rolling, really, didn't he, for Warwickshire? He kept it tight and took those wickets.
Yes, he did, and really congratulations to him. 200 wickets is a milestone. And we would also discuss it in the commentary box yesterday if anybody will ever get over 1,700 wickets like John Embry did. So I think Jake... He's got a bit to go.
He has,
but
indeed.
No, congratulations. 200 wickets is fantastic.
All right, well, the umpires are making the way, all the players are, so it's been great to chat to you, Roland. We'll let you get back to the commentary team and we'll join David and Richard now.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge for the start of day 2 here between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire in Division 1 of the County Championship. Very good morning, everybody. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Shortly be joined by Richard Wilford from BBC WM and Roland Butcher, who was just out there. Those of you watching the live stream will have seen Roland just setting the day up nicely with Aaron. Many thanks to Aaron Lord, as ever, for bringing you the highlights and just basically easing us into the second day. It's another lovely day weather-wise. It's sultry, it's muggy, it's hazy, it's all those sorts of words. It's hot. They do say there might be 1 or 2 thunderstorms around, but they said that yesterday and we escaped, so fingers crossed that's what will happen again today. Now, Warwickshire continuing from their really good first innings scores so far, their first day efforts, realised 361 for 5, Sam Hain's century, good knocks also from Alex Davis, who made 93, Dan Moseley 87, so some solid contributions at the top. Couple of wickets for Jake Ball, 1 apiece for Harrison, Patterson and James, but it is going to be Jake Ball to get us underway here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, the live stream, and we'll shortly be joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra. In fact, 5 Sports Extra are now with us. A very good morning, one and all, wherever you're listening. Really is a pleasant old day. It's a Monday morning for those of you like me who've totally forgotten, totally disorientated by the fact we've had the first Sunday County Championship start of the season. Thought it would be a nice leisurely drive in this morning, but the morning commuters soon put paid to that, but we're going to get underway. We're all here with Ball from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to Ed Barnard, the former Worcestershire man who got a century on this ground last year for his old county. Lets this go through to the keeper, Tom Moores. Lots of white floppy sun hats in evidence once again out there for the Nottsfielders. It was a scorcher yesterday, and speaking not only to 1 or 2 of the players but also to many of the spectators here yesterday, it really was very, very hot and thirsty work to be even just sat out watching the cricket, let alone playing. Ball in once more to Ed Barnard, just rocks forward with an angled bat and works it away for the first run of the morning behind square on the offside, and the Bears move on to 362 for 5. Remember, bonus points can be accrued in the first 110 overs of the innings. This is the 97th over, so Warwickshire right now need 38 runs in 13 and a bit overs to get another batting point. Perhaps unrealistic to think they'll get 88 runs in those 13 and a bit overs. Notts need 1 more wicket for a second bowling point. Ball bowls. Danny Briggs, the night watchman, clips this away down the leg side. In fact, I think it was probably just pad. In fact, that's confirmed by umpire O'Shaughnessy, and it's going to be 4 leg byes. as the first light aeroplane of the morning crosses overhead. 4 runs to the total, 366 for 5, extras move up to 19. Still to come, Michael Burgess, the wicket-keeper batter. San Ali, the Pakistan quick. Chris Rushworth in his first season with the Bears after moving from Durham, and Oliver Hannon Dolby as ball in. Once more bowls, and Danny Briggs shoulders arms, and it goes through to Moores. Quite a regulation field to begin the day. 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg side. There are 3 slips, a man at deep backward point, or even a very wide third man position. There's an extra cover and a mid off, and on the leg side fairly standard mid on, mid wicket and a long leg. Jake Ball runs away from us again and bowls, and Briggs will keep strike as he just drops it down on the offside and scampers through for a single. So a healthy start to the day for the visitors, Warwickshire, with 6 runs coming from that opening over, 4 length. In fact, there's 1 ball to go. Beg your pardon, they all started moving around, but there is 1 ball to go.
The 47-year-old took it to a side road near Clifton and
brings Barnard back on strike. There'll be an update for Radio Nottingham listeners in the local area in just a second. May well coincide with the final ball of the over here. This ball bowls to Ed Barnard. Drives crisply up to the not skipper. Mulaney at mid-off, there's no run. And it's 367 for 5 as we're through the first of the 96 over allocation. Got them all in yesterday, finished about 20 to 7 last night, which considering the heat wasn't too bad.
Next this morning, going green. Can you afford it? It's what Mark's been
chat going on between the 2 umpires, and the
to invest £28 billion a year.
12th man has rushed on. I just wonder if it's
the party now says it needs to be responsible.
the fact that people are sat behind the arm, which they normally are here at Trent Bridge, but there was a little bit of play being held up yesterday whilst 1 or 2 people were moving around. Just wonder if they're trying to move 1 or 2 people at the far end. We'll find out in the fullness of time. Dane Patterson's going to bowl the second over of the day, with Danny Briggs on strike.
Nottingham's tennis opens getting underway. Andy Murray's in the men's draw for the
Patterson yesterday, fairly healthy workload, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 61.
Cricket and Notts are backing
first ball allowed to go through to Moores. And we're through the first over of the morning here. 6 runs came from it, bowled by Jake Ball. Warwickshire advancing their overnight tally to 367 for 5. A really good day in hot conditions yesterday for the visitors. That century from Sam Hain has really laid the platform for a huge Warwickshire first innings score. Not so be looking for wickets here, but at the moment Warwickshire 367 for 5.
This morning's going to be dry with a mix of sunny spells and patchy clouds, but
there is Dane Patterson to bowl the second ball of the over into Briggs, who lets it go through to the keeper. Slightly disorientated there, as the presenter said over to Dave Bracegirdle at Edgbaston. I just wondered where I was for a moment, which is not unusual. What I do know is Richard Wilford has kindly moved in alongside me, having done his updates for listeners in the West Midlands. We're not at Edgbaston, are we, Richard? Very good to you.
I would have needed to stay over if we were at Edgbaston.
It's going to be Dane Patterson to Danny Briggs. Does have a half century on his CV against Notts from a few years ago. This one goes once again wide of the off stump and through to Moores. So no discernible sign that Warwickshire would go chasing something stupid in the initial 14 overs here. I think they'll ease their way to 400 in good time, you'd imagine, and then just see how many they can get.
Yeah, they will want to tick off the 4th batting bonus point, but there'll be no sort of a 5th. Danny Briggs likes these sort of situations. Like any good tail-ender or lower middle order batsman, he enjoys these opportunities to come in a little bit earlier against a relatively new ball.
Patterson bowls, and this time bat on ball for Briggs, first time in this over. Runs it down to Joe Clark, one of those wearing the white floppy sun hat. We only usually see Stuart Broad here wearing the floppy sun hat. Of course, Broad and Duckett absentees from this Nottinghamshire side. They're away with England, as is Chris Wokes, of course.
We're at 6 floppies. At this stage of the day, we are at 6 floppies. I think Dane Patterson is wearing one when he's in the field, so I think we will peak at 7 later when maybe Lyndon James or one of the spinners is bowling.
368 for 5. We're on floppy sun hat watch. Patterson bowls. Nice looking shot into the offside, fielded by the man Richard just mentioned, Lyndon James. He's actually fielding about 5-6 strips away from the one we're playing on in the covers, but he's on a matting strip, that one no doubt being prepared and preserved for the women's Ashes at the end of next week. Here the England women playing against Australia women. I think there's going to be the squad announcement a little later this morning. 368 for 5. The 2 Bs in the middle, Briggs and Barnard. Barnard on strike, bowls, and Ed Barnard lets it go through to Tom Morse. Weren't too many deliveries in that over, in truth, that had to be played at. I think Notts will really want to make the batters work a little harder this morning. The ball is only 18 overs old, and of course Nottinghamshire really they've got to be chasing wickets here to get those bowling bonus points. 368 for 5.
Yeah, I think sometime after 11:30 people will know which players are going to be representing England. I think the Women's Ashes Test here is going to be fantastic. What a great ground for them to play on this year. So also after Edgbaston, it is my favourite Test ground. I think it'll be. It is being wonderfully supported as well. I think that's so good to see.
They'd like this sort of weather as well, Rich.
Yeah. The standard now with an increasing number of professional players playing women's cricket. Last 5 years, the arc has been extraordinary. This the climb in quality. Jake Ball is going to continue and draws a very solid straight bat from Danny Briggs for a Bears team who first put a call for me, other than getting the 400 before the end of the 110th over, and they've got to be careful. They've got to need 3 and over to get there, more or less, but I think they would like to bat this session and then see where they are. I don't think that'd be easy. Ball red in the face, as the bowlers will be this week, because the heat is not going to disappear during this game. Lashed into the offside, and that goes through extra cover for 4. It was in the air 3/4 of the way towards Hamid, but it was also going well to his right. And Briggs gets himself into double figures. He's got 10, 372 for 5.
Yes, from my angle, I don't know about yours, it seemed as if it had hit it straight to Hasib Hamid, just waiting there in the covers. 4 in the book, as they say, but he certainly took the aerial route. If you want to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you. We're on the old Twittery thing, at Brace Cricket for myself, and Richard is
at Wilford WM.
And we'll shortly be joined by Roland Butcher, who's been down on the outfield, is making his way back up to join us shortly.
Ball into Briggs down the leg side. Briggs tries to whip it off his pads but doesn't get anything on it, and it goes through to Tom Moores. And
a reminder for those of you that are listening on the BBC Sport website and app, or if you're out and about, maybe in the car, or following us from home or work on 5 Sports Extra, there are live pictures available as well. There is a live stream. Just go on either the Nottinghamshire or the Warwickshire County Cricket Club websites, and there'll be a link there for you to look at the pictures as well, if you so choose.
Ball with green undersoles to his boots is driven for 4 between cover and point this time by Briggs. That was a rather more authentic shot. That's a good hit from Danny Briggs. He's 14, 376 for 5, and you'll certainly get favour on that side of the ground. If you beat the infield, nobody's going to catch it. You may recall quite late yesterday I had an email from a chap called Brian Gardner who's discovered the joys of the live stream at the age of 76. He's been a Bears fan all of his life. Lovely little message from him a few minutes before the start of play. So, good morning, Richard. Hope you've had a good evening. To coin a very old radio phrase, I am sitting comfortably, so you can begin. As Briggs looks to drive through the offside again. He's tried every angle. This time he goes down to 3rd, and he'll get a single. 15 to Briggs, 377 for 5. Wasn't that sort of Watch with Mother or something?
I was just going to say I might need twigging as to what that was, but certainly it's a very familiar phrase.
Yeah. So in this instance, who's playing mother? Should we say Roland in his absence? When he comes back in here, don't tell him.
I can remember, watch with mothers when I, sort of before I started school with my grandma, Bill and Ben and Andy Pandy and all that sort of stuff. And then it became sort of play school was the...
Forward watch from in defence's Ed Barnard. It might have actually started even earlier on the light service, the radio.
Yes,
and it could well have been on the light service. And there's a woman who used to read stories there. I don't know.
Yes, it maybe was a radio thing rather than TV. Yeah.
Wow. End of that over, 377 for 5 Warwickshire. They want 23 runs for the next 11 overs to make sure they get a 4th batting bonus point. Notts need 4 wickets in that time in order to get maximum bowling points, and they'll be eager to do that. Patterson, I think, is their best bet. I think he's. I know that Jake Ball took 2 wickets yesterday, and they were welcome wickets, but I thought Patterson's resilience and determination to keep coming was outstanding yesterday.
There is the self-same Dane Patterson, former South African international. Bowles edged 4 runs. It was a real throw the kitchen sinker at it from Danny Briggs. Maybe if there'd been, say, somebody of Will Jefferson's height, those of you that remember him, he was something like about 6'10", wasn't he, at 3rd slip? He might have just got a fingertip to it, leaping. It went very high, very quickly through where 3rd slip would stand. Notts have only got 2 slips, but Briggs is such a dangerous player because when he's in this sort of mood, see ball, hit ball, he's obviously got the licence, Rich, to go after his shots.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's a darts player, but it's like he's playing round the clock because he hit one between mid-on and cover, then one between cover and point, then one between point and 3rd man, and now one between slip and 3rd man.
381 for 5. Patterson in bowls, and he leaves this alone. I suppose technically we're supposed to call him a night watchman, but he came in at 7 rather than 8 on the card where he was listed. When a wicket went down late last night, he came in ahead of Michael Burgess.
He is in that slot, I guess, because Burgess would be seen by some distance the senior batsman of the two. So if he is playing round the clock, his next scoring shot should be a leg glance or an inside edge past the stumps.
Well, let's see. Patterson's hoping he doesn't have another scoring shot. He bowls to him now, and in fact he's just done a leg glance down to long leg. So on the dartboard, that's 7, just to the left of 19, down to 7 somewhere away to our left. There may be some noises off today, folks. If you were with us yesterday, it was a fairly quiet day on the building site just to the right of our commentary position, where the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home is very much under construction, but we can see lots of workers there on top of the building site away to our right, so there's often a lot of drilling as Patterson is in and bowls to Barnard and eases it out into the offside. I'm just wondering, Rich, if I can spend my dotage just getting one of those apartments and maybe looking into the ground.
You could, couldn't you? The builders look a bit like Fraggles from here in the distance. Luminous jackets and their helmets. No, because just to continue my theme, Danny Briggs' next scoring shot should be around mid-wicket next to continue the clock phase. I'm calling it.
Patterson. He leaves this alone. It goes through to the keeper. So we've had Bill and Ben watch with mother, and now an early shout for the Fraggles here on BBC Radio, as ever, bringing you all the coverage of all the domestic competitions up and down the country. Periodically we'll update you with what's going on elsewhere. Just about a full round of matches taking place. Had a lot of rain yesterday at Bristol, somewhat bizarrely. We sat here in scorching temperatures yesterday as Patterson bowls, and this one was just guided down through where 3rd slip might have been, and Calvin Harrison threw himself to his right, fielded it. There was a little shy at the stumps. In fact, it hit the stumps, so Danny Briggs teased the Notts fielders that he was going to take an overthrow, but he wouldn't dare. 382 for 5, and we've had exactly 100 overs. So I reckon the current run rate, Rich, is something along the lines of 3.82. They're just doing that in my head.
I tell you what, that is tremendous. And honestly, just goes to show that CSE maths isn't wasted.
I'm a little concerned about Mr. Butcher, who left us, went down 3 flights of stairs just before the start of play, and said I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. I hope he's probably signing autographs.
He could well be. I don't know whether he's brought any of his special bats with him as well. He might be convincing somebody of the training merits of that. Jake Ball will continue bowling to Briggs. That's a very short bouncer. It's a tennis ball bounce, really. Now, yesterday this was a very green-hued surface, but I mean it was one that fooled the eye because it's a flat track. But it's almost like it's gone and had highlights overnight, which, you know, inevitably with the amount of sunshine that's been on it. But it's on the borderline of being stripy this morning. There are some paler patches running the length of the track. It still looks like it's playing nice and true. It's a very full and driven back and caught by Ball. That's an excellent caught and bowl. Danny Briggs can't quite believe his misfortune there. But it's been hit back very powerfully. It may be at some expense to his hand, because Ball is now wringing his hand out. But Briggs has gone for a fairly expansive innings of 20, a third victim for Jake Ball.
You're absolutely right. What a catch that was. He didn't have too long to react, drilled back very crisply, very firmly at him. That ends an enjoyable little innings from Danny Briggs. Made 20, came in as night watchman, given licence to throw the bat this morning. Only faced 28 balls, hit 4 fours. Does mean that Notts do pick up a 6th wicket of the innings and do get that second bowling bonus point. Jake Ball with half of those wickets now, 3 wickets to him. And that really was, just seen a little glance at one of the monitors, a replay of it, and yes, straight away as he took the catch, he winced, but I think he's feeling a little better now, having received the congratulations. Having said that, the physio, see Phil Tranter out there just checking Jake's hand. It's one of these, we've talked about unlucky bowlers, haven't we, over the first day. Some of the unlucky bowlers up and down the country. We've mentioned Jake Ball, we've mentioned Ollie Stone. Sometimes they can't buy a break without meaning to use the pun, really. But he's okay. Phil Tranter has signed him off as being good to go, and the new man is Michael Burgess.
It turns out I think we'd pieced things together reasonably well. In that Brian now gets back in touch to say that the whole "are you sitting comfortably, then I begin," it was Listen with Mother at 1:45 each weekday on the Light programme. So we got there, didn't we? Yeah. The story was often read by that lovely actress Daphne Oxenford, who I think had quite a sort of one of those very pure voices, delicate china. There we go. So he is sitting comfortably. We have begun, and Notts have got their first breakthrough, and as a result they've got their second bonus point of this innings, and they have been hard won in the heat.
So the new man is Michael Burgess.
Burgess forward in defence, full face of the bat up towards mid-off. Warwickshire will not want to waste the platform they've got. There is a tail to come after this. Hassan Ali is an entertaining batsman. He likes to get on with things. Chris Rushworth and Oliver Hannon-Dolby have their limitations. It's a fairly keen competition for who gets 10 out of those two. Ball 3 for 63 now against his name. He's into Burgess, who clips him off his pad square, and James will run past the umpire to pick up. Just a single to get Burgess off the mark, 383 for 6.
Burgess has a century against Notts, as I mentioned earlier. It's 2017. It was the last match of the season down at Hove, playing for his former county Sussex, and that was the match where Chris Reed also got a century for Notts, his last game of cricket. And I only mentioned that really in passing, the fact that Michael Burgess is out there. I drove into the car park this morning and parked, and parking next to me was the self-same Chris Reed. They're doing a bit of coaching work here.
As Barnard tries to steer a full ball down towards third, but it's cut out on the bounce at second slip by the leg spinner Calvin Harrison, 25 years of age. Had a respectable day yesterday. Got himself the wicket of Alex Davis for 93. Hit on the full on the boot in front of off stump. Thanks. He really berated himself last night about that, Alex Davis, by the way.
Yeah. Thanks to Nigel, who sent me all sorts of info on Watch with Mother. Thank you, Nigel.
Ball short, and for a moment looked like it was going to be clubbed straight into the hands of Joe Clark at mid-on, but it fell short of him. A successful over for Jake Ball, the 5th of the morning. Warwickshire have added 22 runs for the loss of Danny Briggs. They're 383 for 6.
Should be 8 matches taking place at the moment in the LV County Championship. They've started in 7 of them on day 2, but sadly rain in the southeast corner of the country down at Kent, where leaders Surrey, they've been unable to get on so far this morning. They're 18 for 2 overnight, replying to Kent's 301, but raining. Elsewhere, the batting sides, Essex 372 for 6 against Somerset. Lancashire 153 for 1 at Southport against Hampshire, who made 142. They are the Division 1 scores. Division 2, quickly the batting sides. Yorkshire 296 for 5, Durham 22 for 1, Gloucestershire 110 for 4 as Patterson starts a new over, bowling to Michael Burgess, who's got a single, and at Hove, Sussex have just been dismissed in their first innings for 348 against Worcestershire. All the scores, all the regular updates you can find on the BBC Sport website and app, and periodically Richard and myself will mention any salient points about what's happening in the other matches.
So what does Signor Bracegirdle's Bunyan tell us today about the weather? The storms that are forecast for later today, will we get them or will they miss us?
We'll be alright. We'll be alright. Patterson, past umpire Hartley, and an exaggerated leave from Michael Burgess. It was a bit of a crouch, and then the bat was raised up towards the sky, which is something that we heard yesterday Roland Butcher isn't a fan of, but I don't think he was ever in any danger of that one jagging back and clipping the off stump. It was about 10 inches wide of the off peg, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was a technical masterclass from Mr. Butcher yesterday about that, because it made perfect sense. If you leave a ball with your bat raised there and it jags back in, you've got no chance of reacting whatsoever. Was the point that he quite rightly made.
Patterson bowls and Burgess defends. 12th of June, folks. On this day, we say happy birthday. A couple of former Nottinghamshire players. One's a match referee. We tend to see him up and down the circuit now and again. Went on to play for England. Also played for Leicestershire and Essex. But Peter Such had a short time here. The former England off spinner. Peter Such is 59 today. That's one of the Nottinghamshire birthdays I've got for you. Next ball is clipped to mid-wicket by Michael Burgess. Bit of a chase for the not skipper Stephen Mullaney, and it'll go for 4. The ball won that race. It was a little bit like the greyhound following the hare down at the dog track there. Mullaney appeared to be getting closer and closer to the hare, but in this particular case the hare first to the line. Nice looking shot. Burgess onto 5, 387 for 6. Also Peter Trigo, perhaps best known, it has to be said, for all his long association with Somerset, but right at the end of his career, 2020 and 2021, Peter Trigo had those 2 years here at Notts, actually skippered the side in the Royal London. I'm sure we'll see him when Notts go down to Taunton in a couple of weeks' time, because he does an awful lot of stuff there on their live stream and with their media.
Trigo TV.
Yeah, Peter Trigo is 42 today as Patterson bowls. This one goes through to Moores, and I've got one for the Warwickshire supporters as well. Wouldn't leave the Bears out at all. If I say one of the best fielders of his generation,
Trevor Penny.
It is Trevor Penny's birthday. He is 55 today. Happy birthday, Trevor Penny. Peter Such, Peter Trigo, and if it's your birthday as well, a very happy birthday.
Trevor Lionel Perry. Wonderful, wonderful cricketer. Underrated batsman. Wonderful finisher in one-day cricket. Coming in at 6 or 7.
Final ball of the over. It's also Jarvid Miandad's birthday as well. There's one more for you as this one's driven into the offside, fielded by Lyndon James. 387 for 6 after 102 overs. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. You'll hear in a moment from Richard Wilford, but we've already had a morning's work out of him. He's been down on the outfield speaking to Trent Bridge live, and very much enjoyed hearing his thoughts, and we enjoyed his company yesterday. A very good morning for the first time to Mr. Roland Butcher, Esquire. How are you, fella?
Dave, Richard, absolutely brilliant to be here again today. What a marvellous day this is, well, weather-wise. I think Notts have put out the weather this week for these couple of days, and the pitch to match it. It's a lovely day, and once again, I was down at ground level. I mean, I can feel some air condition today, but at ground level, I can tell you, even before the game started, it was extremely warm. Yeah. So,
Producer Kirsty's brought us a screwdriver in this morning.
Players' comfort must be considered today.
Straight ball bowls outside off stump, leaving it alone is Ed Barnard, and there's no run. It turned out, no names, because many hotels are available. It did turn out that Roland and I are in the same lodgings in Nottingham City Centre, but he avoided me at breakfast. I mean, I didn't see him at breakfast. Did not see him.
You didn't see Roland? Was he wearing the shirt he's wearing at the moment?
Yeah, I'd have seen him in that.
They could see him from the moon.
It depends what time Rob went down to breakfast.
I was down about 7:15.
Well.
So. His ball into Barnard, pushes forward, thinks about a quick single. No, says Michael Burgess. It went about 8 yards to the right of the stumps, just behind square, and Harrison picks up.
So, Richard, there's a very good reason why you didn't see me.
You were just getting in at that time.
Not at 7 o'clock. No, I eventually went to breakfast and came straight from breakfast to the ground.
I was quite sceptical last night. My wife said, "Have you got a good air conditioning system?" I said, "It hasn't got air conditioning." As ball bowls pushed again, similarly behind square. It rolls a bit further this time, but there's no run.
It's got a nice window that opens there.
Well, no, it has, but it was quite noisy where I was, and not least because the bells strike every quarter of an hour, so you don't want that. But it's got a regulating system that keeps the temperature at 20 degrees, so it's not aircon, but it heats it up when it drops below 20, and it keeps it.
Well, that's what it says, but does it work?
It was actually it was pleasingly cool. I had to put the covers back on middle of the night. Ball in short. It's heaved towards the leg side. It's going to drop short of the fielder. Barnard will collect his 14th run. 388 for 6. Warwickshire 12 runs away from securing their 4th batting bonus point. I left you some of the croissants though.
Yeah, I saw them there, and I left them as well.
You've gone for the fruit and the yogurt, haven't you?
That's what I had, absolutely.
Yeah. His body is a temple, everybody.
Yeah, not a very healthy one, but...
Oh yeah, it was a temple that had scone and cream in it yesterday. I remember now.
As long as you're being looked after, gents, that's all that matters. Another fielder coming over on the leg side, just in case Burgess is tempted to take on the short ball again.
Burgess on 5. Ball in, it's full, and he turns it very tidily off his pads down to long leg for a single. 389 for 6. My needs are really uncomplicated, to be fair. Reasonably comfortable bed with decent pillows, a shower that works, and decent breakfast. So whatever the chain may be, the travel tavern I'm in this week is absolutely fine.
That's all you need, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean the location is right. I mean the car park is right opposite, so less than 20 yards. That's even
people have been going on Google Maps to work this out. They'll be waiting in the bar for you tonight. Car alarm blaring somewhere as ball drops one short, turned round the corner again down to long leg. Barnard with another single. He's 15, 390 for 6. I did also, the pale ale that I was craving on a hot day, I did indeed get that. And it was a milkshake pale ale, which particular type. And it's at a venue where you get to pour your own. You get a card and you can pour your own, so you can have as much or as little as you like, and you see how much it's going to cost. Oh, did it hit the spot?
Sounds a little bit like pick and mix, doesn't it? You can just get a bit carried away, can't you, with those?
No, child in sweet shop is exactly the position that you could be in, but no, I only wanted a short libation last night.
Yes, and Patterson will continue. He's got 2 slips in place, and his first delivery is on or about the off stump. Batsman onto the front foot. Barnard defends, and there is no run.
Did you see the caught and bowled, Roland?
Yes, I did.
It's
a very good catch taken by Ball. He really didn't have anywhere to go. It was straight back at him, and at a nice height. And I think Briggs would have been a little bit disappointed. Yeah. Didn't get the elevation on it. He was just driving as if to hit the ball along the ground, but ended up hitting it about chest height, and it was well taken. as the slips go down, as Patterson approaches the umpire now and bowls, and that's defended by Barnard up to mid-on. He won't score. Looking initially for a single, but the ball travelling a little bit too quickly. Gets to mid-on. Just to continue with the field, he's also got a backward point. He's got an extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, he's got a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, so there's acres of space between fine leg really and mid-on for any singles, and then obviously a man on the long leg boundary. As Patterson starts his run in now, he's approaching the umpire and bowl, and Barnard drives and on the up, doesn't quite time it, goes bunks it out to extra cover, and there's no run.
I'm losing one of my regulars. Mark the Mod says, morning gents, here in a steamy Stamford. There's lots of boxing up going on here, I'm afraid, today, Dave, because I'm preparing for our house move down to Sevenoaks in Kent. My Kent supporting lady wife is delighted, so no doubt a visit to Canterbury will be done soonish, no doubt. So we're losing a Trent Bridge regular. He's off down to Canterbury.
Well, have a good trip. 394.6, and Barnard drives through the covers for 4. Excellent shot, over pitch delivery, and just driven sweetly to the right of extra cover, all along the ground and into the boundary for 4. So he goes to 19, and the score moves on to 394 for 6.
That's the voice of former England Test batter Roland Butcher. If you've got any questions for Roland, or just want to mention or anything, we're on the old Twittery thing, at Brace Cricket and at Richard.
At Wilford WM.
At Wilford WM. We learned yesterday there's no point trying to remember Roland's. We'll pass on any messages, Roland.
I think Dave needs to write that down. Let's see how Patterson responds. In bowls to Barnard. Bouncer. Barnard hooks and it goes out to deep square leg. Hamid comes around from mid-wicket, does the fielding. In the meantime, gets a single. Umpire signals 1 for the over. Score goes to 395 for 6. Barnard goes into the 20s. He's now on exactly 20. And Burgess comes on strike. The field changes slightly for Burgess in that third man now comes up to backward point. It's 2 slip stays in place. 395 for 6, and the fun delivery of the 25th over from Patterson. Bowls, and this one's flicked away off his pads. His runs here out to square leg. I think they'll just settle for the single. The return is on its way. Taken by the keeper on the first bounce. Single to Burgess. That's the end of the over. At the end of the over, 396 for the loss of 6.
So just 4 more runs required for another batting bonus point. I've got BBC Radio Nottingham in my ears. I'm sure we'll be doing an update in just a moment on the Mark Dennison morning show on BBC Radio Nottingham.
Against Warwickshire.
Yes, very good morning, Mark. Another gloriously sunny day here. We're just hoping the threat of hailstones, thunderstorms don't bear fruit a little later on in the day. Not so picked up a wicket this morning, and really was an act of self-preservation by Jake Ball. Danny Briggs, the night watchman, had come in playing his shots here, there and everywhere, and he ended up slapping one straight back at Jake Ball. If he hadn't caught it, it would have gone straight through him. Briggs out for 20. That was 382 for 6. Warwickshire still batting. They're now 396 for 6.
Would that be Alex Hailstones?
Very good, very good.
Thank you very much. I am indeed here all the way. Thank you, Dave. Follow that ball by ball.
396 for 6. Here's Brett Hutton to continue from this Radcliffe Road end. Bowls and fairly gentle push with a straight bat from Michael Burgess up to mid-on. 396 for 6.
So you're inventing weather now, are you? I must. I love that. Where'd you get that from? Oh dear. Well,
I knew it was one of those double syllable. I told you I don't pay much attention to the weather forecast because it's always sunny here. Not thunderstorms, Bracegirdle, hailstones. There we go. Hutton still wicketless in this innings, and a chance of a run out here as Mulaney shies, and I fancy had he been a little more accurate there, Michael Burgess might have been in trouble, and Stephen Mulaney wheels away in frustration because I think he knows how close it was. That was a risky one, wasn't it?
It was, because it was going to the right of the fielder at mid-off and throwing at his throwing arm. He's not that deep, so it was quite firmly struck. So he really took his chance. But he survived.
Yeah, he's gone all the way down and had a word with Ed Barnard, like it was Ed Barnard's fault. Nothing to do with Ed Barnard. He responded to the call. Brett Hutton into his 20th over. Bowls, and this is eased into the offside, fielded by Hasib Hamid, who will be licking his chops at the prospects of having a nice long bat on this track. It is still, from here, certainly a wicket that's got that greenish hue, greenish tint, but we've seen it so many years here at Trent Bridge. It comes along, and one or two visiting captains have been lured in by the prospect of a little bit of green there and have stuck knots in, but not Will Rhodes. He opted to bat. This one's pulled away down to long leg. There's only a single as the Bears inch closer and closer to that 4th batting bonus point. We're in the 105th over. They're 398 for 6.
Yeah, beautifully controlled hook shot there by Barnard, getting right on top of the bounce, hitting it all along the ground down to long leg.
Gets Slater down there. He's almost in a different county, isn't he? A long way away from us. Front of the Batman board. You know that's called the Batman board, don't you? The one at the far end. If you look at the big ears on top, it's the same silhouette as you see on the Batman franchise. It'll push into the offside again. Hamid is quickly there to it and prevents a single. 398 for 6.
Yes, good change of mind there. Initially looking for the single, but Hamid was quickly across. Didn't feel it cleanly, but enough pressure to make the batsmen or the batters change their minds.
To broaden the appeal of knots in the T20, you know, Outlaws and Robin Hood references, but the Knots Cape Crusaders would be fabulous, wouldn't it?
Brett Hutton, right arm medium pacer, bowls to Michael Burgess, who pushes this out as far as Hamid, and it's the end of the over. 105 overs have gone now, 398 for 6. I think we know where we're going really in terms of bonus points. Warwickshire are going to be able to get these 2 runs. Notts highly unlikely they're going to be able to get 3 wickets in the space of 5 overs. So the bonus point situation from this innings is, I think, going to be Warwickshire 4, Notts.
At the end of next week, captained by Heather Knight, Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Bell, Alice Capsey, Kate Cross, Alice Davidson-Richards, Sophia Dunkley, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filer, Danielle Gibson, Amy Jones, Emma Lamb, Nat Siverbrunt, as first ball of a new over is clipped into the leg side by Barnard for a single. Nat Siverbrunt, Izzy Wong and Danny Wyatt. 15 women in that squad. Strong looking lineup for what I think would be a really exciting series over the course of the 3 formats. It's something that's worked well for women's cricket in recent years, playing things that way, and I'd love to see them play more Test cricket, mind, really would. So the skills now are on a different level. Professionalism does that. If you get the chance to practice your skills every single day, as Burgess defends the ball back down the wicket from Patterson, 399 for 6. The women's game is up and coming, but it's really arriving as well now, Roland, isn't it?
Yeah, you can say that. I think obviously been in the shadows of the men's game for a long time, but it has certainly emerged from the shadows now, and if anything, it's forging ahead. It's very much on the upturn. Looks everything's on the up, so the future of women's cricket is looking good.
Burgess awaits and gets an outside edge down to third. There isn't a fielder there, and the Bears get their 4th batting bonus point. It was a bit of fortune for Burgess, but it was well wide of second slip. I wonder in a way sometimes, because of the heat, you take away a slip when it's a relatively new ball and there might be wickets to be taken. Burgess has 12, Warwickshire 403 for 6.
Yeah, just drew him into that expansive drive away from his body and just got a thick enough edge on that one. Really, you would have needed to be in a galley to have taken that catch, and there are just 2 slips in place, so there's sort of 20-25 yards between the backward point and the second slip. Nobody at third man.
Again, he comes in, Patterson, with determination. He's forward in defence. Burgess out into the offside. It's a bit of a half and half field, this, in that mid-wicket boundary is so short, having a man there not surprising. There's a fielder down at long leg. The rest of it, only 2 in catching position really. The backward point has been there for much of the game without seeing a lot of the ball. I'm not sure they're either attacking or defending here.
Well, if you're going to bowl one side of the pitch, then you don't need Hamid at deep square leg. I mean, over there tells you that you're going to bowl.
Oh, looking to angle it down the third man. Burgess misses and it goes through low to the right of Tom Moore as it takes.
Right. When you set this field, you cannot set the field to bowl both sides of the wicket. You've got to decide which side you're going to defend. And I think now, particularly against Burgess, Hamid is wasted there. He needs to be. You can bring him over here, third man. If he goes down there, he's going to get a single.
I mean, yesterday, if he'd been in an orthodox square leg, that would have cut off Sam Hayne's stock scoring shot. So many singles through there. As Patterson is driven straight, he gets past the outstretched right hand of the bowler and Burgess, and it will get full value for that. The chase has been given up. Another boundary for Michael Burgess. He goes to 16. Warwickshire 407 for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot. A little bit too straight, that delivery. It just really allowed Burgess to drive through the line. Bowler just couldn't get across. Once it gets into this outfield, it's extremely quick, so the ball made its way to the boundary. But as I said, Hamid really, if you say to the bowler, listen, I want you to bowl one side of the wicket, offside, you won't get hit on that side then. Let's protect the offside, particularly to the tail ender. Either you bring him in a catching position or you have him in a run saving position, but that field is for a bad ball.
And they need 3 wickets in 4 overs here to get that final bowling point. Yeah. So, do you risk an extra attacking fielder just for that? I don't know.
Yes, Hutton will continue now, and Barnard, he bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on there by Barnard, looking for a single, but no single on. He's just now down to 1 slip. Hutton scores 407 for 6, so Warwickshire still moving along. I'm sure they'll be looking just to bat the once for as long as possible, keep not in this sun as long as possible. Hutton runs away from us now with 16 on his back, in now and bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off, looking for the single but struck a little bit too firmly and smartly fielded at mid-off, and there is no runs. Just to continue with the field, there's obviously now a third man in place. Backward point, there's an extra cover and a mid-off. That's the offside field, and then the leg side field, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then 2 men at deep square leg and long leg, as this delivery is pulled away handsomely for 4. Short delivery, just didn't get up, and really Barnard just swiveled on that one and struck it between those 2 fielders, the deep square leg and the fine leg, all along the ground with authority, and into boundary for 4.
Been feeding him the short ball, but he's played it with considerably more authority than Michael Burgess has. Barnard seems to get into position very, very well. You mentioned earlier he's getting over the top of the ball, keeping it down.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Really, it just flattened out nicely. The delivery didn't get up really above waist height, and he was in a good position and just rolled his wrist. Let's see what Hutton can do now, as he in now, bowls and run away down to third man. He's going to get an easy single, just opening the face of the bat, allowing the ball to slide down to third man, so he gets a single. Barnard takes the score now to 412. His personal score moves to 27, and Burgess's contribution has been 16 in 19 balls, so he's done his job so far. He's now on strike.
Very positive cricketer, Michael Burgess. Been away on loan at Sussex for the T20.
Hutton in bowls, and he defends a good ball that just on the stumps comes right in line and just defends back to the bowler. And there is no run. Hutton now, he's in his 21st over, so the workload has been shared amongst these faster bowlers. They've had to work really hard in some hot and batting friendly conditions. They stuck at it pretty well. Yesterday the score could really have got away if Warwickshire had taken them apart, but they didn't, and still they scored over 350. Final delivery of this over in bowls, and that's worked into the onside. But can't beat the field at mid wicket. Over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, Warwickshire in the first innings, they're 412 for 6.
For 5 there in Division 2, having bowled Derbyshire out for 111. And just a moment or two ago you heard Rich go through the England women's side for the forthcoming Ashes. Just a reminder that starts here at Trent Bridge a week on Thursday the 22nd. 5-day match, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And if you go on the official Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, I'll be able to update you on ticket availability. I know, not surprisingly, there's been a huge interest in that, but if you want to come along, it starts a week on Thursday. There are tickets still available, but you'll have to go through the Nottinghamshire website, trentbridge.co.uk, to have a look at that. It's going to be Lyndon James, his first bowl of the morning. Picked up 1 wicket yesterday, and a terrific scalp it was as well. Clean bowling Sam Hain for exactly 100. James bowls now, and I don't think Ed Barnard knew where that had gone. He tried to play it away onto the offside and just dropped down by his feet somewhere, and he did almost a complete 360 trying to locate where the ball had gone. 412 for 6 here. Warwickshire in a strong hold position. I won't say they can't lose from here, but probably would say they shouldn't lose from this sort of situation. Still a lot of cricket to be played. We're only in the 4th session of 12, but there's a lot of runs in the first innings, as this one again is played with soft hands and deliberately, I think, run this time through that non-existent slip cordon and away for 4. Knots have leaked a lot of runs there this morning, Roland.
Well, they've insisted on having a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, trying to protect a short boundary, but I believe that is setting the field for bad bowling. And really, that should have been a single. Instead, it's cost them another 4, because there's nobody down on this side. And really, as I said, Hamid you're appealing with 10 players, not 11.
If Hamid comes up though, is that not signalling to the batter that he's not going to get a short one? I mean, that potentially is why Hamid is out there, surely. Just
well, is he?
Well, I know.
That boundary is so short that even a miss hit.
You would clear it.
Even a
your miss hits would have cleared it.
A miss hit will go to the boundary.
416 for 6. As Lyndon James bowls very wide of the off stump. Certainly Hamid's not going to be brought into play for that one. Chopped away to backward point, and Matthew Montgomery fields. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's the old skipper's thing, isn't it? For goodness sake, bowl one side or the other.
Yeah, I mean, it's how often has Hamid been in the play? And if he gets into the play, it means the bowler's bowling too straight.
Ball return to Lyndon James. I had a tweet in from Sam Marshall I'll read in a moment, and of course he's absolutely right. He's gone down the Batman theme as James bowls, and Burgess, who's on 16 defence, 417 for 6. Sam Marshall. Dave, Nottingham does have its Batman connections, of course. Gotham City, Gotham, is named after a Notts suburb. It's called Gotham here, but obviously Gotham City in the Batman franchise. And Wollerton Hall, which is in the city, was actually used as Wayne Manor in the Dark Knight movie.
Yeah. And yet nobody yet has come up with the next instalment of the film franchise where it's Batman and Robin Hood. Nobody's done it.
417 for 6 as Burgess works this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's some money to be made there for you, Rich.
Oh, I mean, the idea of Maid Marian meeting Catwoman, I mean, it's all there for you. Great casting opportunities.
It's certainly not a weather for penguins, I can say that. 1 ball left in the 108th over.
Friar Tuck with Alfred the Butler. I mean, honestly, the relationships have been fantastic.
Burgess on strike as Lyndon James bowls to him, and just a gentle push out into the offside. No run here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC WR5 Sports Extra, and those of you that like to look at the pictures as well, and you've been following us on the live stream, Richard Wilford, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and former England Test and ODI cricketer Roland Butcher.
Yeah, well, it was interesting. Warwickshire are going to could find themselves sort of only 20 runs away from having got maximum batting points, but it's never really been on to accelerate like that. They have scored rapidly this morning, and they've added 56 runs in 12 overs, so they're going at 4 2/3 an over, without really having to chance their arm too much. Barnard awaits and drives Hutton. No timing though, and Hutton can squat down and field in his follows through. The floppy hat count, or the big sun hat count, remains at 6. Good to see the wide brims out. See, bucket hats are back in. Jack Russell would be delighted.
England wear them, don't they?
Yeah, bucket hats are in. Hutton full. Defence played by Barnard, who just blocks it up towards mid-on and no run. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm sure I saw you in a wide brim sun hat when you were playing, Roland.
Not very often.
I'm sure I did.
I did actually wear one at some point, but I prefer the cap actually.
Yeah, bit of pride about the cap, isn't there, as well? Keep the sun out of your eyes. You certainly need to do that this week at Trent Bridge. Once again, forward in defence is Barnard. Hutton allows it to roll through to Stephen Mullaney at mid-off.
Well, in those days the floppies were not well fitted. The caps were much easier to stay in your head. I'm sure they're better quality now, the floppies. I'm sure you can run in those and they stay on your head, but
I think they often catch the breeze, don't you? You see that front brim flapping up, and you know it's going to go. Hutton full outside off stump. Drive again doesn't puncture the field. Mullaney only takes 2 strides in before he gathers, and then gets some sweat off his brow to keep working on this ball, which is now in its 29th over. Warwickshire 417 for 6.
Just to say, I didn't jinx David Mullaney. Has just reached his century at Chesterfield, where Yorkshire in a strong position there. I think they're still without a win, aren't they, in Division 2, but they're well on top against Derbyshire.
Hutton to Barnard, very full, driven and picked up an extra cover by Hamid. It'd be fair to say they've got control of that game. They're a long way ahead within 3.5 sessions. Forecast is set pretty fair, certainly for the next 2 days. If there are going to be any interruptions around the country, you would fancy it might be storms. It feels like you need a storm in this area at the moment. It is that sort of heavy heat that sits on your shoulders. Hutton is guided towards mid-wicket. There will be no run. End of that over. Barnard is on 32. Burgess 16. Warwickshire in their first innings 417 for 6.
Speaking of storms, or just stretch it a little bit, Stormsy, as I got home last night, my good lady was watching that the UNICEF football match, and the rapper Stormsy and Harry Redknapp in charge of the England side on the touchline. What on earth are you watching? But it was quite good fun, and obviously raised a lot of funds for an important cause.
It is great event. I usually do sit and watch it. I was out for a while last night, but I did get back to see Stormsy berating the lack of good players in the England team that he'd got. He wasn't happy with the squad he'd been handed.
James in now. Burgess takes a step down the pitch and works him through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely piece of timing there. Just a couple of steps down and ball a little bit too straight and just eased it to the left of mid-wicket and out to the boundary for 4. He goes on to 20. Score goes on to 421 for 6.
That was a thing of beauty. It's usually a sign that you're in decent order when you can just lean on a ball like that, guide it past the fielder, because the outfield will give you full value, particularly in that area, about 40 yards to the left of the pavilion.
Yeah, it also tells you just how good the pitch is when really a tail ender can just take 2 steps down. Let's see how James replies to this one. Similarly, he takes 2 more steps. On this occasion, drives it straight to mid-on, can't score.
I think I'd have to defend Michael Burgess there. He's definitely not a tail ender. He's a top order batsman. He's come in one lower than he would normally because Danny Briggs came in just to see the night through last night. But he would be 7 in a very strong batting order. Made 200s early in the season last year, both of which were 170s. One of which was against Surrey. He made good runs last year, so he's very, very capable. And most counties he'd be in the top 6.
Yep. He waits now as James in bowls, and that's driven, but on this occasion the field change. That mid wicket has come a little bit straighter. He's seen a couple of balls. The first one go to his left. Captain now putting him at a very, very straight mid wicket. Hamid also now has gone even straighter from that deep square leg position. Which means James is looking to bowl very full, but attacking the leg side is a dangerous ploy, as he starts his running now to Burgess now and bowls, and Burgess drives on the up. It goes firmly up to mid-off. Fielded at mid-off, and there's no run. Ball coming nicely off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, better than a run a minute this morning, which in the situation that Warwickshire found themselves, for a start they wanted to secure that 4th batting bonus point. The 5th was never on the cards, but they're not letting the game lie. They're not just batting for the sake of batting, they're batting with a purpose. If they get another 60 runs on the board before lunch, I think they'll feel delighted with their efforts.
421 for 6. James in bowls, and Burgess edges down to third man, and the ball will go into the boundary for 4 once more. And Notts have got to do something about this. We've seen so many balls go down to third man for 4, and yet they've made no effort to correct it. So another boundary takes the score under 425 for 6, and it appears as if still they're not going to do anything about it. They will continue with that backward point, just to 1 slip, so there's a huge gap. And I think James now, he's a little bit frustrated. He starts his run in now. He's running towards us as he approaches the umpire, bowls to Burgess, and Burgess is nicely into position and strokes this one off the middle of the bat up to mid-on. On this occasion cannot score. That was the final delivery of the over. Score remains on 425 for 6. Burgess, he is on 24. Partnership's now worth 32, of which Barnard has scores 19 of those. He is on 32, not out Barnard.
And that is the end of the 110th over, so that's it. That's the end of the bonus points for this innings. Warwickshire 4 points, Nottinghamshire 2 points, 425 for 6. And Notts will always feel they've let one go there. You speak to the bowling units up and down the country, they always feel they should get maximum bonus points for their bowling efforts as Brett Hutton continues. This one's just been angled down the leg side. Was there some bat involved? There was. 426 for 6. Mark the Mod's been back in touch. Dave watched the Bjorn Borg John McEnroe tennis documentary on BBC Two last night. I'd forgotten the plain white bucket hat that was sported by McEnroe Senior in the players' box. There was no branding on it. Simpler times. Don't forget Derek Randall always had a floppy hat in the field as well. Did indeed, didn't he? We talked about him a little bit yesterday, Derek Randall. Really just gave off the sheer joy of playing cricket. Nice little push through mid-wicket here, single taken by Burgess. He moves on to 25, 427 for 6. The 111th over, this partnership already worth 45. I think when Notts got rid of Briggs, they'd have been hoping, you know, 1 brings 2, and they could have been looking towards getting out to have a bat by now, but they've still got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, tremendous amount of work. He's moved to 25, Burgess. It's 31 deliveries, so he's going along at a nice pace.
Brett Hutton in his 23rd over, none for 78. Notts leading wicket taker this season with 29. He's in again and bowls, and Ed Barnard on 33, just defends this one. There's no run. Simon Aldridge has been in touch at Brace Cricket. Morning, gents. Notts will soon be facing the part of 4-day cricket that I find very interesting after being stuck in the field under a hot sun with the wind probably already gone. It's now how the top order batters compose themselves to be able to bat long themselves as Hutton bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and he says great commentary to all. Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, how much of a challenge is it if you've been in the field for a day and a half, especially for the openers, to then go out there and just go about your work as normal? There's bound to be a little bit of weariness.
Yeah, it's a real challenge. You get mentally tired as well as physically tired, so they've got to stay sharp mentally.
Hutton past umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowls past Barnard's bat and through into the gloves of Tom Moores. No slips at all now, Roland.
Yeah, very much on the defensive now. Just really hoping that somebody would get out.
Has died at the age of 86. He led the country 3 times as Prime Minister.
Yes, if you get too defensive, the question then comes in, well, how are they going to get wickets?
Scandals, including his famous bunga bunga parties. An Uber driver who raped a passenger
Hutton.
in Nottingham has been jailed. Mustaq Ahmed Abdullah
To Barnard. Just helps it out as far as backward point. There's no run there. We've been playing for an hour this morning. 4:27 for 6. Here's the Warwickshire score. Began the morning on their overnight 3:61 for 5. And saying how warm and energy sapping it is, and the players are going to take a drink. The Notts over 8 is showing on the board as -2, but the umpire's more than happy to grant the players a request to have a little time out here. There'll be a couple of moments whilst they all take a drink. Hope somebody brings a bottle of water out for the umpires as well. It seemed as if they might have forgotten them yesterday. So Burgess 25, Barnard 33. The man out this morning, Danny Briggs, caught and bowled by Jake Ball for 20. It was drilled crisply straight back at ball, but he hung on to it nicely. And we've been playing for an hour this morning. Just one wicket has gone down for Notts. That's taken Warwickshire to 4:27 for 6. Quite early on in the piece, Danny Briggs threw the bat to great effect. 4 sparkling boundaries, and then he hit the ball straight back at Jake Ball, who took a good caught and bowled for his 3rd wicket of the innings. Warwickshire still batting, 427 for 6.
Nottinghamshire's weather, heavy showers and thunderstorms will gradually develop this afternoon.
So drinks break still going on. If you'd like to get in touch on Twitter at Brace Cricket, we'll pass on any messages for Roland. Andrew Frank's just been in touch. Really enjoyed listening to the commentary yesterday. Great to hear Roland's views. Keep cool up there, chaps. It's better today. Producer Kirsty's been in overnight with a screwdriver and got the air conditioning working again, and Roland's got a nice cool bottle of water here in front of him, and it's not too bad today, is it?
Yeah, today is fine. Yesterday got a little bit warm during the day, but I think today the temperature in the commentary box is just about right.
There's not that many inside Trent Bridge. A lot came yesterday, and I could see them at the end of the day saying how warm it had been, how hot it had been, and I think those that have come today, I think they've tried to get in the shade as much as they can, apart from the real sun devotees over in the Fox Road stand. They're sat in the glare of it, but on that side of the ground, they're fairly close to the action, Roland, aren't they?
Yes, they are. It looks a little bit further away that it really is. I mean, from here, it looks a reasonable distance to the boundary edge, but when I was down there before, it is very, very short. It is extremely short. I would say, if you take the 30-yard circle, there's probably about another 15 yards, another 15 yards after that, and you're in the boundary.
Who's this? It's going to be Lyndon James. I think we're going to get underway again. Lyndon James bowling, and here's Roland Butcher.
Yes, James will be bowling with a very defensive field now. He's bowling to Burgess. Burgess is on 25. 4:27 for 6. There's no slips in place. Just field is scattered around now as James is in and bowled to Burgess, and Burgess comes down the wicket and shows the full face of the bat as he defends that ball quite firmly up to mid-off. and there is no run. Just to have a look at the field, just to give our listeners what sort of field he's bowling to. I think he's got a third man, he's got a backward point, deep extra cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. So nobody in catching positions except perhaps the backward point in bowls, and we're just trying to flick this one and they're going to get a leg by. Trying to flick this one on the onside, comes off the pad, just ricochets out onto the onside and called by Barnard, so it goes through for a single. Score goes to 428 for 6, and the field looks as if it will remain the same for Barnard. So Notts now going totally on the defensive when they had 2 slips before, and now suddenly there is none.
They're trying to get him to drive in the V, aren't they? They've got 4 fairly straight rolling, haven't they? The mid on and the mid off are fairly standard, but the extra cover and the mid wicket, they're fairly straight as well, aren't they? So he's presumably just been told go in and bowl stump to stump, try and make him hit in the V.
Well, I think stump to stump is probably not the best ploy, because the batsman can drive down the ground. I think that's the area, if you bowled it that area outside the off stump there, you can set a field to that. You've got a deep extra cover, so if it goes square you can cut that off. You've got a third man. Attacking the stumps allows the batsman to have too many options, really. You can drive along the ground, you can drive in the air. At this stage, if you're going to go on the defensive, I think they've got to defend by bowling outside the off stump. In comes James, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and tried to turn that one, doesn't make contact, and it's taken by Morse.
You briefly touched on it yesterday, Roland. Andrew Frank says, can we ask Roland about his experiences of facing Hadley and Rice here at Trent Bridge?
Well, good question. Very competitive, both of them, Hadley and Rice, and as a pair, as you know, I don't have to tell you what they did for Notts. You probably can, and the listeners can tell me, as James is in once more and bowls, and that's run into the gully, can't get the single as there's a man at that backward point position. Stays at 428 for 6. Barnard, he is on 33 and Burgess on 25. Yeah, I had some good contests here against both of them. Enjoyed it because, you know, when you made runs, you know you had to play well. So it was always very enjoyable.
Did you socialise both here and at Lord's, the reverse fixtures, when you played against Notts?
Yes, and this delivery is flicked through the onside, and Hamid comes into play off the mid-wicket boundary. Single taken. That was the final delivery of the over, so Barnard will remain on strike for the start of the next over. At the end of that over, it's 429 for 6. He is on 34 and Burgess on 25. Yeah, we always had good camaraderie really between Notts and Middlesex. Obviously, as you know, Notts, quite a few ex-Middlesex players came to Notts. Yeah, Pasty Harris came here, and
Bob White, Knocker White
came,
and Latchman, who you were talking about yesterday. Yeah,
you know, so it tells you that there was a bit of a connection between the two clubs.
We're going to get some twirly-whirly stuff for the first time on this second morning with Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, playing just his second first-class match for Notts. He had a little bit of previous first-class experience during his days with Oxford University, but this is his second county championship match. And yesterday, well, 18 overs, 1 for 72, no maidens, so sign there that Warwickshire didn't really let him settle, or maybe that there was at least one ball they could get off strike in every over. He's in, bowling now to Ed Barnard, who just has a look at the first ball and defends. Harrison's sole wicket was Alex Davis, who he got LBW for 93, fullish delivery, striking him on the boot. Harrison in again off a couple of paces, tosses it up there, driven into the offside, fielded by Lyndon James at shortish extra cover, and there's No run, 4.29 for 6. Just one slip. Stephen Mullaney, the captain. Again, he's just orchestrating his troops between deliveries. Harrison bowls, and again it's eased out as far as Lyndon James. 2 men out on the deep on the leg side, one just in front of square, one behind square. And again, as Roland's been saying, well, to see Bermead, he almost seems to have got a front row seat in the Fox Road stand. There's one that's just short of a length. It bounced, and the attempted cut is missed. It goes through to Moores. Roland's pointing down below us. I can't see. I think there's a man down here at long on as well. Can't see. 3 on the leg side. We're missing somebody, so there must be a fielder down here. We can't. Yes, we can. We can see down here. This one down the leg side, and it's lapped away. And then the fielder down below us is the sub-fielder Tom Lowton, who's on the field. Moved from Yorkshire in the during the close season role, and Tom Lowton hasn't had an opportunity yet in the Notts first team. He didn't get too many chances during his time at Headingley, but not see him as a batting all-rounder that they can develop over the next year or two. Young man, be pleased, I would imagine, to get out there, albeit on a nice hot day. Well, they're doing a bit of sub-fielding as Harrison comes in to conclude this over, bowling to Burgess, who steers it to backward point. And it's the end of the over. Just a single from it, 430 for 6, Warwickshire.
Yeah, good first over there by Harrison. Just not trying to spin the ball too much, just trying to get his line and length right, and just restricting the batters just to the solitary single. So Warwickshire continue, 430 for 6, and James will take up the mantle. He currently has 1 for 73. And he'll be bowling to Barnard. Barnard is on 35.
Josh the Bear's been in touch, another one for you, Roland. He really doesn't like the slow over rates, and he's asking, should something be done? We see it perhaps more in Test match cricket, because there seems to be no penalty if you only bowl 75 overs in the day.
James in now and bowls, and that's worked into the onside, but won't get a single as mid-wicket comes smartly around to his right. Barnard stays on 35. It's 430 for 6. Yeah, slow over hits can be a problem. I think in this sort of heat you can really understand the situation in terms of, you're struggling to get wickets. It's a really hot day. You can easily fall behind the over rate in this sort of weather. As James starts his run in once more to Barnard, bowls, and it's driven through the offside, and it's half stopped there at extra cover. He's taken the pace off that one, so I think that could easily have been a boundary, but instead he saved 3 as extra cover on the boundary comes across, completes the field, and so he gets 1. Score now moves to 431 for 6. With that, Barnard moves on to 36, brings Burgess on strike.
In this format, if you pay your money as a spectator, you know you're going to get your 96 overs. Yeah, the players might, get dock points at the end of the match if they're behind on the over rate, but it just seems in Test cricket, I know Australia and India find a little bit of the match fee, but...
James in now to Burgess, and he's going to get a single here. He didn't know where that one went. Cut back at him, he's on the front foot. Just came off the inside part of the bat, just lobbed out to where short leg would have been. Not catchable, but far enough for the single, and the partnership now is worth 50. That partnership here, a very good partnership between these two. He's just come in, taken over from Briggs. He's got 26 or 35 Burgess, and James to Barnard, bowls, drives through the onside, and tumbling stop there by the fielder at mid-on, going around to his right, but he cannot stop the single. So foolish delivery, and that was driven firmly to the right of mid-on. Barnard goes to 37.
Yeah, that's Stephen Mullaney, the Notts skipper, with the diving stop there. It's been a long old time since he wandered out to toss yesterday morning, 10:30 with Will Rhodes. really important coin toss. We felt at the time. It looks more so now, doesn't it?
Yes, Burgess now will take strike, and he's driving in the same area, but cannot beat mid-wicket, who comes across smartly to field, and there's no run. Moore's thinking it was the end of the over, picked the helmet up and started to run to the other end. He's got to go back as there is still one ball left in the over. So Burgess is on strike. He's on 26. Barnard 37. 4-3-3 for 6. Fun delivery of this James is over in no and bowls, and it's met with a 4 defensive push up to mid-off. There is no run. Morris can take the helmet up now and run to the other end because the over has come to an end. It's 433 for 6.
Elsewhere in Division 1, they're still in the first innings at Chelmsford. Essex 419 for 8, centuries for Cook and Critchley against Somerset. At Canterbury, where they were a bit slow getting off the mark this morning due to overnight rain, they are now playing Surrey 30 for 2, replying to Kent's 301. At Southport, nearly said Southampton, because it's Lancashire, Hampshire. Hampshire bowled out yesterday for 142. Lancashire in reply 199 for 3. Century there for Phil Salt, but he's now been dismissed. In Division 2, another Centurion has now lost his wicket. Dawid Malan, Yorkshire 328 for 6, replying to Derbyshire's 111. Glamorgan made 390 at Chesterley Street. Durham a 59 for 2. Beginning their first innings. A lot of play lost yesterday at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 162 for 5. I think we've got a hold up here for a ball being changed yet again. We had that a couple of times yesterday, and the only other one is at Hove, where Sussex made 348. Worcestershire still got their openers together. They are 50 without loss. Former Nottsman Jake Libby back in the Worcestershire side after injury. 433 for 6 here, and the ball has been changed. 34 overs old, this particular ball. The second new ball. It's been swapped over, and we're talking about the over rate and whatever. That doesn't help, does it, if you have a regular stops just to inspect the ball and then go and change it. It must be 3 or 4 minutes since we last had a delivery bolt.
Absolutely, and it's extremely warm out there. I can tell you the temperature at ground level is, players will be feeling this heat even in this first session.
Calvin Harrison, can he bowl a maiden here? 19 overs, no maidens. He comes in to bowl to Barnard, and that one just did grip and turn a little bit away from the former Worcestershire man into the gloves of Tom Moores. Challenging that outside edge here, Calvin Harrison. Tall man, shirt outside his flannels. This is a low full toss and then a clumsy misfield at mid-wicket, and they take a single. Loughton doing the fielding. That's Joe Clark, the guilty party. Single taken, 434 for 6. Should probably have stopped that one. Harrison now into Michael Burgess, and he pushes it to the right of Clark. And I think they're going to push for 2 here as Montgomery fires in a good return right over the top. Moores whips off a bail. Burgess is home, but that was a nice bit of cricket all round, really. It was pushed with purpose. The initial call was for 2. Montgomery quickly to it. Couldn't have thrown it any quicker, any better, any more accurately. Moores took it, whipped off a bail, and good hard running got him home. That was really good little moment of cricket all round. 436 for 6 as Calvin Harrison in again. Floats it up there, drilled back, and Harrison fields well off his own bowling. 361 for 5 overnight, the Bears. They lost Danny Briggs for 20 this morning. It was a bright and breezy 20, punctuated by some lovely crisp boundaries. Harrison bowls. This one skews off the outside edge, and he's going to get a fortunate couple of runs. Good stop by Hamid on the boundary in front of the Fox Road stand, and that brings a ripple of applause from the appreciative audience. 2 more to Burgess, who's on to 30. And it's 438 for 6.
Yeah, a bit of a false shot there, going to drive through extra cover, squirted off the bat, but Hamid had to do some good work down on the point boundary and diving and just parrying the ball back into play.
Harrison in again, and Burgess just pushes it to point, end of the over. So it wasn't that first maiden for Calvin Harrison. His figures 20 overs, 1 for 78. Lyndon James, similar figures really, up on the board alongside him. They're bowling in tandem at the moment. Lyndon James 20 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 76. Been tough old work for all of them. Might be that in fact Lyndon James is going to be replaced by the skipper, Stephen Mullaney. He's been lightly used, I guess. I just wonder if somebody else had been captain, if they'd used Mullaney a little bit more. Just 5 overs yesterday, none for 15, as we welcome Richard back.
Yeah, he didn't enjoy much success yesterday with the military medium. It's get the scoring rate down to 3 at a time that the pairs were accelerating, and you've got to use all your options. 7 bowlers used yesterday. As things stand, it wouldn't be that much of a surprise if we saw a little bit of Matt Montgomery again before the lunch interval. Warwickshire will have their sights set on something beyond 500. This is the last pairing of recognised batsmen though. Barnard prepares to face, and for a moment looked like he was going to drag on. He got more bouncy you might expect there, Mullaney. Got quite big on Barnard and got it down up by his gloves into the surface. Didn't quite expect that bounce, Roland.
Yeah, he banged it into the turf. It just came back at Barnard, I guess. Just eyeing that third man position.
Barnard dabs it down towards third man, but there's not a single there as Hutton is quick to come around. Might have been a single there if they'd gone for it, but not a risk worth taking.
They've just changed the ball. They've perhaps opted for a rubber one this time.
Yeah, the 5th ball of the innings in 115 overs. It's like 2022 all over again. Mullaney's approach about 15 yards, and he's in and guided to backward point where Hutton gets his body behind the ball and prevents any single. Rowland's doing some stretching. I don't think he's coming on to bowl. He did the stretching of a man who slept with his left arm under his pillow last night. You going to deny or admit? It's a habit. I've got to put my arm under the pillow. It's not good for your shoulders. As this is tickled very, very fine. There is a tentative appeal for LBW, and it is going to be given as 4-leg byes, but it was going down the leg side on the angle, and the Warwickshire score reaches 442 for 6.
Yeah, that one went very fine. He was trying to glance it down to fine leg, perhaps trying to hit a little bit too fine. Ended up coming off the pad, but the result was 4 to the total.
Takes the stand to 60. One of 4 substantial partnerships now in this Bears innings. Mullaney in again. He's cut down to Hutton, who's been well worked at point in this over. Stands yesterday of 74 for the second wicket between Davis and Rhodes. And then 72 between Davis and Hayne for the third. And then the big partnership, that one for the 4th wicket. 171 between Hayne and Mosley. And now this one stands at 60, and Barnard tries to add by stabbing it in front of Hutton this time. Fielder comes in off the cover boundary, Montgomery, and they collect a single, which spoils what would have been a maiden over otherwise. 443 for 6 Warwickshire, and there's no reason for them to do anything other than just keep on batting and building this score. Roland Butcher alongside. Oh, he's got his card out. He's making sure people know who he is. Very flash his card, by the way. It's very nice. I've got one in my wallet. So
you've got one already
from last season, yeah.
Right. Okay, well that's good. 444 for the loss of 6, and Harrison will continue. This is 21st over. Harrison now he's got 1 for 78. He's bowling to Barnard. In bowls, and Barnard goes for the sweep. Doesn't get hold of it, but he's going to get 2 here. The return is on its way. Let's wait and see if it came off the pad. Umpires no signal, so there's 2 to Barnard. Score goes now on to 446 for the loss of 6. Barnard, he goes into the 40s, so he's 41 as Harrison. Leg spinner in bowls. Full toss, and he's bowled him Really, that was a full toss. He could have hit that anywhere. Barnard going for the reverse sweep. And obviously premeditated, missed it on the full. And is bowled. So Harrison gets another wicket. And really, Barnard could have driven that. He could have pulled it. Instead, he went for the reverse sweep, and he's lost his wicket.
That's a crazy shot, isn't it? Playing a reverse paddle there. Both of the wickets Harrison have taken have come from full tosses. One landing on the toe of Alex Davis, getting him LBW in front of off stump for 93, and now that one. And Barnard, who played, in a very technically correct manner. That's more the sort of shot you'd expect Michael Burgess to try. Gets himself out for 41. He's going back with the air of a man who sees it that way as well. Giving away a chance to make good runs there, but vital wicket for Notts, because they just want to be off this field as soon as they possibly can be.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed because he knows he missed a good batting opportunity. Really had nothing to worry about in relation to the bowlers, fast or slow. He was batting with another batsman, so partnership was going along nicely. He'd be very disappointed with the shot that he played, having selected to go for the reverse sweep.
Were you ever dismissed, bowled full toss by attempting a reverse sweep?
Definitely not. I've never been out playing a reverse sweep. It's not something that we practiced then. It was just really coming in, but I think now it's very much a part of the armoury of a batsman. So that's how the game has progressed.
And it does have its benefits, doesn't it? You can manipulate a field if you connect with it properly, but you're quite right. That was a low full toss that he could have put anywhere had he just remained in his normal stance.
Yep, absolutely. Right, Hassan Ali comes to the crease. I don't think he will hang around. He's about to face Harrison, who's picked up his second wicket. He's got a slip in place. He's got a backward point as Harrison into Ali, and he's forward and defending a good length delivery back to the bowler, and there is no run. There's also an extra cover. There's a mid off, man on the cover boundary, Hamid. Then there's a mid wicket, deep square leg, and bowls, and this one is gone. Is it gone the full distance? It has. Hassan Ali's 1 foot down, and he's hit that one high in the air away to her right. The man at deep mid wicket was running around to his left, but to no avail as the ball went over the boundary for 6. So Ali gets off the mark with that 6, and the score goes to 451 now for 7.
He'd had a look at one.
Well, he looked at one.
Yeah. And it's in an area where Montgomery was interested. He's at a rather straighter deep mid wicket now, cow corner if you like, in case Hassan Ali tries to repeat that dose.
Harrison into Ali, and Ali's turning this one down to fine leg. He'll get a single, much quicker, fuller delivery, and brings Burgess on strike. So Ali, he goes to 7.
I was just looking, he has got a first class 100, so he clearly knows which end of the bat to hold.
Had a good 50 against Essex as well before the break for the T20s.
Harrison in, and that's played back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. So Harrison, a successful over there for Harrison. He now has 2 for 87 of 21 at the end of the over. Warwickshire 452 for 7.
There was one of his last wicket stands of 60 odd against Essex. Well, Hassan Ali at one point hit 2 successive 6s. You're thinking that's impressive. Ollie Hannon Dolby then hit 2 successive 6s, which, I mean, normally his 6s are years apart, but 2 in a row. I don't know what had got into him, but it was rather effective. I think Mulaney might have a sort of guile at his pace that Hassan Ali might get a bit stuck with here. Because he let's say he plays with a certain freedom, Dave. I think is what you're going to be describing. Oh, is it me? Okay. Mulaney comes into bowl to Hassan Ali, who clips him fine, maybe a leg by again. Just dragged the ball down the leg side a couple of times. Mulaney, umpire Hartley daintily lifts up his right leg and pats the top of his knee, or the bottom of his thigh, whichever you prefer. 453 for 7.
There's one gentleman sat in the William Clark stand in a Notts T20 shirt.
Mulaney in to Burgess, guided down towards third man. It's blocked by Hutton, but then it squeezes out behind him into an area that gives them a second run. It's a really unfortunate piece of fielding. He's done well to make the ground to get to the ball, but then he sent it off at an entirely different angle with nobody expecting it. So 2 more for Burgess. He's 32, 455 for 7.
Yeah, initially a good stop, but just, as you said, just deflecting the ball. Probably 15 yards away from him.
When you've got 20 overs in your legs, you don't want to see the ball quite as often as he's seeing it, actually. Driven by Burgess, it will go beyond Mulaney in his follow-through, but it's picked up at mid-off. Closing in on 100 runs for the session.
Chris Rushworth's listed to come in at 10. I don't think I've ever seen him bat as high as 10.
Honestly, it's a proper battle between him and Ollie Hannon-Dolby for who bats at 10. Driven into the offside by Burgess, won't beat the field. Quickly across to his left is Slater. Hannon-Dolby hasn't had aspirations of 10 since Boyd Rankin retired.
Actually, I'm being unfair. Maybe Chris used to come in ahead of Graham Onions.
Yeah, I think he probably did.
Yeah.
I think he probably did. He has certain limitations as a batter. Clipped into the leg side, straight towards mid-wicket by Burgess. Mulaney bowling to his field, as you might expect. And he runs off the bat. This over came partly because of a misfield. They were always going to get 1 down to Hutton, but shouldn't have got 2. Balls again, and it's defended by Burgess out into the offside. And that will be the end of the over. Warwickshire 455 for 7. So far today, 94 runs have been added off 22 overs. 2 wickets taken. 1 for Jake Ball, who caught and bowled Briggs for 20, and 1 for Calvin Harrison, who removed Ed Barnard for 41.
Around about half an hour to go until lunch. Going to be Harrison to continue. 455 for 7. I'd imagine Radio Nottingham will join us shortly for an update as Harrison bowls to Hassan Ali. Oh, that's disappointing, Roland. He's taken a single first ball. I was looking forward to a little bit of long handle. However successful remained to be seen, but he's got off strike. Hassan Ali is on 8 from just 5 balls, and that includes a 6. We also saw Dan Mosley, didn't we, very early in his innings at a 6. As Burgess on 32 plays a textbook forward defensive block out as far as Lyndon James. These Notts bowlers will be happy to get off the field for good as this one's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. We do get a blast of Radio Nottingham in our ears. 457 for 7.
I would imagine he's pretty hot on the air.
Harrison wears squad number 31.
Those flowing blonde
Bowls and Ali this time defence.
Shortly after 12:30, Nottinghamshire at home in their county championship match against Warwickshire. They brace girdle at a sun-bathed Trent Bridge.
Yes, it's very hot work out there in the middle for these Nottinghamshire bowlers. Remember, Warwickshire have been batting since 11 o'clock yesterday morning, and they're now 457 for 7. 2 wickets this morning. I told you earlier, Jake Ball, self-preservation to the fore. He caught a stinging caught and bowl to get rid of Danny Briggs for 20. The other wicket to go down. It's only just gone down. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, he clean bowled Ed Barnard with a bit of help from the batter, who was attempting a reverse sweep to a full toss and missed it. Warwickshire 458 for 7.
Thank you, Dave. Follow that ball by ball whenever you like. BBC
Single taken from the final ball of the over. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We've got listeners all over the place joining us on 5 Sports Extra. Richard Wilford's here representing the West Midlands and representing all cricket lovers. We've got Roland Butcher.
Yes, 458 now for 7. As Mulaney bowls, and that's dabbed away to short third man by Hassan Ali. Can't score. Fielded in that short third man position. Field now well spread. There's a third man. There's a backward point, extra cover on the boundary, extra cover mid off, mid on, halfway to the boundary, mid wicket, deep mid wicket in, and bowls to Hassan Ali, and he hits this through the offside for 4. over the head of extra cover, wideish delivery through the bat at it, and Davis been asking for the long handle, and Hassan Ali has not disappointed, hitting that one over the infield for 4. The score goes on now to 462.
Got 2 more people just arrived in the William Clark stand. I usually mention this, Roland, because it's a stand that's fairly low down and it's generally well away from the action, yet people always like to just come and sit there away from everybody else.
Mulaney in again now to Hassan Ali, bows, and is on the front foot, pushes that back to the bowler. He extends the left arm and does the fielding, and there's no run. Hassan Ali's moved very quickly on to 13. He's hit a 6 and a 4, 6 to get off the mark. And now that for Mulaney, he's got none for 22. He's in his 8th over. In now to Ali, bows to Ali, and Ali's whipping this one away. He's going to get a single because it's down to a fine leg. The return is on its way, so Ali goes to 14. Brings Burgess on strike. He hasn't had much of the strike since Ali's been in. Burgess, he moved very quickly to 30, and now he's been stopped for a little while on 32. But he's on strike now, so he's got his chance. Field stays the same as Mulaney's in now and bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on. And there's no run. That ball just slanting into the right-handed batsman.
I have been doing some research about Roland's status as having the freedom of the City of London, because we decided yesterday he did not wish to exercise his right to herd sheep. However, I have found out something else that he's allowed to do, or indeed to drink. Yeah. So.
And this delivery is dabbed, looking for the single. Burgess, they can't get it. It's gone to that backward point position. So tidy over, apart from that boundary by Mulaney at the end of the over. It's 463 for 7.
You also have the right, Roland, to exercise your profession at any point within the square mile in the City of London.
So you can set a game of cricket up there.
You can set it. So I've been looking for somewhere for you to play, because there aren't many. I mean, there's the Festival Garden next to St Paul's Cathedral. I wasn't sure about that, but there is an artificial hockey pitch just by the Mountjoy Open Air Theatre. As Harrison begins a new over, whipped into the leg side by Hassan Ali for a single. It's just by the Barbican, which is within the Royal Mile.
Right.
So. There we, I thought I'd help you out a little bit, because
right, well,
I didn't feel you were making full use of your rights.
Right, well, we'll have to get 2 teams together and just we'll just turn up one day and have a game.
It would be magnificent though, wouldn't it? It would be magnificent. Harrison very full, nurdled down towards short third, no run. Burgess remains on 33, 464 for 7.
If we can get Dave to come and do the commentary.
Well, he's the other international cricketer in the box. We wanted to bowl.
Well and truly retired.
Italy's finest. That's a reverse sweep, and it's well dispatched, this one by Burgess. Gets it behind square on the offside, takes him to 37, 468 for 7.
Who was on commentary for the last wicket, the Ed Barnard, where it was bowled? You've missed a pun. Nigel says he knows I like a pun, and we've missed the opportunity in the commentary box to yell Barnard Castled. You'll be well aware of Barnard Castle and why that was in the news a couple of years ago.
Back of a length, cut into the offside by Burgess for a single. He's 38, 469 for 7. Yeah, nobody in the commentary box would have seen it, but government ministers would have seen that pun.
So Richard, is that all you found out? There's nothing else, there's nothing more.
I'll find out more yet. This is only day 2. This is going to be clipped fine down the leg side by Hassan Ali, and that absolutely hurtles away down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more. Hassan Ali is in a hurry. He's got 19 off 14, 473 for 7, and this injection of pace in terms of the scoring rate is coming at a time when Notts are feeling increasingly world weary.
Yeah, the long handle there, it was a shortish delivery, and obviously Harrison not wanting to flight it too much to Hassan Ali. He's already seeing what can happen.
He's got the unwanted 100 against his name, Harrison, there, 2 for 100. As Hassan Ali is driving this firmly up towards long on. He has to move across to his right, Joe Clark, but they will get a single. Hassan Ali retains the strike, and these two have rapidly added 29 for the 8th wicket, 20 of those to Hassan Ali. 474 for 7, Warwickshire. And we've got, 20 minutes now until the interval, so going to be a little bit behind in terms of overs, but they're getting through them at a better rate than yesterday morning, when it was even fiercer, the heat. Dave, though, insists that we won't get any storms before close of play today. We'll see whether he... Well, he did suggest hailstones earlier.
Captain Butcher, what are you doing? Are you declaring at any point? Declaring at lunch? As Mullaney comes in to bowl from the far end and this is pushed back to him, are you going to keep them going for as long as you can?
I'm declaring war. I'm batting. You've got to get me out. If Hassan Ali stays there, then I know I'm going to get some runs quickly, so...
So that's the message.
That's the message.
You know, I'm not declaring, but just, you know, go out there
just
and take what you can.
Yeah.
Mullaney bowls again. Whoa! Slammed away down the ground, nice and high, and too high for Lyndon James backpedaling. It did drop just inside the boundary rope because they're signalling a 4. It wasn't a case of the fielder being on the rope and being duped by one that dropped over his head. He was backpedaling all the time and it has gone for 4. And now Stephen Mullaney suggests that the fielder, Lyndon James, just stays out right on the rope this time. And Hassan Ali's gone to 24, 478 for 7. Mullaney belted down the ground in again, and this one's away on the leg side, and that's going to take some fetching and finding, I think. No, it's clattered into one of those plastic seats in the Fox Road stand for 6. You like that?
Well, yes, yeah. That's the plan, Dave. If it's there, put the long handle in it, and Hassan Ali's doing that. He's moved to 30 very quickly.
30 off 18.
Do you suspect there might be a bowling change at the end of, or the next time from the pavilion end? Because Stephen Mullaney's gone for 4 and a 6. And I see Luke Fletcher again wandering around the boundary edge. I think he's been doing some gym work on his recovery from that ankle surgery as Hassan Ali pushes an easy single this time out. Tom Loughton's still on the field, and well, he's not going to get any merit marks for that return to Tom Moore's. Well, it's been out there for a while actually, so we ought to have a little look who isn't there. I can see Clark, I can see Montgomery, I can see a Mead, so that's the top 3, or 3 of the top 4. There's Ben Slater. So a little look round.
Is it mid-off?
As Mullaney comes in and bowls. That's Dane Patterson at mid-off.
Okay.
This one is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Loughton doing the fielding. I think it might be Ben Slater. Yeah, Jake Ball, who has customised his white floppy sun hat a little bit. You can see there's been a bit of curling down at the edges almost to make it into a bucket hat. A lot of them just leave them almost like frisbees waiting to blow off their head, as Burgess now gets a single. Yes, Ben Slater. That's not ideal, of course. One of the openers, if Ben's off for any length of time, you start wondering if there's any issues with him. But end of the over, 486 for 7 after 122 overs this morning. Warwickshire lost. Danny Briggs caught and bowled Jake Ball for 20. That was 382 for 6 in the 101st over. And then in the 117th over, Ed Barnard bowled by Harrison for 41, 445 for 7.
Yes, so you almost want to see Hassan Ali on strike, but instead Harrison will bowl to Burgess, bowled and he's forward, defends the ball up to extra cover, no runs, still a slip in place, backward point on the boundary, cover on the boundary, mid off on the boundary, as this delivery is worked away gently out on the offside, and having coming off the cover boundary gets an easy single, goes to 40. Burgess score now moves on to 487 for the loss of 7, brings Ali on strike. The field just in, particularly the leg side field. Square leg goes right back. Harrison to Ali, in ball to Ali, and he's down the pitch looking to play this one through the onside. And struck on the pad, the ball goes to backward point and there's no run. That almost was the one for him to give the long handle to, but he just trying to get a little bit cute, looking for the single. Let's see how he addresses this one. Now it's up and he's going to get the single as he's almost yorked himself coming down the wicket, gets it on the half volley, goes out to mid-wicket for a single.
Always nice to get 100 in cricket, Roland, except when you're the bowler. Harrison's just reached 3 figures.
Yes, and he's picked up a couple of wickets, but as you said, his first few games he's playing, he's gone for 100. He's going to bowl to Burgess now, in on bowls, and Burgess drives down the ground past the bowler, so he gets another single, brings Ali back on strike. He goes to 42, 41, so it's 489 for the loss of 7. Harrison in to Ali, and that's hit hard out to long on, all along the ground, so he's just going to get a single, but he retained the strike. So at the end of that over, he goes to 33. Burgess stays on 41, and Warwickshire in their first innings 490 for 7. We've now had 123 overs bowled.
Mulaney's going to be game enough to continue, because there's also every possibility that you get him out. It's the shot that cleared Lyndon James. James had taken up a position 15 to 20 yards in from the rope at long on. If he'd been sort of right on the rope like he'd been in a T20 game, he would have been waiting for the ball to catch it. And they're going to put a man on the fence at Cow Corner as well. Long off is 4/5 of the way back. So 4 boundary fielders on the leg side. It's a very spread field. The only fielders inside what would be the 30-metre ring are backward point and extra cover. Everybody else is spread far and wide as Mulaney bowls. He's going to be launched in the air, and is he going to go this time? Oh, it's just going to clear the man. He might have got a hand on it, but it's going to go for 6, I think, off the fielder's hands out there. And that is the 50 partnership, 51 off 41 balls between these two. And Hassan Ali on 39 is entertaining everybody.
He is, and Mulaney is just the right pace for Hassan Ali to hit, actually. You can't push him back. He's just really hoping for a miss hit.
He's tested the fielders out there. Well, might have been half a chance. The next delivery lashes up towards long off. Should only be a single this time. Hassan Ali to 40. Looking for his second half century for the Bears, who are on the brink of the 500 mark. And I think at the start of business today, if you'd said to them, OK, you're going to push up beyond 500, they would have been delighted with that. So it gives them a bit of scoreboard pressure on what is nonetheless a wicket. They're going to have to strive very hard. Getting 20 wickets to win this match will not be easy for either team, as has been proven so far. As Burgess pushes the ball to extra cover, bobbled in the field by Harrison, but it drops at his feet.
And Ali's given the innings real impetus just before lunch. He's come in, he's quickly moved on to 40.
You love a number 9 who is not a full-on tail ender, but he's got a few shots and will get the game moving. It's ideal really in this situation, as Burgess again picks out the fielder Harrison at extra cover, and there's no run. Sort of role that when you were playing at Middlesex, someone like John Embry or Phil Edmonds would want to get on with it at this point if they were out there with the bat, wouldn't they?
More so Edmonds.
Yeah. Oh, and he's going to be a paddle shot here, a scoop over the head of the wicket-keeper from Michael Burgess, and that does bring up the Warwickshire 500. They're 501 for 7. They've added 140 runs in this morning session with 12 minutes still to go. Burgess now up to 45, and that won't do an awful lot for Stephen Mulaney's mood.
Yes, and adding insult to injury there, he's just flicked that one around over the keeper, dunked the fine leg for 4.
The Burge scoop, maybe. It's another expensive over for Mulaney. Goes into Burgess once more, tries to guide it down towards third, but gets too much on it. Hutton picks up. End of the over. Burgess 45, Hassan Ali 40, Warwickshire 501 for 7.
Yeah, the fielder who very nearly got a hand on that first ball of the over, the sub-fielder Tom Loughton. I thought at first I had to get the binoculars out. There's another man who was in the squad but didn't make the starting 11, still waiting for his Notts first class debut, Toby Petman, and he's very similar sort of size and build. I thought it was Toby out there, but I don't know, it is Tom Loughton. who's just gone off the field now, so is Slater back? He is indeed. Harrison bowls to Hassan Ali, drops this down on the leg side, and there's no run. I'm still waiting for this Harrison maiden. This is going to be the over.
What, to Hassan Ali? It'll have to include a wicket to do that.
He's going to block 6 of them. Next ball is getting well, an LBW shot. I thought for a moment that he'd dragged that on. It just seemed as if they were celebrating a wicket, celebrating a dot ball.
Another full toss, and decked into sweep.
You're going to get that with the leggy, aren't you? Especially a young leggy. Game of darts on the board, 501 up there. Well, this one's pushed back by Hassan Ali with respect. 3 dot balls. This is it, Calvin. 2 for 105.
I love the way you're ramping up the tension here.
501 for 7. Hassan Ali playing for lunch. Harrison bowls to him. He's hit him on the pad, asking the umpire. He's turned it down, and Calvin Harrison can't believe it. Brings his hands up onto his head. I thought he'd got his man then. 4 dot balls. Warwickshire 361 for 5 overnight. So this morning they've scored 140 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. This partnership worth 56. 5th ball of the over. Forward defensive block.
Oh, wow.
Called it.
He's playing for lunch. He's playing for lunch, Hassan Ali.
Or is he? There'll be an inquest in the Malaysian betting markets if this turns out to be true, let me tell you.
Calvin Harrison to bowl to Hassan Ali. Comes down the track, slams it down the ground, and it's just disappeared down below. Was very close to the rope. The umpire's not signalled, and now he does. Well, it was 5 dot balls, and then a 6 from the last. Hassan Ali had a good old look there, and he's now overtaken, believe it or not, Michael Burgess. Burgess is on 45, Hassan Ali 46, 507 for 7.
Yeah, it was just asking too much for him to block all 6 balls, all 6.
We're about, what, 8 minutes away from lunch? 3 overs?
Yep, 507 for 7. Burgess on strike, he's on 45, and Mullaney will continue. He's in now to Burgess and bowls, and he's defending up on the offside. Extra cover comes across, does the fielding, and there's no run.
Variation on my last question to you, Captain Butcher. Had long on caught that 501 for 8, would you have declared then?
No. I would come out and get you back in the field again. Mullaney's in now on bowls, and that's driven sweetly, but a nice stop there at extra cover. That could easily have gone for 4, but the fielder did exceptionally well.
That's Slater, who's been off the field for 4 or 5 overs, but he's back out there.
I don't think Will Rhodes will pull out while there's a specialist batsman still out there in Burgess. Burgess is batting with the tail quite a lot.
Mullaney's in now, bowls, and Burgess trying to whip this off the pads. Just flipped off his pad and just ricochets out onto the onside. He was thankful he didn't miss that, because he was walking down the pitch, and had he missed it, Moores would have been in business. But he stays on 45 as he waits for Maloney in bowl, and that's a beautiful shot, but he's only going to get a single because there's a man stationed out at deep extra cover. But obviously the rotation of the strike brings the exciting Ali into, and I guess he'll be eyeing up a half-century Ali before the luncheon interval.
Little subplot for those of us who like to follow it. If they get 2 more overs in after this, they'll be on schedule for the day.
Both on 46, 5-8 for 7. Mullaney's in now to Ali, wide outside the off stump, and really gets away with that one. That should have been called a wide. But Ali saw it out there, and he was shaped up to give it the kitchen sink. Well, it was too wide. Nicely taken by Moores.
That was an act of benevolence from Peter Hartley.
Yeah, I think
for a fielding captain who's been out there for 126 overs.
Yeah, I think Peter decided he wants to get off as well. This one is way out there. He's not. Is he going to give this one? No. He's very kind to him, Peter. And maybe Peter, he wants his lunch as well, so he's not given any extra balls. Taken by the keeper. Over is completed. 5-8 for 7.
We are going to have a 32 over session in the morning, which is commendable with the heat. But of course, Calvin Harrison has had another good long spell. 2 for 111 he is now. Got the wicket ahead. Barnard trying to reverse paddle. He went for 41. Jake Bull's third wicket of the innings was the caught and bowled excellent sharp catch to remove Briggs. And Harrison now will continue to Burgess, who steers it wide of the bowler for a comfortable single.
I was just looking there at an innings of this magnitude, 508. I was just wondering about Tom Moore's, and sadly there have been 4 byes. I can't remember them, but even so, in an innings of this size, there's only been 4 byes.
The one yesterday where it seemed to hit something, but it must have been his glove before it went down. We were speculating as whether it might have been when he went on the ice cream run, you know, that day. As down the wicket comes Hassan Ali. Might only be pad that he got on that. It goes out towards mid-wicket and they're through for a single. And he's given to him, so he levels up with Michael Burgess. They're 47 apiece, approaching the lunch interval.
6 no balls and 15 leg byes. So there's only 3 no balls, but of course they count as 6 runs.
Floated up and driven by Burgess out to long off. Ball comes in to do the fielding. 48 to Burgess. 511 for 7, so a 150 run session for the Bears. Warwickshire will want to give themselves as much as possible to bowl at here. Hassan Ali with the sweep. Fielder at deep square will gather. Slater. So it's 48 all for the 2 batsmen. 512 for 7.
Yeah, Ali hit that one a little bit too well. If he'd got it a bit finer, he could have got at least 2.
Off the back foot, Burgess beats the diving point, but the man at third is very square, so another single. He's to 49, 513 for 7.
And Ali 1 hit away.
Or if he gets
final ball of the over.
or if he gets a single, he can keep strike.
Will he go for it?
No, well, they both want to get there in the final over. Or earlier. Will he be able to resist the final ball of the over? He's launching it straight as he's got more than enough. It's back and 6. What an innings from Hassan Ali. His second 50 in successive matches. 54 not out, has come off 35 balls with 5 sixes and 3 fours. Just what the doctor ordered for Warwickshire. It was the last thing that Notts wanted to see in the final half hour of this session.
And it took him half an hour as well.
Yeah, brilliant strike in there by Ali. 35 balls for his 54, and that's terrific batting. Really, it's just given the innings the sort of impetus that it required. And really, I think Notts have been really lucky that in this game there hasn't been a lot of situations where they have been taken to the cleaners. Mulaney's in now and bowls, and it's defended by Burgess, so he's also looking for his 50. He's just 1 short of his 50, so he should get it before lunch as well. He's batted well. Started off very quickly, but since Ali's come to the crease, he's really taken a bit of a back seat and let Ali get on with it. So Mulaney, he's in, bowls, and he's looking to run that to third man. Doesn't get a touch. Taken there by Moores. So 519 for 7, and really still 64 plus overs remaining in the day, so it's going to be a long day for someone.
Board showing 12:58, Roland. There's 4 balls to go. It may be the last over, or might squeeze another in. We'll have to see.
Mulaney's in, bowls, and that's down the left side, and it could be 4 byes here. Let's wait and see, and it is. That one keeps very low. He's trying to flick that one. I think he would have preferred, even if he got an edge on it and played it down the fine leg, to get a single, to get his 50, but instead the score benefits by 4. It's 523 for 7.
You've got to blame me for that when he just mentioned the byes. Only 4 in the entire innings.
Commentator's curse. Mulaney's in now to Burgess, bowls, and Burgess drives, and he will get a single. Will he? No. Looking for the single, but the fielder did really well coming across to his left there. That's Slater, is it? That's extra cover. Just tumbling away to his left and prevented the single. So still got 2 balls to get his half century. Mulaney to Burgess, in, bowls, and he tries to run that one again and doesn't get a touch. Taken by Moores. final delivery of this over to come. It could be the final delivery of...
It's clicked onto one
It's
o'clock.
clicked over to 1 now, so it should be the final delivery of the innings. I'm going to back him to get the half century with a wide ball outside the off stump, run to third man. Mulaney's in, bowls. And it's driven out to extra cover on the boundary, fielded on the boundary, so he gets his single on the strike of half time. Burgess, he's batted really well. First of all, very, very positive when he was batting with Barnard, then taking a bit of a backseater once Hassan Ali came to the crease. But what was important is that his contribution, he's got it of 76 deliveries, he's hit 7 fours, and it's really piled up the misery here for Notts. It started yesterday morning by losing the toss, and at lunchtime on day 2 they're still in the field, and all indications are that after lunch they will still be in the field. But at lunch it's 5:24 for 7. Burgess, he is not out on 50, and Hassan Ali on 54.
Thank you so much this morning to Roland Butcher and to Richard Wilford, and to all our listeners and the viewers to the live stream, and to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. There we are then. 4 sessions through. Warwickshire still batting 5:24 for 7. We'll all be back in 40 minutes to bring you the afternoon session here at Trent Bridge. We'll keep abreast of the news from the dressing rooms just in case there is a declaration, but it may well be that the Bears might go on for another 20 minutes or so. From the team here at Trent Bridge, enjoy your lunch, and we'll bring you the afternoon session when we return in about 40 minutes time.
Mr. Berlusconi became well known around the world for his colourful private life.
by former England Test batter Roland Butcher. We might even get the headmaster, Mr. Kevin Howells, to pop in and say hello, and Richard Wilford, this week's voice of Warwickshire cricket, alongside me, suitably replenished. I've been refreshing the scorecards, the various scorecards, just waiting to see a little D appear at the alongside the score of 524 for 7, and it hasn't appeared. Nottinghamshire haven't yet been put out of their misery. No lunchtime declaration from Will Rhodes. Didn't, in all seriousness, expect there to be. May just be fun and frolics from Hassan Ali and Michael Burgess for a wee while longer, as Warwickshire look to bat once and bat big. Well, they've certainly done that. T, one of our regulars, jokes, quite impressed with this Warwickshire batting lineup. Reckon they've already done enough to deserve a draw. Thank you very much, T. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch with me, or if you want to get in touch with Richard, it's
at Wilford WM. Getting used to being prompted now. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody, after 4 sessions of a 12-session game, I don't think anybody pulls out during the lunch interval. No. You at least want to put the opening batsman to the inconvenience of coming out the field for a bit and
making them rush off.
Have a quick turnaround. Might not look like much of a rush if they have to rush. Calvin Harris is going to continue. 2 for 122 for the young leg spinner, bowling to Michael Burgess, who reached his half-century for the final ball before the interval. He defends the first one back out into the offside. 524 for 7. Hassan Ali's 54 off 35 has kept everybody rather entertained. As this is slash off the back foot, it hops up into the hands of Lyndon James, an extra cover.
Tell you what, credit to Notts, or to whoever has manipulated the over rate, because Notts over rate is 0.
Well, they got through the full 32 overs this morning in difficult conditions, as this is guided by Burgess square through the offside for a single. 525 for 780 this partnership for the 8th wicket now. One of 5 stands to pass the 50 mark, one of which reached 171. That was the partnership between Hayne and Mosley.
Sound the klaxon. Hassan Ali's on strike.
Well, when he does go down, he'll go down in flames. Will it be now? He comes down the wicket and he launches it to the leg side, and there's going to be a chance here straight away. It's a long time in the air, and in the end, it's a well-judged catch. That was not easy at all. Long time watching. I think it's Montgomery who's taken it, but it was in the air for an eternity. And Hassan Ali's very entertaining cameo ends immediately after lunch. He's out for 54. And the Bears are 525 for 8.
His first ball after lunch. Hassan Ali, so he's at the crease for 35 minutes, faced 38 balls, 3 fours, 5 sixes in his 54. 525 for 8. Looks a little bit better than 520 odd for 7, doesn't it? But Calvin Harrison getting his 3rd wicket, courtesy of a well-judged catch by Matthew Montgomery, who got underneath it, and then as he took the ball, he flopped back, clutching it to his chest, and fell straight back onto his name and number on the back of his shirt. Just went straight down, flat on his back, making sure the ball couldn't escape. Not entirely sure if Chris Rushworth would prefer to bat or bowl on this strip, but he's going to have a bat coming in at number 10 ahead of Oliver Hannon Dolby, and he's not even been allowed the privilege of having 5 or 10 minutes to let his lunch digest as he comes out with Burgess on 51, and you just wonder now what the scenario will be for Michael Burgess, whether he will just try and take up the cudgel.
He blazed some big runs with the tail a couple of times last year. I don't think he'll be backward in coming forward now. There are runs on the board. Anything else they get is a bonus.
Yep.
Hassan Ali played his innings in exactly the right way, blazing away his 2nd half-century of the season in the Championship. You're getting runs like that from number 9, then you're delighted. A century and 4 half-centuries in this Bears innings. But Rushworth in now. The Bears players are still in their warm-up kits on the low-down balcony as Rushworth blocks his first ball back down the wicket, and Harrison picks up. Harrison won't want there to be a declaration. He's got 3 for now. He'll be on for 5 for. Don't worry about that runs column. Take wickets, young man. Rushworth defends out into the leg side. End of the over, a successful one for Calvin Harrison. 27 overs, no maidens, 3 for 123 on a relatively unresponsive surface. He's kept on going, he's kept his head high when he got a bit of a battering from Hassan Ali, and he gets his reward of a wicket. And now Dane Patterson will come on. He was doing some limbering up in the tail end of the lunch interval, which suggested he'd have another go, and as always, we've said really throughout that it speaks volumes of the way that Patterson doesn't shirk the workload. He'll come in again and again.
Yeah, not entirely sure Stephen Mullaney will require him again in this particular match, but he could have rested him and Jake Ball and Brett Hutton and just literally gone through the motions with either himself or Montgomery bowling in tandem with Harrison, but I'm sure Dane Patterson stuck his hand up, comes in and bowls, and Burgess an inside edge onto his boot, and there's no run. 5.25 for 8. Brett Hutton through 23 overs, none for 78. Jake Ball, the lightest used of the frontline seamers, 17 overs, 3 for 67. This is Patterson's 27th over. Lyndon James 20 overs, 1 for 76. Mullaney 12 overs, none for 48, and Matthew Montgomery bowled 4 overs yesterday for 24. That's apart from Patterson and Harrison, who are bowling at the moment. This one with a little bit of bounce, extra bounce from Patterson. Burgess tries to cut it away and goes through into the gloves of Tom Morse. Just as Richard went off to do his 1 o'clock update for BBC WM, I was just almost the last word he would have heard me say was that Tom Morse only let 4 byes through, and he'd practically not gone through the door before there was another one that went, so 8 byes.
It did make me smile.
5.25 for it. You didn't say anything, did you? 5.25, unless you're Martin Emerson, in which case he says there's no such thing as the commentator's curse, as Patterson bowls, and this one is eased out onto the offside, fielded by Brett Hutton. Not seen him at point before. He's usually at slip or mid-on or mid-off, but finds himself saving one at backward point.
The ball followed him there a little bit in the session this morning, and the seam was run from the far end. He's seen more of the ball than he'd hoped for today in that position. I suppose with Joe Clark largely sitting in the deep this week.
It's the 130th over of an innings that began at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Patterson in, and nice looking clip out onto the leg side by Burgess. I see Bermead. Well, he was going to whiz it into Tom Moores and then realised that Tom had sort of decided he wasn't going to go up to the stumps for that one, so Hamid had nobody at all to throw it to, so he just lobbed it into the circle to Calvin Harrison to make its way back to the bowler.
You like yourself a statistic along the way, Dave, and this is a bit of a slow burner because it happened about 150 runs ago, but Danny Briggs passed 2,500 first-class runs during his innings of 20 today.
He's a very capable player. Patterson bowls, and this is driven into the offside. Probably worth having a look. I'm sure I've got it in the ream of notes we've got deposited all over the desk and on the laptop and whatever, what the highest Warwickshire score would be against Notts. I seem to think they got 1 million runs once at Coventry against Notts back in the day. The old Butts Lane ground. 526 for 8 is the current score. It's bowled now and eased into the offside.
Would that be Coventry and North Warwick, or would it have been the old Coulthards?
Oh, now then.
That's the question.
Highest score for... We'll find it in a moment. It's the end of the over. 526 for 8 after 130 overs. Patterson now 27 overs, 1 for 87. Warwickshire's highest score against Notts, 574 for 7 declared at Edgbaston in 2011. Notts' highest score against Warwickshire at the Butts ground, Coventry, back in 1928, 656 for 3 declared.
Harrison into Burgess, wants to guide it wide of Mullaney at slip, but can't. He's going to want to get on the offensive now, Burgess. Just Rushworth and then, if required, Hannon Dolby for support. He's got 52 on the board.
Is that where Coventry United play their football, the Butts Lane ground?
I don't know the answer to that. Driven past the bowler for a single, so he's going to still take the singles here. 527 for 8. We have Butts Park Arena now, which is where Coventry Rugby are housed, formerly of Camden Road. There was a time that when Coventry City were on the rockers a bit, that they thought that might be where they might have to move, but they were so close to becoming a Premier League club again. Lost losing out to Luton, and Sky Blues fans won't want to recall that, as this is dabbed out into the offside by Rushworth. The departure of Hassan Ali has led to a little bit of stasis here. There's when Burgess is off strike, it's a bit of a truce. Forward to push a single is Rushworth. Might get more as Hamid's got some ground to make, but they settle for just the one. 2 balls left in the over. 528 for 8. Rushworth off the mark. Nobody out in single figures yet, so tail enders have got that to bear in mind. Rob Yates with 13. Danny Briggs 20. The rest up in the 30s and 40s. A minimum. A little paddle shot. He was in position very early for that Burgess, but he wanted to get it rather finer than what he actually achieved, and Slater is around the field. And another single. 529 for 8. So as things stand, it would be 380 to avoid the follow-on. That's the one of the numbers that Will Rhodes will be having in his mind here, whether he wants the follow-on figure to be around 400 if this tail can take him there. Rushworth is driving for a single, the final ball of the over. 530 for 8, and that's after 131.
Matthew says, how about this, Dave? If I turn up tomorrow morning and Notts require 20 to win, I'll buy everybody in the ground a beer. I can't see any scenario in which tomorrow morning, the third morning, Notts would require 20 to win. Crikey.
As empty promises go.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it'd be fairly safe saying that for the fourth morning as well.
Yeah.
They wouldn't get into that position. It's not to say that it's impossible they win the game from here. It's just now very, very much unlikely. WinViz isn't bothering to work it out just at the moment.
No.
But,
thanks for that, Matthew. But we won't take you up on it. Here's Dane Patterson.
I'm taking him up on it, but it's a bit blunt, isn't it?
From the pavilion end. Chris Rushworth has 2. 37 years of age now. Over, without looking up, over 600 first-class wickets. Might have got even more than that. Forces a single into the offside Montgomery fields. 531 for 8. A terrific servant for Durham, and always say a change is as good as a rest and all the rest of it. I think he might have had an offer from Warwickshire through the winter that I thought, well, might just try something different for the latter part of the playing career. 531 for 8. Patterson bowls nice. Intent from Burgess, but can't pierce the offside ring. Straight to Slater. Nice to see Ollie Stone out there lunchtime with Kevin Shine, the bowling coach. He was turning his arm over off about 2 or 3 paces. Certainly not the normal run, but that's obviously a good sign if he can fire the ball down to the other end, as he was doing without too much discomfort, it seemed. Patterson in, attempted scoop, and it has been effectively played by Burgess down the leg side and away for 4. Just wandered across in front of the sticks and just deflected it nice and fine for 4.
Yeah, very nicely played by Burgess. Not quite as straight as the scoop he got before lunch off Mulaney, but very well played. Yeah, it was great to see Ollie Stone out there. He's such an affable character, and you just wish him an injury-free run for 2.5 years, 3 years, because he'll get some international cricket if he does. Yeah. He's got that extra yard of pace that so many bowlers haven't got.
There's Patterson in again, and this time Burgess with a tennis forehand slam into the opposite court, away for 4. He danced down the track and then found it was coming up round about chin height, and he just slapped it away through mid-wicket. Liam Patterson-White, who not in the squad, and does appear he's got a bit of a hamstring tweak, just on his way to the gym with the fitness, the strength and conditioning coach Liam Price, and Boaters down there as well as Patterson comes in. Cut away by Burgess, fielded by Brett Hutton, and Boter, of course, with Warwickshire links.
Indeed, a couple of seasons. That slap shot forehand in the over, this is quite familiar. When Burgess got the 2 scores of 170 last year, both times needing, he was only about 50 not out when he got down to the last 2 wickets. But very familiar that he'd come down the wicket and either slap it that way or lift it over extra cover. He's very good at those cross-batted shots.
Patterson to conclude the over to Burgess, and again he's opted to scoop it down the leg side, and again he's executed it to absolute perfection, and Notts are going to have a little look at that if the same scenario is set up in the next over. Patterson bowling to Michael Burgess, because he's shown everybody else that's how you play the shot. He's gone for it twice and he's executed it twice, and Burgess onto clickety-click, 66, 543 for 8.
I'm not sure how you set a field for that though, because you're going to take somebody out of a more conventional scoring area. But that brought up Patterson's 100.
Well, Jake Ball was sort of at long leg, just moving 20 yards to your right, and it might deter him if nothing else.
Yeah, he's almost having a long stop. Harrison is going to continue. He's got 3 wickets. If you fancy, he can add to it. Rushworth is on strike, and he's driving for 4. That was a sturdy strike. 547 for 8.
Well, if he'd had that long stop and left him down here, he might have been in the game.
Yeah. But anybody had Surrey 7 down for 60 against Kent today?
And that's good news for Warwickshire, of course. Surrey top, Warwickshire second.
Well, we'll keep the battle going. I think there are going to be a few contenders if Surrey slip up. But, they've got to be the steady favourites for this year's title. Such a strong side. Derbyshire in terrible trouble against Yorkshire. Not following on, but 242 behind on first innings and 8 for 3 in their second. As Harrison bowls again, and this time it's lifted. Tried to lift it. Rushworth, it's patted it in the end through mid-wicket. He's not got a lot of that. Past the outstretched right hand of Hutton, diving to his right in the line of fire again. Rushworth to 8, 548 for 8.
Yes, for a festival ground, Queen's Park, Chesterfield, for it to be done and dusted in 2 days, that's going to be a real financial blow to Derbyshire if that is done today.
Yeah, almost it threatens the future of the fixture being played there, because they like to play Yorkshire there. Reverse sweep, horribly miscued, and it goes past the stumps and is gathered by Moores. He's played it very effectively so far, but not then.
No, he's played it effectively off pace.
He bowls very full for a leg spinner, Harrison. Both of his wickets that he's got, or the first 2 wickets rather, came from full tosses, but low full tosses. As Burgess makes room and in a rather more conventional way slaps this out towards the cover boundary fielder Hamid, who's had a lot of business. And at 549 for 8, that means that the follow-on target now does reach 400.
Steve Crawley's with us, says the late great Rod Marsh and Dennis Lilly would all have taken that bet about the free beer.
Even they would have struggled with that one. Wow. Imagine that these days. What a scandal. I mean, it was a scandal at the time, but it'd be even more of a scandal now. Outside edge from Rushworth, and that's going to skip away. There's no point chasing that. Another boundary. The 550 is up for Warwickshire. Harrison puts his hands on his hips as well he might. And Rushworth continues the trend of this match so far, that nobody's got out for single figures. He's gone to 12. Roland Butcher has slid back into place. Looking well.
Yes, Rich, and the punishment continues. I think it's got to that stage now where this is punishment. It's not a lot of fun for the bowlers.
Hard to take, isn't it? Final ball of the over. Rushworth drives it back to Harrison. End of that over. Burgess 67, Rushworth 12. Warwickshire in their first innings 553 for 8.
Burgess just continuing after the fall of Ali's wicket. And Ali barely got over his lunch, but pressure. Question is going to be now, just how long do they go on? Patterson will come in now to Burgess in bowls. Oh, and that's smashed down the ground for 4. Really, the bowler had to take evasive action. Burgess has advanced and it's in the slot, and he just flat batted it towards the bowler, who gets out of the way, and it goes to the boundary like a tracer bullet. So he gets 4, goes into the 70s. He's on 71.
I know you watched the last over from the back of the box there.
And it's 557 for the loss of 8.
2 he scooped down here. Jake Bull is a little finer at fine leg.
Patterson in, bowls. Bouncer, and he's pulled it, and it falls short of the man on the mid wicket boundary, but he gets a single. Just hammering that one into the turf. Burgess accepted the challenge, but he gets a single. He goes to 72. Brings Rushworth into strike. Field comes in a bit closer for Rushworth, just to 1 slip. He's got 12 as Patterson is in now. Balls to Rushworth, and he doesn't. The ball slips out of his hand in his delivery stride, and it goes behind him, now being picked up by the mid-on fielder. So a dead ball call.
He's bowled that to mid-on, right out the back of the hand.
Yeah.
So Burgess, he scored 22 runs himself since lunch. If he's there another couple of overs, he's going to be sort of thinking about 3 figures, and that might just persuade Will Rhodes, the skipper, just to delay it, just to see if he can get 100.
Just needs somebody to stay with him. Patterson bowls, and Rushworth. That one comes back, keeps a bit low, and I think Moores was perhaps kidding there.
I just wondered if he could clip the stumps, Roland, because keeper and slip were adamant the bowler wasn't, and I don't think Chris Rushworth was in about 2 feet of hitting it. Yeah. But clearly they had a little snick of something.
Yeah, maybe it just clipped the stumps and didn't cause any harm. Patterson again, bowls, and Rushworth slams this one down the ground for 4.
Always the way.
It's a length, and he's thrown the bat at it. He's hit it powerfully past mid-off, who just dives in vain, and another boundary. So it's now 562 for the loss of 8.
Just looking at Dane Patterson's figures now, he was 1 for 86 at lunch. He's now 1 for 109, so he's gone for 23 in 2.4 overs.
Yeah, not the place to be bowling right now, length. The batsman throwing the bat. I think he's got to change it up, give him a few short balls or something, just to let's see how he responds now. Patterson in bowls. Yeah, that wide outside the off stump. Give himself a bit of room there, Rushworth. Through the bat, but no contact.
Yeah, it's one thing Michael Burgess, who is a recognised top order batter, smashing you here, there and everywhere. It's another thing Chris Rushworth, one of the game's true number 11s, doing it to you, and he's only batting at 10 because Ollie Annan Dolby's also a member of the number 11 club.
Yeah, well, obviously he's now trying to enjoy his little knock. Patterson in bowls, and he's edging this one over slip for 4. Swing, thick outside edge, and the ball goes over the top of the solitary slip and into the boundary for 4. So he finishes the over with the boundary, goes to 20. And it's 566 for 8.
It crashed into the boards down below us, didn't it? We lost the sight of it crossing the rope, but we certainly heard it with an almighty thud. It'll be an update for Radio Nottingham listeners in a moment or two. Still going to be Calvin Harrison. It's just been the pace of Patterson at one end and the leg spin of Harrison at this end since lunch, and the Bears have moved on quite nicely from 524 to 566. Here is that radio update.
In Warwickshire, Dave has the latest.
And it seems like there's no end to the misery being inflicted upon the Nottinghamshire bowlers, because Warwickshire are still batting. They're 566 for 8. There was a wicket for Notts though straight after lunch. Hassan Ali, who'd raced to his 50 from just 35 balls. He hit Harrison high into the air, and it's a good catch from Matthew Montgomery. That was 525 for 8, but since then this 9th wicket partnership has already produced 41 in just 4 overs. 566 for 8.
And if he haven't got them yet, they should be on the way. Heavy shout.
Next one's worked away onto the leg side by Burgess. 567 for 8. This is Harrison's 30th over, and still no maidens. We've tried hard to talk him into bowling one. I suspect it probably isn't going to happen at this stage of the innings, with Chris Rushworth now on strike. The field's coming in slightly, which may or may not be a good idea. Harrison to bowl to Rushworth, comes down the track and has spooned it out onto the offside. Asiba Mead takes the catch, and Rushworth goes, and Harrison's got 4. And I'm looking at Michael Burgess. He looked towards the dressing room, and Michael Burgess has taken 2 or 3 steps towards the dressing room. Is he going to walk off or not? 567 for 9 is the score, as Rushworth is caught well by Asiba Mead from the bowling of Calvin Harrison for 20. Burgess is hanging about, Roland. I'm not sure if the declaration has been made or not. I don't think so. I think he's going to wait for Hannon Dolby.
I think Hannon Dolby probably wants a bit of the fun as well.
Good catch by Asiba Mead. This one skewed off the outside edge of Chris Rushworth's bat as he danced down the track, ballooned up over the offside, and coming in from that Fox Road boundary, Asiba Mead, he had to throw himself forward, judge it nicely, and took a low diving catch in front of him. And yes, indeed, a big picture of Oliver Hannon Dolby on the screens here at Trent Bridge, and Warwickshire down to number 11, 567 for 9, not so nearly there. One man who will be pleased, I guess, is Calvin Harrison, because he's now got a 4 for.
Yeah, he would love to get a 5 for now, but that was a very good catch by Hamid. It went high in the air, and he had to come in and actually dive full length forward. Ended up taking it with both hands. So, 4th wicket for Harrison. He now has figures of 4 for 138.
Yes.
So it's
bringing that average down just a teensy-weensy little bit, isn't it? But he's done a good job, I think. Calvin Harrison, the young man making his way in the game, played predominantly in, well, solely in white ball cricket for Notts in his first 2 years here on the staff. But he made his debut in the last county championship match against Essex, acquitted himself well, scored 30 odd with the bat, and picked up a couple of wickets then. Had more of a bowl obviously in this innings, and he's just shown his skipper and the coaching staff what he can do. He's in now to the left-handed Hannon Dolby, who plays a forward defensive push that doesn't bring him a single. Lyndon James looking very stiff there as he bent down to pick the ball up. 567 for 9. 2 balls left in this over. Michael Burgess is on 73. It did seem as if Burgess didn't know whether he was going to walk off or whether he was going to wait for Hannon Dolby, because he walked halfway back to the pavilion, then stopped. This has gone through to Moores. Fancy that was the wrong one from Harrison. End of his 30th over, and yes, he has got none in the maidens column, but he's got 4 in the end one, and at the end of the day, that's very important, is it? You need somebody to take wickets. 567 for 9.
yes, and that last delivery was well bowled. Googly to the left-handed Hannon Dolby, went past the outside edge. Dolby's job right now is to just try and hang in there, give Burgess the opportunity to perhaps try and get 100. 567 for 9, and Burgess will take straight. Mullaney comes back, field well spread. He's in 2 Burgess and bowls, and Burgess is stroking this one up to extra cover. There's no extra cover. He is to coming off the boundary, but it's first ball of the over. He's not going to take the single.
No, refusing runs now, so Notts will push everybody out. They know he's not going to just expose Hannon Dolby, so a little bit of phony cricket really, isn't it?
Yep, he's in once more now and bowls to Burgess, and Burgess is slamming this one through mid-wicket for 4. Just slightly short, and he's hit that one with tremendous power, and the moment it left the bat, the sound suggested that it was going to make the boundary, and it did. There's 2 men on the mid-wicket boundary, but not a chance of getting anywhere near that. And have they declared?
Well, it looks like they're walking off. Yes, they must have done. 5.71 for 9. The most low-key declaration we could ever wish to see. And just 2 balls into an over. That just seemed a little strange, didn't it? Burgess 77 not out, and then yeah, they absolutely just turned and all legged it, which was a little surprising when it came. They could easily have gone at the fall of the wicket.
It was very strange after 2 balls. Trying to work that one out, but anyway, it looks as if they've declared.
You know,
571 for 9.
I say 2 balls into that over. I mean, those 4 balls are neither here nor there, are they? It doesn't come off the day's allocation or whatever. They could have had those 4 balls, and had he been able to plunder another 8 or 10 or 15 or whatever, then it would have been to Warwickshire's good. But at long last, Notts put out their misery.
Yeah, I think Notts will be the happier of the 2 sides now with that, the fact that they can leave this field, and particularly the bowlers that can put their feet up, hopefully for a little while, and watch the batsmen do their job, because it's been a long session. It's been 4 very long sessions actually for Notts, and into the 5th session. And they will really be drained at this stage. They've conceded 571 runs. Have been in the field for nearly a day and just over a day and a half, nearly a day and a half. Now they've got to do some batting.
So the morning began with Warwickshire resuming on 361 for 5. This morning they lost Danny Briggs, caught and bowled by Jake Ball for 20. Ed Barnard bowled by Calvin Harrison for 41. And they went to lunch on 5.24 for 7. Immediately afterwards, Hassan Ali caught Montgomery in the deep off the bowling of Harrison for 54. That was 5.25 for 8. Chris Rushworth had a little bit of fun there. 1 or 2 edges found the ropes, but there was a lovely straight drive as well off Dane Patterson. He was eventually caught on the leg side fence by a Seabermead from the bowling of Harrison for 20. That was 5.67 for 9. Oliver Hannon Dolby walked to the middle. Michael Burgess hit a 4, and then they all walked off with Burgess 77 not out in the declaration. 5.71 for 9. So the players will go over to the pavilion, or have gone over and disappeared from our sight, and they'll all swap over, and remains to be seen how Nottinghamshire will go when they respond in 6 or 7 minutes time. So while they're having a little comfort break and a breather and a changeover, we'll do exactly the same, and when the players return we'll pick up the commentary. Warwickshire have declared on 5.71 for 9. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge, ladies and gentlemen. In time for the Nottinghamshire openers to begin their response to that mammoth Warwickshire first innings score of 571 for 9, a century for Sam Hain, 4 other scores in excess of 50, 93 from Davis, 87 from Mosley yesterday. Today we saw Hassan Ali quickly blaze his way to 54. Michael Burgess finished 77, not out. So collectively a huge score for Nottinghamshire to see every time they look up at the scoreboard. 571 for 9. Nottinghamshire's openers, Ben Slater and Asib Hamid, on their way out to the middle. Fair to say that Ben Slater has found himself a little short of maybe what his expectations were to this point in the season. He's only averaging 18 at the top of the order with a top score of 57. He's had some starts but not gone on. Asib Hamid also yet to register a century this year, 350s with a top score of 97. Hamid 357 first class runs, averaging 32.5. So both will be I'm sure looking forward to getting out there and making the most of this surface, which has up to this point in the contest been full of runs. Chris Rushworth has ball in hand from the pavilion end. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We've been joined for this game by former England Test batter Roland Butcher. Richard Wilford's here for BBC WM, and we're going to get underway in a moment or two. A reminder, if you're just following on audio, either listening to us through the BBC Sport website or app, or popping in and out on 5 Sports Extra, there are also pictures available via the Trent Bridge live stream, which you can watch right now. It is going to be Chris Rushworth from the pavilion end. Plenty of catches, 4 in the slips, as this one wide of the off stump goes through to Michael Burgess, and we're underway again. Rob Yates at first slip. He may well feel he missed out, and it seems a long time since we saw Rob Yates. Roland, he fell yesterday morning for 13 early on.
Yes, he certainly did miss out, because if he knew what was to come after, he would be ruining it, and probably he did while he was in the middle, realising that the opportunity had been missed.
There's Rushworth in again to the left-handed Slater, who just pushes this one into the covers. As with Notts, there's a fair selection of wide-brimmed floppy sun hats. I don't think at this point in the innings as many as in the Nottinghamshire innings. Yates at first slip we've mentioned, then Sam Hain, Dan Mosley is at third slip, and then the skipper Will Rhodes at fourth. I wonder how long they'll be able to keep 4 slips in there with a score of 570 odd. You'd say pretty much as long as they want. As Rushworth in once more, and again Slater feels there's enough width on that one to leave it alone. He shoulders arms and it goes through to Burgess.
They've got some slightly different options as well. They've got a bit more pace with Hassan Ali. You've got the skiddy seam of Ed Barnard, who's been relatively lightly used, but has chipped in with some useful wickets, and Hannon Dolby with the added height. So there's a bit of variety, albeit within 4 right-arm seamers.
Who do you think will go from this end? Hannon Dolby, as Rushworth comes in and past the outside edge. A little unfair to ask that, because I can see Hannon Dolby is whirling his arms over down here below us, just as I said that. So Hassan Ali, he's a change bowler, a little bit like Dane Patterson. They bring him on for a little bit of shock and awe after 12 or 14 overs. Tends to be.
I mean, you can imagine the energy that he bowls with. It's going to be fairly exceptional.
We've got some company in the back of the box as Dane Patterson is in and bowls. I beg your pardon, Chris Rushworth is in and bowls, and Slater plays it on the leg side. And there's no run. 0 for 0. Slater had a bit of time away from obviously first team duties whilst the blast has been going on. Been playing for Chesterfield in the Derbyshire Leagues. Next ball is steered to Gully, and there's no run. It's a maiden to begin with. Didn't have too many of those in the Nottinghamshire innings. Roland, look to your right. I don't know if you gentlemen have met. Meet Mr.
How are you?
We'll switch him on. We've got Mr. Luke Fletcher, currently out of the game with a bit of an ankle. I was going to say a niggle, but you had to have surgery, so a little more
than a niggle. Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming up, fella. How are you?
I've come up to bring you one of my mates from Buckley Ridges. He's flown in from Melbourne this morning. Bubba's here, and I'm taking him around the ground. And he says you're his hero. He listens to you every day on the live stream.
I can only apologise.
I said,
Bubba, I can only apologise.
We'll come and see the girdler.
This is in the Melbourne area of Australia.
Right. So he has to suffer.
Roland.
He has to suffer that, David, every day, does he?
Luke spent some winters, as you did in your playing career. You did Tasmania, didn't you?
Yeah.
But Luke had
Sydney as well. Sydney.
Luke's had a bit of time in Melbourne in the past. It's going to be Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and Seba Mead is on strike. Do you want to talk through this over, Roland?
4 slips in place as this first delivery is down the leg side. Tries to flick that one away. Doesn't make contact. Cleanly taken by the keeper. Score yet to get off the mark. Alan Dolby with his first delivery going full, truly attacking the field. Just 2 fielders in front of the bat on the offside. Really, there's a extra cover and a point, and then 3 fielders mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
I'm pleased to say we've just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra. We've got a star-filled commentary box at the moment.
And Robbie bowls, and he's flashing outside the off stump. That one just moves away slightly from the right-handed batsman, and Hamid playing away from his body, fortunate not to get an outside edge. 4 catches in there waiting for something like that, but well bowled.
That's the voice of former England batter Roland Butcher. To his right, we've got Luke Fletcher, currently out of the game, having just had ankle surgery. And Luke's entertaining some guests who are just flown in to be with you from Melbourne at the back of the box.
Manchester this morning. It's 11 o'clock at night, so he's all right. He works night shifts, Bubba, so he's absolutely fine. He's got another 10 hours in him.
And Dolby once more, and bowls. And that's put away for 4. Beautiful shot by Hamid. Just badly lined on the leg stump, clipped away through mid-wicket, all on the ground. First boundary of the innings, first run of the innings. Knots in reply, 4 without loss.
So you've had time in Australia playing. Was Bubba a playing teammate of yours or a social teammate of yours?
Bubba was an off-the-field social teammate that led me astray. Took me to all the best places in Melbourne, and we had a great time. And then it was about the February and March time when I thought, I need to get in some decent condition here. So I had to leave him alone for a month. But no, Bubba looked after me as they all did at Buckley Ridges. So it's nice to see him. He's not been to Trent Bridge since 2009, so he's buzzing to be back with us.
As Handorby's in, and Hamid's cramped for room there as that ball bounced a little on him, but defends it into the onside. No damage done, 4 without loss.
I know you're going to great lengths in your testimonial year to bring people in from all over everywhere to support all your good causes and your charities. How's your benefit year going?
It's up and down, mate. It's tough, actually. I mean, everyone says at the start, it's a really tough year, and it's not as easy as it sounds, and they're absolutely right. So it's we're right in the thick of it at the minute. So it's a bit of a challenge, but we'll get there.
And Hamid drives to wideish mid-on. He won't score as the fielder makes a tumbling stop to his right. 4 without loss.
Last week, Roland, I was at home, rare day off, flicking through the channels, horse racing from the local track here. The end of the race, for an expert analysis, we'll go over to Luke Fletcher to tell us all.
I didn't have a clue what I was saying. I just winged that interview. I thought I've never been to horse racing before. I don't know anything about it.
Did you get some winners?
Yeah, I did. Won the first 2 and the last one, but in the middle, I think I lost a bit.
And Dolby bowls. Hamid drives. Doesn't quite get the time in there. He's looking to play that through the offside, and he drags it up to bid on. The over completed. The first for Oliver and Dolby, and it's 4 without loss, Nottinghamshire in reply.
Now, we know you're not a good watcher, Luke. How long are you going to be watching for? What's the prognosis? Will we see you again this year, do you think?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
A few people have asked me that. I'm thinking, I'm not done for the year. It's 4 to 6 weeks is what they say.
From now?
From the surgery.
So where are we now,
I've done 3 weeks tomorrow. I'm running in the pool. I'm in the gym. I've still got to try and keep the swelling. Well, I've got to try and keep the swelling down as much as I can. But the progression's there, and it's and I feel like we're ahead of it. We just don't want to go too fast, too quick. If that makes sense.
And there's Luke Fletcher's old mate, Chris Rushworth, former Durham man from the pavilion end, balls to Slater, who can't get off the mark. Without being gruesome and going into too many details, your operation, were you completely out for that?
Yeah,
or?
it was amazing. Never done it before. Never had surgery before.
So you did the old count to 10 backwards or something?
No, but honestly, we're chatting away. They didn't say a word. I was waiting for that. People said, you know, the counting and all that. We're chatting away, and we were chatting about nights out in Manchester. And next minute, boom, I woke up, and I was like, what's gone on there? It was so strange.
There's Rushworth. In again past Slater, through into the gloves of Burgess.
And yeah, it's a good experience actually. I really, in a weird way, I quite enjoyed it. It wasn't until the next morning when I went to go to the toilet for the first time and thought, oh my god, that is sore. I think all the drugs they give me have worn off, the painkillers. The next morning, Jesus.
And were you full of pain before the surgery? I mean, the medic said it was essential that you had surgery.
I had to do it. We tried the cortisone injection, which has worked in the past for me on my left ankle, and that didn't do the job.
Rushworth in, balls, and I tell you what, Luke, he's right on the mark. He's 37 years of age now, Rushworth. He's not lost it, has he?
No, he's
Inspiration
not.
To you, old boy.
The top of off. That's all he does. He's brilliant. No, there's more to it than that. He's got a great engine. He's accurate. He's always at the batter. He's got good skills. He's got a great wrist, and he's got the reputation now. You know what I mean? Sometimes players play on reputation. Yeah. You know, Slater and Hamid have obviously faced a lot of Rushworth, but no, he's brilliant, and to keep doing that at that age is fantastic.
Here is Rushworth in again, and Ben Slater again, just happy to play in the V, and works it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So there were lots of grapes and get well soon cards and all the rest of it.
No,
or were you just in and out?
No, in and out in a taxi on the same day. The club booked me a nice Mondeo and sat back in the Mondeo from Harrogate. Yeah, got dropped off.
You had the surgery in Harrogate?
Yeah, I had to go to Harrogate. Had the surgery. Had a couple hours after, something to eat, something to drink, visit the toilet, and then they kicked me out.
There's Rushworth. Too much information. Next one's pushed to mid-on, and there's no run. It's a little bit like Sammy. Since you've been in the game, you've not really had any periods out through injury.
You know what? I was talking to Kevin Shine, our bowling coach, start this season, and he said, "How many surgeries have you had?" And I said, "None." And he couldn't believe it. He said, "But how you played for 16 years? You've never had a surgery, especially being quite a big bloke as well, and bowling a lot of overs." Yeah. And I remember saying to him at the time, saying, I hope I not curse myself. 2 months later, booked in, bang, under the knife.
Rushworth in, and again Slater can't get off the mark. A couple of maidens to begin with for Rushworth. I know you've got guests and want to go. So do we want to give a name check? I presume Chris Rattle, who always sits up all the night. So who have we got in the back of the box?
Bubba from Buckley Ridges, and this is Noah, who plays for Yorkshire actually. Who went and played for Buckley Ridges in the winter, who lived with Bubba, is that right? So he's been led astray as well. So he probably needs a few months off, don't you?
And we're staying over for the Ashes, boys, are we? I know this isn't good radio because they're at the back of the box and we can't hear them.
5 weeks.
Well, it's probably going to be a disappointing 5 weeks for Australian supporters.
So if you're in Melbourne, you probably played against some of the guys that we've got out there at the moment. We'll wait for Hannah Dolby now as he's into Hamid, and it's going on the leg side. Stifle appeal as he tries to turn that on the onside, and there's no run. People like Omar Phillips, you come across Omar Phillips and Anthony Allen. They played in the league in Melbourne.
Yeah, are they Yeah, Steve Mulaney was the captain of Buckley.
Yeah.
Paul Franks, you know Franksy, do you?
Yeah,
Paul Franks was there.
Hales has played for them as well.
Hales has played, yeah.
We've got a couple of boys from the West Indies playing there right now.
Have you?
In the leagues, yeah. Dolby, that's a good delivery, and Hamill is out on the front foot, defends the ball in the offside, no run.
It's a good stand. The cricket there, the cricket in Australia is brilliant. I mean, I progressed a lot through my time there. Just playing through the winter, which I think all young players should do. You know, just playing the game, learning how to play different conditions. Quite feisty people, Australians. Yeah. Obviously being a Pommy, going over there, but I loved it. You know, it took my game definitely to the next level.
4 without loss. And Dolby in his second over. Number 20 on his back, runs in now. Ball to Hamid, and he allows that one to go through outside the off stump. Good length delivery.
He's told you how good the cricket was and all this and all this. There's no mention of him having drinking races with Merv Hughes and things like that.
Well, that is it. That's the norm. But no, he's right. I mean, playing in Australia in the winter is usually it's good for your game. I mean, most young players, certainly in my era, most of the young guys played there. Mike Gatton, all those guys. And it certainly helped their game.
Let's get an update for BBC Radio Nottingham.
Yes. Alan Dorby.
Hello Verity. Yes, Nottinghamshire have just begun their first innings. They're 4 without loss. Tough going in the opening 3 or 4 overs here against some accurate bowling, but earlier on Warwickshire just continued to pile on the runs before eventually declaring on 571 for 9. 4 wickets for Calvin Harrison. It's a good batting wicket. Warwickshire have scored runs. Notts have got to do the same. They're 4 without loss.
Yes, some runs on the board. It certainly counts for a lot, as Han Dorby will continue now. He's got 2 balls remaining in his second over. He's halfway through his run up now. In, bowls to Hamid, and Hamid is right forward. Defends it back to the bowler. No run.
We'll let Luke go at the end of the over as he's got guests to entertain on his lap. So another 3 weeks then. So what's that? Another couple of championship games.
It's hard to put a number on it.
Yeah.
I think all I've been told is to take each day at a time, and look at it that way. But
and that pain has now gone.
The pain's gone. They just need a bit more swelling to go down. I'm in the pool running, so like I said, we're on the right track. It's difficult to put a date on it or a game or whatever, but we'll just keep putting the work in.
And Dorby bowls, and that one comes back off the seam as Hamid plays no shot and goes through to the keeper. 4 without lots, and Luke certainly have a good benefit. I know a benefit here is a very difficult one. It's 2 years of hard work, one before and actually the year itself, and you still got to play. It's not easy.
You don't think he's actually doing anything, do you, Roland?
Well, at least
staff.
We all have staff, but at the end of the day, it's your benefit. It's not the staff's.
Yeah. No, it's. You know what? I've been really lucky with the committee of people.
Yeah.
They're amazing. I mean, but you still want to help as much as you possibly can, don't you? You still feel like it's your responsibility to do as much as you can. You know, ultimately, it's your name on the year, isn't it?
Rushworth bowls and Slater again defends, and producer Kirsty, I know, will be listening. She's a big part of it as well.
I mean, yeah, she's been amazing, as is Aaron, her brother, as well. And without people like that, it'd be impossible to do. Like Roland said, you got to play cricket as well, and it's 2 kids as well to look after. It's a pretty full-on year, but no, I'm looking forward to July the 3rd. That should be a great event. So yeah.
Do you want to plug that?
There you go, July the 3rd, if you want to come.
Here's Chris Rushworth. We'll just send him on his way with a little plug for his next event. As Slater gets off the mark, the Chesterfield churner gets a couple of runs here, and he's back for 2. He'll be a little disappointed that he didn't get a bowl, because he got a 4-fer for Chesterfield last Saturday.
Oh,
I don't know if you saw that.
He got a few wickets last year as well, didn't he?
He did indeed.
He bowls a lot in the net, Slats does.
So July the 3rd, what have you got coming up?
July the 3rd, we've got our main dinner with Stuart Pearce, Stuart Broad, James Anderson and Lee Wood, local boxing world champion, hosted by Darren Fletcher. And we've got an evening at the East Midlands Conference Centre on July the 3rd, which should be brilliant. I mean, 2 best bowlers ever to play the game, fast bowlers in Broad and Anderson.
Rushworth in to Slater. Well, we wish you well with that very much. Lovely to meet Noah and Bubba at the back of the box. I know you'll look after them while they're here. I hope they have a great time, and you're not too disappointed about the outcome for the Ashes boys, but best wishes to everybody at Buckley Ridge.
They're starting well. They're going to Hooters tonight for all you can eat chicken wings. So I said, I'll leave you to it.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Thanks to Fletch and the boys for popping in to say hello. We'll send them happily on their way. Always nice when the players pop in to say hello as Slater's beaten outside the off stump. Cheers to the boys as they continue their tour of the ground. 6 without loss. It is nice
Yeah,
when
lovely.
the guys just pop in and say
Yeah,
hello.
I mean,
Open door policy.
This summer is obviously going to be a very busy one, and obviously the guys have come across to watch some cricket, which is fantastic. That's a good delivery, that last one.
He's bowled well, hasn't he, Rushworth? Well, he always does. In his 3rd over in now, and Slater does get bat on this one, but plays it straight to point. No run. So you had a benefit here.
Yes, I did. That's a very difficult year. Well, as I said, it's 2 years actually, because the previous year you tend to shadow the guy whose year it is, which means that you're going to all of his events as well. And then in your year, you have to do all the events and play as well.
Here's Rushworth. Bowls. Oh, Slater had a little fiddle at that one. He just couldn't resist. It was a good delivery. It was a little close to his body and got some bounce. It goes through to the keeper. We're through 5 overs here. Nottinghamshire 6 without loss. And we heard there Luke describing a big dinner as the big event and whatever. What I remember from, when I was sort of a lad and then teenager and what have you, the guys, the Nottinghamshire guys through the 70s that had a benefit then, there would always be a Nottinghamshire 11 playing against this village side and this village side and this village side and this. That doesn't happen now, the pack schedule. But you had a pack schedule in your days, yeah?
Yeah, but all those things happened. We still had the games at the local clubs, which was great.
Oliver Halland-Dolby continuing from this end where the media centre is, and he's driven beautifully by Hamid, very straight. Bear in mind, mid-on is really straight as well, but didn't have any chance of getting across to that. Dispatch the fence for 4. That relieves a bit of the pressure. Not 10 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of inward movement there from Halland-Dolby, met with the full face of the bat by Hamid, just driving on the onside of the pitch for 4.
Always a sign of a quality player if you can strike the ball as cleanly as that. The Sun Hat quotient is only at 4 during this over, because Halland-Dolby of course has shed his to bowl it. Well, I think Rushworth is in 1 as well, so I think 4 is the lot at any time until somebody else comes into the attack, when we'll go up to 5. Alex Davis, it's rare to see him in a sunny, so he's pulled out the wide brim. It is that sort of week. The Costa Trent. This ball just back of a length is left alone outside off stump by Hamid.
Doesn't bother with sleeves, does he, Halland-Dolby? It's almost like a vest he's got on.
I think he's trying to show off his nonetheless slender musculature in his upper arm. The shaven head this year has been quite something, quite unexpected. He spent too long working with me when we were doing the pod. I just think he wants to be more like Chris Rushworth. I think that's the reason he's actually shaved it. The shaven-headed new ball twins. As he's into bowl to Hamid, who leaves the ball alone outside off stump in the position that Roland Butcher has now taught us is wrong, with this bat above his head. I just see you grinding your teeth when they do it, Roland.
Well, it minimises your chances of survival if the ball keeps low or if it comes back at you. You're just hoping then that it misses the stumps.
Every day is a school day, you see, when we're sat here. I hadn't thought about it that way until you spelt it out yesterday, and you were absolutely right. It couldn't fault the sense of what you were saying. But Hamid awaits again, and that's too far outside off stump to interest him. And it goes through to Michael Burgess.
But you see, Hamid was in a better position there. His bat finished in a better position there to come down.
Yeah.
Instead of.
That's Roland's demonstrating him holding it lower down. So if there had been a sudden jag back, he'd at least have a chance of getting a bit of timber on the ball.
Yeah.
If it was above his head playing up periscope, he wasn't going to get anywhere near it. Those batsmen have received some good deliveries, but so far no dent in this Nottinghamshire order, and this is forced off the back foot. He hasn't timed it, but there'll still be a chase. And there, well, the wide brim hat does stay on. It was touch and go for a moment as Alex Davis hauls the ball in. He just leaves it for a teammate Danny Briggs to pick up. 2 more to Hamid. He's on 10. That the front of the brim was flapping back, and you thought it was going to go. the tail off behind him, as you often see with Stuart Broad in the Test match.
Well, here as well when he's playing. I just wonder what you made of the declaration, Rich, because you went next door to update your radio listeners. The wicket went down. Out came Annan Dolby. Burgess hit a 4 and they trooped off.
I have two observations to. I'm going to justify Will Rhodes' actions here. Annan Dolby's in once more, and that's Steadfast in defence, just getting slightly onto the back foot, just moving his weight that way, really. 12 without loss at the end of the 6th over. Two things. One is doing it mid-over was a little bit more of a scramble for the opening batters who probably weren't expecting it. And the second, I think it was a reaction to the fact that if they were going to have the field in for Annan Dolby and put everybody in the boundary for Burgess to make it hard for him to score 4s and 6s, then okay, let's not take any more time out of the game. Let's get on with it. I think those would have been the reasons that he did it when he did.
He didn't seem to find it hard to find a boundary, though, did he?
But he just hit that ball for 4.
Yeah, but I think it's
it was the second ball of the over.
Second ball of the over, but that's partly, your opening bats are then going to rush unexpectedly.
Rushworth bowls, and that's driven away for 4. Over pitch delivery, and Slater makes no mistake there, just comes onto the front foot, makes a good connection, goes through extra cover for 4. 16 without loss.
There's not going to be much margin for error out there if you over pitch, because that shorter boundary with a rapid outfield, he was still gathering pace when it crossed the rope. Beautifully dispatched by Slater. That will help him a bit. The most convincing shot he's played yet.
Yeah, the first full half volley he's got. There's a huge gap really between that wideish mid-off and backward point. Rushworth in once more around the wicket now and bowls, and he allows this one to go through outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, and there is no runs. 4 slips in play, so Notts Warwickshire very much on the attack here, and they need to, because that's the only way you're going to get wickets. Got a good score on the board, can afford certainly to attack for a while once the ball is new, and they're certainly trying to prize one of these wickets out. The left-handed Slater gets ready as Rushworth right arm over the wicket in and bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump by a good delivery, just draws him into the defensive shot, and the ball goes through to the keeper. Cleanly taken. 16 without loss. Slater is on 6 and Hamid on 10.
That's the risk and reward. They want him to drive, don't they? That gap between mid-off and backward point, they want him to drive. They've got 4 slips in place if he gets it wrong. They've got to make the most of the first 25 overs of this ball, otherwise they're going to find it a similarly long haul in the field.
Rushworth in now, bowls, and again a repeat of the ball before, beats him on the forward defensive, and it goes through to the keeper. Nice height taken by the wicket keeper there, as Rushworth just finding his length to the left-hander. He's gone past the outside edge on a number of occasions. Fortunately for Slater, he hasn't got an edge.
Have to laugh. Well, you don't really, but there should be 8 county championship matches. There's play in 7 of them. It's raining in Bristol again.
Well, let's wait and see as Rushworth in now bowls to Slater, and he's edging, but it falls short of the 4 slip, who does very well to stop that one from going through. Just got an outside edge, just nicked it to Rhodes.
Will Rhodes, yeah.
Rhodes at the 4 slip. Does the field in, and there is no run, so he stays on 6. Slater having some difficulty with lining up Rushworth. He's just not getting the line right. As you said, they're offering that gap between backward point and mid-off, but he hasn't bowled full enough for him to drive anymore, apart from that first 4 bowls, and this one tucks him up for room, and he plays it out to mid-wicket. End of a good over there from Rushworth. Apart from that boundary, he really troubled the batsman, and it's still 16 without loss.
Not so bad crowd in now, actually. Surprising how many people don't go to work on a Monday, isn't it? But they'll be enjoying the cricket. The stands they're not full, but they're pleasantly occupied. People taking their various vantage points, whether you want to be sat in the sun. There's plenty of gentlemen who've taken their shirts off, and there are plenty of others who've elected to sit in the shade, a little too warm for some. The cricket's been good, it's been keenly contested, and Nottinghamshire just hoping they can find a few runs like Warwickshire did. Here's Richard Wilford.
Well, Alan Dolby to continue. Right arm over the wicket to Hamid. 3 slips in place now. He's lost his rate. He's got something in his eye by the look of it. Maybe a fly or something like that, and he pulls his shirt up to try and deal with it. Chris Rushworth is brushing something away from his face about 3 times during the previous over. So whether there's a bit of insect life around it. Was that match in the New Irish T20 competition last week where it was delayed for 50 minutes by bees that were swarming on the picket fence, and it wasn't considered safe for the fielders whilst they were in place. So Hannon Dolby got something in his eye. He bowls now, defended resolutely outside off stump by Hamid, picked up by Alex Davis coming forward from mid-off, and there's no run.
A couple of the games I did last year was affected by bees.
Yeah.
2019, Notts went to the Isle of Wight. They'd not played there since the 50s to play Hampshire in a championship match, and it happened there as well. I've got a photo somewhere of all the players and umpires laid down once this swarm of bees was zigzagging across the ground.
You never know, do you? Don't think we'll get that today. Maybe not. Alan Dolby back of a length, and that's beautifully dispatched square on the offside by Hamid, who just got up on his toes to ride the bounce and place the ball in front of the fielder. Lovely cricket shot from Hamid. He's 14-20 without loss.
My good lady yesterday did something that she'd never done or seen before, and I certainly hadn't. She went for a walk with her dad round a nearby lake in the beautiful kingdom of Newark, and a snake, she said, slithered across in front of them. And I said, what sort? Well, I don't know what sort, but just presume it's a grass snake. But yeah, never seen one.
Wow.
Thankfully, myself.
The wildlife has returned. This is Fuller, and just tucked him up a little bit, but Hamid deals with it nicely enough, forces it out into the offside to where Briggs and Davis converge.
There's one thing I didn't know. I mean, I've been to Barbados a few times now, luckily, but I didn't know. But there's native. Now, what's the plural of mongoose? But there's mongooses, aren't there, or monkeys in Barbados? And saw some of them there.
Yeah, but they're harmless. You hardly see them.
That's why there's no snakes.
Yeah.
They tend not to stop play.
No.
Mongoose or mongeeses, whatever they are. And this one's a beauty from Hannon Dolby. Lifting, goes past the outside edge of Hamid. Good contest at both ends at the moment. But Notts are surviving, and that's the thing. Get as many overs off this new ball as they can.
There's the green monkeys as well, aren't there?
Early observation is it looks as if Hannon Dolby's increased his pace this year. I mean, last year I remember him didn't seem to be getting the ball to go through. Or maybe it's the pitch, but he's certainly getting the ball to make good pace off the pitch.
Largely he's about control, but here with the height on this surface, he's getting that little bit of extra bounce, isn't he? And Hamid knocks him down towards where there's a very short mid-on, Dan Mosley. That's the position they've put for their lofted drive. He's almost got his left foot on the wicket itself. Are you looking up the plural of mongoose?
No,
Mongooses.
No.
But he's right. I mean, many years ago, the mongoose was introduced into Barbados many years ago for that purpose, as you said, to get rid of the snakes. And obviously, the population has grown, and
Hannon Dolby in, forward in defence is Hamid. I mean, disappointingly, I can tell you the plural is mongooses.
Is it?
It is mongooses. There are many mongooses. I mean, you sound like you're saying it wrong when you say that, though, don't you? You know what I mean? I'm quite self-conscious. I mean, it doesn't come up in conversation that often.
No.
They can be quite vicious if cornered. Yeah. But generally, they're when they see you, they'll just disappear. And the only time you ever see them is if they may be crossing the road from one side of the road to the other. Very secretive animal. You don't know where to find them.
Well, in one of the pre-season tours when Notts were staying in Holt Town, they were running about in the grounds of the hotel.
Yes. Those were probably domesticated ones. You were probably feeding them.
I wasn't, I can assure you.
Rushworth is in and bowls, and he beats him. A repeat of what we saw in the last over.
Now, Paul Taylor, who I know, said your story about the snake, Dave, is this a joke with a sting in the tail? Which is very poor, Paul, very poor.
Yes, and Rushworth once again goes past Slater's outside edge. And he's going to be wondering what does he need to do in order to get the edge.
So the reality is that Mrs. Bracegirdle had been out for a curry and had one too many cobras.
Oh.
4 slips waiting, and this delivery is back of a length and much more comfortable on the back foot. Slater, as he stands up straight, defends it out on the offside, and there is no run.
The headmaster doesn't approve, Mr. Howells.
Oh,
the headmaster just peering through the window.
It was a wry smile. My work for the day is done here. If I get one groan, I got a groan for that.
Yeah, try and leave without loss. Slater on 6 and 14 to Hamid. The non-strike is in as Rushworth is around the wicket, right arm and bows, and that's a good sharpish delivery. And I think he felt that one. It's just zipped back at him, probably hit him under the ribs.
You're the technical expert here, Ron. Is he getting his footwork right here, Slater? Because for me, he's not getting into the right line to play the ball. He's put his body into the line of that one. It's not jagged back particularly. He's just followed the angle coming in from the right arm around the wicket.
He's just looking to get forward a lot. I mean, it's okay looking to get forward. You should be mindful of getting forward, but don't commit too early. He's committing quite early to the forward defensive. As Rushworth is in against once more and bowls, and he's beaten by a good one that goes away from him. He's on the front foot again, and the ball slants away from the left-hander. Same result as previous over. No touch through to the keeper.
As soon as he said you're the technical expert, I knew he wasn't speaking to me there.
Well, maybe he got the wrong person. He was.
No, you are in terms of sort of lake-born wildlife in Newark.
Well, no, even I didn't see it. It was just hearsay.
Rushworth in and bowls, and this time a little bit straighter, and gets bat on this one. Finally, he's forward again, just defends. Can't score, stays on 6. He's now faced, I think that's 19 deliveries so far. Maybe even more. It's hard to see on the scoreboard, but what I do know is that he's been pinned back here by Rushworth. His line and his movement away from the left-hander. He's in now and bowls, and he flashes and doesn't get an edge, and Rushworth scratches his head. He's just wondering, what do I need to do to find the edge of the bat? But that was the final delivery of the over. A very good over there by Rushworth, and it's 20 without loss.
Have they swapped ends yet? I don't think they have they?
I don't think that they have. There was one occasion I thought Slater had pushed a single, but he got back for 2. And you look at it, 30 balls for Slater, 24 for Hamid. That would suggest that's the case. There's going to be an early bowling change here. Will Rhodes will be very mindful of the need to keep his bowlers as fresh as possible. So we've got the slightly more skiddy offering of Ed Barnard. They'll want to get as much as they can out of Rushworth at the far end, and then Hannon Dolby will likely return at that end.
Do you want to do it? It's nearly 3 o'clock. Have you got to disappear in a moment or two?
We'll have to go.
If you want to do this over and then disappear into a puff of smoke and sashay along the corridor to speak to the listeners in the West Midlands.
It could be a large puff of smoke. People will think there's a barbecue if they do that. I must find out what the bells were last night. The chiming of the bells out of the hotel window. It meant I had to shut it at about 11 o'clock. So Barnard to bowl for the first time into Hamid, who steers him down towards the slips. They've come through for a quick single, shy at the stumps, just wide. The Bears were interested if it had been a direct hit from Will Rhodes, but I think that Slater would have been okay. So now we draw attention to the fact they haven't changed ends.
No, they did. That'll have just been the practice for the bells last night, because tonight is the 24-hour bellathon just outside your hotel.
Look, it's quite possible. It is in the hub of quite a few bars as well. I'm told there's a special offer on Mondays at one of them, so I don't know what that is. Who knows? So I can't drag Roland out because he has no vices.
He should have tagged on to Mr. Fletcher. I think he's heading in that general direction, isn't he?
Barnard full, too full really for the drive from Slater, so he doesn't catch much of it, and it's dispatched up towards Hannon Dolby, who stoops to pick it up.
It's like playing, Richard. You need to know when to stop.
You need to know when to start. it's not the stopping. Yes, I was very disciplined last night. Very disciplined. Barnard in to Slater, and again he's miscued it. He's trying to drive the ball through extra cover. Comes off the inside half of the bat and bobbles apologetically up to Rushworth at mid-on.
Weight just on the back foot. The transference of weight didn't transfer forward. It was just reaching on the back foot.
6 off 32, and he's getting fidgety, Ben Slater. He's got a track record of scoring good runs against Warwickshire over the years. This is Fuller, and it's driven through the offside for 4, and that was a little bit of come and get me bowling, I'm afraid, from Barnard. Wide outside off stump on the full, and that was the perfect release delivery for Slater. He's 10, 25 without loss.
Yeah, over pitch delivery on the full toss. Just need to get some bat on it, which he did, and gets himself a boundary, so he now goes to 10.
It's a long haul for Nottinghamshire, but I believe on this surface they can bat their way past what is a high target to avoid the follow-on, 4-2-2. If they do that, there might not be a lot of manoeuvring left in the game. That's a good delivery from Barnard. Just back of a length, it's offered to move a little bit off the seam and goes past the batsman at thigh height.
Yeah, throw ball. Just bowling round the wicket now to the left-hander. That one just touched down, made good height and pace off the pitch, and once again, no edge.
Yes, I was just looking. Slater is best against Warwickshire, 77, but Hamid has had a century against them.
This is driven through the offside for 4, over pitched. Expensive first over for Barnard, 29 without loss. I think he made a couple of hundreds for Derbyshire against Warwickshire. Might be my memory. I think I'm about right. I shall go and have a wee chat to the listeners of Birmingham, Black Country, Coventry and Warwickshire, and leave you in the company of Roland Butcher and Dave Bracegood.
Thank you very much. More from Richard Wilford in the fullness of time. Nottinghamshire, not Norwich. Nottinghamshire actually finished their over rate to the good, +1. It says on the board, which is a pretty good effort when you're out there for 4 full sessions and another 20 minutes or so on top of that. So they did pretty well. To get through their overs in timely fashion. It's going to be Chris Rushworth to bowl to Asib Hamid. Has a first-class 100, as I say, against Warwickshire from his days as a Lancashire opener back in 2016 at Old Trafford. Has a one-day century at Edgbaston from a couple of years ago in the Royal London. This is edge short of Will Rhodes, who this time is at 3rd slip. He was at 4th slip before when he got one on the bounce, and now there's only 3 slips, and again it doesn't just quite carry to the Bears skipper. 29 without loss. Nottinghamshire trail by 542 is the strap line at the bottom of the scoreboard at the far end of the ground. Not many runs if you say it quickly. Here's Rushworth in bright sunshine, passed on by a Hartley. Hamid takes a step out of his crease and then realises he doesn't have to play it, lets it go through to Michael Burgess, and it remains 29 without loss.
Yes, and still gorgeous day here, weather perfect for cricket. It's been nice and warm all day. Warwickshire working hard to try and get this breakthrough. They've gone past the bat on a number of occasions, but still no wickets in the wicket column.
Hamid stands with his bat held aloft as Rushworth bowls to him, and then he chops it into the offside but mistimes it, and a sliding stop by Ed Barnard. It was pretty much get Body, hands, everything behind the ball there. He didn't take it cleanly, but at least he stopped it at backward point and prevented runs. It was mistimed by Hamid, but it nearly bobbled away from Barnard. We're actually on course to reach tea in timely manner at 20-4. We're 11 overs away from tea, 40 minutes in which to get the 11 overs in. Rushworth in again, bowls, and Bolton-born opener Asib Hamid, who skippered the Lions through the winter, just plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Of course, the last time England and Australia fought the Ashes was down under a couple of winters ago, and Hamid was part of that England side, heavily defeated. Since then he's been back in the ranks, but did skipper the Lions through the winter, so that was a sign that the selectors have very much kept an eye on him. Next one shapes away for Hamid, goes through to Burgess. Another update for Radio Nottingham in a moment or two.
Cricket, Knox are back in county championship action today. They face Warwickshire. Race girdle at the latest.
Yeah, Warwickshire put a huge score on the board, 571 for 9 before declaring about 20 minutes after lunch. Nottinghamshire have begun their reply. They're not finding it particularly easy to score runs, but the openers are still there. Ben Slater on 14, Asib Hamid on 15. Tea is at 20-4 today. Nottinghamshire trailing at the moment by 542.
And the weather, have you had them yet? They should
That
be on
is
the
the
way.
end of the over as Hamid blocks that one out onto the offside. We've already seen Hannon Dolby come out of the attacker. Wouldn't be at all surprised if they ring the changes at the far end as well.
Yes, 20 without loss, a couple of boundaries in, sorry, 29 without loss, a couple of boundaries in that over for Slater. 2 over pitch delivery, 1 a full toss and 1 a half volley, which he gleefully put away, but he's got to deal now with Barnard, who has 3 slips in place. Cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. Barnard, right arm, medium fast over the wicket bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off, and he's going to get a single as he moves to his right. Alan Dolby, there's a tumbling stop, but the batsman gets a single, so he goes to 15 hours later. Field changes over for the right-handed batsman. It's now Hamid was on 15, he's now going to take strike.
Heard good things about Hassan Ali. I was looking forward to seeing him open the bowling. We didn't even see him come on as first change, but I presume we'll get him on before too long.
He's probably bowled from the other end as Hamid settles in now, and Barnard bowls, and he's forward. And just defends a ball that is of a fullish length. Goes back to the bowler who fields, tosses the ball to field that mid off, polishes it, trying to keep it as shiny as possible. Should stay quite shiny for a while. It's the outfield is pretty lush. The ball gets to the boundary quite quickly. Barnard to Hamid in now and bowls, and that's 4 runs. Used to the wrist there, just flicks it through mid wicket. Perfect timing, and going through mid wicket for 4. Hamid just using his wrist on that one, just coming forward and just a flick of the wrist, and gets himself a boundary.
Yeah, that's a favoured scoring area for Hamid.
He goes up to 19. The score goes to 34 without loss. And a defensive shot there to that delivery from Barnard. He comes right forward on the bunny and goes up to mid-off. Can't score. Slater 15, Hamid 19.
Can still see some greenish tinges in the wicket, Roland, can't you? You know, it can certainly fool people when you come here to Trent Bridge and you have a little look at the wicket and think it might seem around all over the place.
Barnard in bowls, and Hamid drives in there again. I think he was looking to play that on the onside, trying to use his wrist once more. it ends up going back to the bowler. Not sure if the ball perhaps either held up in the pitch or straightened somewhat, but he wasn't playing it in that direction. He was going to leg. No harm done, as Bernard with the final delivery of his second over in and bowls, and Hamid is running this one down to third man for 4. Just using the pace of the delivery and the width of the delivery. There's no third man in place, so he just guides it in that direction and gets himself a boundary. At the end of that over, the score now was up to 38 without loss, and Hamid goes into the 20s. He's now on 23.
It's nice and tight to begin with, wasn't it? Rushworth's given nothing away, 6 overs, none for 6. Alan Dolby gave very little away, but Ed Barnard has been expensive. His 2 overs have cost 18 runs. And we are now going to get a Sam Ali into the attack. He provided plenty of entertainment with bat in hand, racing to a half century in just 35 balls with 3 4s and 5 6s. Pakistan international. See what he can produce with the ball. He's not a tall man, is he?
Not by any means of the stretch of the imagination. He's a little skiddy sort of bowler.
He'll be bowling to Ben Slater to begin with. Here is Ali Warren. That's quickly through Slater and Burgess with a very decent take. It didn't get him above more than about 3 inches above the ground, and Burgess had to go sprawling to take it, but take it cleanly he did, and it remains 38 without loss. It's a nice little sighter for Slater. I think he was a little grateful that it was wide enough to leave, because that might just have hurried onto him quickly.
Shaped back into the left-handed batsman.
There's Hassan Ali in again, and driven nicely into the offside by Slater. He pushed it away, and the fielder gave up fairly early on that one. I think it was Alex Davis, chasing after it, but he gave up fairly early. Nice looking shot from Slater. He moves on to 19, and it's 42 without loss.
Yeah, nicely timed shot there, really. The moment that ball had gone to the right of the field, he had no chance. It was always running away from him because the outfield is just so quick. The batters certainly getting value for their money.
There's Ali. Bowls again, Slater. Shouldering arms. Through to Burgess. 3 slips, a point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And on the leg side, regulation really, the mid-on, the mid-wicket and the long leg.
And Ali getting the ball to keep low. That's not... If it's going to keep low, he wants it straight.
Turns from the pavilion end in a line with the committee rooms. Bowls, and Slater this time hits it straight to extra cover, and there's no run. It was fairly fiercely hit straight to Danny Briggs. May or may not be relishing a long old bowl on there. I suspect if the seamers don't hold sway, it'll be down to Danny Briggs just to keep one end tight throughout maybe the post tee or much of tomorrow's play, if Notts can bat for as long as Warwickshire did. Next ball is through into the gloves of Burgess. For a second I thought I'd heard a snick, but clearly not. Nobody animated. 42 without loss.
How many times have we seen that ball going past the outside edge of Slater's bat?
You know, a bit like Alex Davis yesterday, if he gets through these first 25 overs, he might well bat himself into form. It's a sort of surface where you can do that. Davis's first 25 was far from fluent.
There's Ali to conclude his first over, and Slater keeps it out, just the 4 runs from it. That Slater boundary from the second delivery. Nottinghamshire 42 without loss, responding to Warwickshire's 571 for 9. You're listening to live County Championship Division 1 cricket from Trent Bridge on BBC Radio Nottingham Online, BBC WM, BBC CWR, 5 Sports Extra, and those of you watching on the live streams as well, provided by the host county. 42 without loss.
Chris Rushworth is going to take a brief break from the field, the Bears will be hoping. But substitute fielder is on. Try to work out who 77 is. It might be that it's Ethan Brooks, Henry's little brother. I'll have to look that up in a moment. But, here's Ed Barnard continuing, and that's neatly whipped from under his nose there by Hamid for a single behind square on the leg side. 43 without loss. A lot of entertainment going on in Division 1 today. Somerset 97 for 5, still 365 behind Essex. 3 quick wickets for Jamie Porter. Harmer and Allison with one apiece. Dixon is holding up one end though, he's 50 not out. Surrey bowled out for 145 by Kent, a deficit of 156. You'd fancy they won't enforce the follow-on at Canterbury. Well, that's a good effort. Joey Everson with a couple of the late wickets there. Slater is tucked up rather awkwardly by a shorter ball by Barnard. 3 wickets each for Quinn and Agar. Lancashire 337 for 7, lead Hampshire by 195. In fact, you can tack another 4 onto that. Darryl Mitchell, though, is out for 68, one of 2 victims for Abbott. And in Division 2, Derbyshire at least making a bit more of a game of it in the second innings. 102 for 4 against Yorkshire, still 140 away from making them bat again. Lois Deploy 56 not out. This ball full on off stump is defended out into the offside. Up at Chester Street, Durham 234 for 4, trail Glamorgan by 156. Ollie Robinson 70 not out, David Beddingham on 58. They've added 115 for the 5th wicket. In the much interrupted game at Bristol, they are back on, but still very much in the first innings of the game. Gloucestershire 254 for 8. Ollie Price made 85. This ball is dragged down the leg side from round the wicket, taken by Michael Burgess behind the stumps. 3 wickets there for Chris Wright for Leicestershire against Gloucestershire. And to complete the list, in reply to Sussex's 348 at Hove, Worcestershire 172 for 2, and Jake Libby, formerly of this parish, a man who's had some injury that's cost him the first part of the season really, 83 not out, so he's going well. For Worcestershire, a move that's worked out well for him as this is driven in towards mid-wicket by Slater, walking into the shot, but it's gathered there by Davis, and it remains 43 without loss.
Simon Aldridge has been in touch, a Norwich supporter, thanking me for giving Norwich a mention rather than Nottinghamshire. And Paul Taylor, Roland says, just goes to show if you dig in and see off the opening bowlers, things can get a little easier.
Well, that is certainly the theory. That's a good leave from Slater. A ball round the wicket from Barnard that looked like it was going to be on an off-stump line, but it was always arcing away and goes through to the wicket-keeper. Nottinghamshire have weathered the new ball so far. 14 overs gone. Obviously a lot of work to do, but a steady enough start at 43 without loss.
Yes, and batting still continues to be relatively easy. The occasional ball going past the outside edge, but generally both batsmen looking quite fluent. Hamid is on 24, he will take strike. Hassan Ali in his second over. Didn't really get his pace up in the first over. It was a couple of deliveries kept low. He's got 3 slips for Hamid though. He's in now and bowled to Hamid, and Hamid is squared up there by a length delivery, a little bit quicker. Goes at the point, can't score.
He's got all his mannerisms, Hamid. If you notice, every ball he goes off 3 or 4 steps, almost like Chris Tavares used to do, but Tavares used to go for a right old wander, didn't he? Hamid only goes for about 3 or 4 steps and then turns and comes back.
Hassan sprinting in now, bowls to Hamid. Hamid's bowled. He's dragged that one on, going for an expensive, and it's a no ball.
Oh!
Oh!
Well, how about that?
That is the luck. That's what we were talking about. It's gone for the drive, Hamid. He gets a bottom edge onto his leg stump. Started to walk, then to see the umpire's hand, outstretched hand, and Hassan has got Ali's got to go back now to his mark. Disappointed not to have picked up that wicket. So Nottinghamshire have not lost their first wicket. Hamidu gets to fight another day. Ali in two, and he's trying to square drive that one, plays it into the ground. And that looks a danger era for Hamid, actually, because he seems to play that shot with a horizontal bat instead of with a straight bat shot, which means that he's away from the ball, his body's away from the ball. I think he would be more advised to get further across and hit the ball with a straight bat instead of a horizontal bat. That's what caused the ball to go onto the stump in the first place. Ali in to Hamid, and that's clipped away for 4. Badly lined but beautifully played. Good wrist there by Hamid as he strokes that one past the square leg umpire for 4.
Crikey, that is the very definition of being reprieved, isn't it? Being bowled, and he dragged it on. That is the 50 partnership as well from 88 balls, but he thought his time was well and truly up, and then either heard the shout or saw the signal or both. Gets another chance.
Just no margin for error as Ali's in bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump by a good one on the front foot. The ball goes past the edge and taken by the keeper. And obviously Hamid, just looking at his technique, he's very strong on the onside. But I think in the area of concern has got to be that ball that's just short of a length outside the off stump, where he's looking to play the ball square the wicket on the offside. He's got to be, he'd get away with it on this pitch because this pitch is a good one. Hassan Ali is in and bowls wide outside the off stump, and Hamid lets this one go through to the wicket keeper. And Ali's pace is suddenly a little bit quicker than it was in that first over. He's obviously just starting to get warmed up now.
Only his second game back from an ankle injury, which he suffered half an hour before the opening T20 game, which he had to withdraw from. He made his comeback in the T20 on Friday night, so a case of getting back in the groove for him.
Bowls outside the off stump again. Hamid having nothing to do with that one, just allows it to go through. He's learnt his lesson.
Messed up my scorecard here because I've written Hamid bowled Hassan Al. I didn't get any further when you said it's a no ball.
Don't change it just yet.
Keep it there just in case. I mean, caught by somebody bowled by Hassan Ali will still work.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you may have to do that sometime tomorrow. As Hassan Ali into Hamid in bowls, and he's allowing this one to go through outside the off stump. So, an eventful over. With the wicket and not the wicket of Hamid. So at the end of that over, it's 51 without loss.
Yes, hugely fortunate. But the line is there for a reason. Number 77, your time is up. Ethan Brooks, we think?
No, it is. It is Ethan Brooks, I was right. And he seems to be taller. He's not quite as tall as his brother, but the frame is increasingly similar. The Royal London One Day Cup will be a big part of the season for Ethan. He's a talented all-rounder, good clean striker of the ball.
Here's Ed Barnard then to continue. Edge caught at first slip. Barnard gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough, and Slater has gone. It was once again an innings that promised much but didn't wholly deliver. Rob Yates with a decent catch, low down to his right at first slip, was completely right in going for it. Michael Burgess, no inclination to dive across to his left. Yates pouched it, and after an hour at the crease, Warwickshire have a breakthrough. Ed Barnard, who's been a little expensive in his first couple of overs, has got that breakthrough, and it's 51 for 1. Slater falls to Ed Barnard for just 19.
Yeah, very good delivery and a good catch. Just straight going away from the left-hander, drew him into that forward defensive shot. He went low to first slip, and it was nicely taken at first slip. So the first wicket goes down.
taken a lot of catches this season, Rob Yates, at first slip, which partly the beauty of standing there when Chris Rushworth is bowling. But that's another one low down, but I think the Bears in the field expect him to take those these days. And he adds another one to his list. And for Ed Barnard, he's not the leader of the attack, but if he's going to be a little bit of nibble, if he can get the right length, then there will be wickets there for him. He'll be really, really pleased to get the breakthrough.
New man is Matthew Montgomery. Right-hander. Another one really just making his way in the game. He's had a healthy average this season, 51.5. Didn't play in the first 3 matches, 290 runs at, as I say, at 41.5. Top score of 177 here against Essex last time out. Scored 2 centuries for Notts, 178 and 177. So there's his area of weakness. That's somewhere he can he can look to improve. And he was the PCA Player of the Month for May. That's the nationwide thing, not just the Nottinghamshire Player of the Month. He was the County Cricket Player of the Month for May. That tells you what a good month he had, both in red and white ball. As Barnard is in to bowl to him. I've given him the big build-up. He'll probably get he won't get a first bowler now because he's defended this one, but he had a very good May, and he'll hope to turn that into a very good June. 51 for 1.
You're only stating facts.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, you're not giving him an unfair build-up.
Well, that 178 was in the last match of last year against Durham, which was on this very same track, the one we've talked about, where Notts had 4 Centurions, the 2 at the crease now, and Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney, as they racked up over 650 against Durham. This one allowed by the South African-born Montgomery to go through to Michael Burgess. 51 for 1 it remains. Joe Clark due in at 4. Lyndon James, Stephen Mullaney, Tom Moores complete the top 7. Calvin Harrison, we've only seen him in one previous match, made 31 stylish runs. Brett Hutton, Jake Ball and Dane Patterson complete the 11 as Barnard in again. Bowls driven crisply by Montgomery. Can't get it past Rushworth at mid-off. So dramatic turn of events really, in that it looked as if Hamid had gone when he played on, but was reprieved by a no ball, got down the other end, and then Ben Slater fell. Just continuing a season where he's got a few starts but not been able to go on, and it's not really what you want as Barnard bowls again and Montgomery digs it out. Of course, Slater up until recently has been coming in at 3 with Ben Duckett now away on England duty. It was Duckett and Hamid who gave Notts plenty of good starts early on in the campaign. And then when Duckett left, Slater moved up from 3 to 2, and everybody else went up 1 as well. Montgomery from 4 to 3, and Clark, etc. 51 for 1. Barnard, extra spring in his step with that wicket, bowls to Matthew Montgomery, and he just plays it to Hannon Dolby. A wicket maiden for Ed Barnard, and those figures were 2-0, 18-0. They look a lot better now. 4-1, 19-1. 2 pretty good overs, bringing him a wicket.
Yeah, successful over there for Barnard. 51 for 1. Montgomery yet to get off the mark. Hamid on 28. And Hassan Ali will continue.
Still half a dozen overs left till tea, but that'll only keep us about 10 minutes behind. So if we get spin in the final session, this might be a relatively early finish today. Credit to the over rate that Notts got through earlier in the day.
Hassan Ali ball was outside the off stump. And a repeat of the previous over. Hamid comes forward, allows that one to go through to the keeper.
It's a good leave that, because it was angling in a little bit. And although he gets his bat above shoulder height on the leave, his gloves are lower, where he might just be able to jab down, compared to the big extravagant leave where the hands are over the head, which gives you no chance. 3 slips still in place.
Ali in now, balls to Hamid, and that one straightens. Hits the bat quite hard as Hamid is just in behind it. Ball goes just out on the offside. Extra cover comes in, does the fielding.
I think I'd call his pace slippery. I think he's slippery, Hassan Ali. He's a
he's
short man.
He's not a big guy. As you said, he bustles in. Quick arm.
Well, I've seen a lot of Shaheen Shah Afridi in white ball. I've seen a bit of Zaman Khan this year as well, so they've got a really talented attack.
And this delivery drives and he's out, caught behind. Ali, that's the shot again. Not with a straight bat. He's driving with a slightly horizontal bat. This time he gets a nick. It goes through to the keeper. Elation there for Ali. He jumps in the air the moment he played that shot. And he'd been working at Hamid outside the off stump, just pushing wider and wider, and he goes. Just want to have a look at this again, and there we will see. And look at Hassan Ali. He knows he's set that one up. He believes that he's set that one up. But more importantly, they've taken the second wicket. Hamid goes for 28.
Yeah, he's never going to be one for the understated celebration, Hassan Ali. It's something he shares with Imran Tahir. He likes to celebrate. There was a punch in the air, there was a lingering yell, there was a bit of jumping up and down. He didn't quite do the arms out wide and running towards the boundary. You might see that if he takes another one in the near future, but that's a crucial wicket. Hamid had looked well set until he chopped on in the last over to what turned out to be a no ball. In the end, that only cost Hassan Ali a boundary later in the over. It also didn't cost Mr. Bracegirdle too much of a problem on his sheet of paper either, because in the end the bold Hassan Ali bit was right. He just had to add a caught Burgess.
That's right.
But, Joe Clark will come to the wicket fresh with the memories of the fact that he made a lot of runs against Warwickshire on this ground.
And again, it's testimony to the third voices that come and join us here on the BBC commentaries, because Roland Butcher was almost predicting that was exactly going to happen, the way Asiba Mead was playing outside the off stump there with his bat, exactly as you said, Roland. We'll give you that one, old boy.
Well, it's something he's going to have to work on if he's going to be successful at the higher level. He's been there before, so he's had a taste, but
yeah, but test match bowlers are going to see that weakness, aren't they? Like you saw it.
But there's work to be done, but he's young enough to get it right. So Clark will take straight, and Hassan Ali has made the breakthrough. He's got 3 slips in place, and Clark with a highest score of 194, so he's got a pretty good record, 1800s, 31 50s, so he's no slouch as Hassan Ali bustles in and bowls outside the off stump. Good areas once more.
Dr. John's been in touch. Great conditions at Trent Bridge, it seems, and a good wicket. Warwickshire did really well, and our bowlers were patient yesterday. Now our batting will be exposed if they're not careful, and sending best wishes to Luke Fletcher on a speedy recovery. Yeah, once again, thanks to Luke for popping in to say hello. I think what he was doing actually was just showing his 2 guests from Australia around. But lovely to see him and hear from him.
For his in bowls, and that's a good delivery, and Clark has to defend just back of a length. He's bustling in. Ali just runs in bowls, turns to get back to his mark. Obviously, he's not a big man. He's quite short, but very skiddy. Obviously knows what he's doing. He's just targeting outside that off stump, even to Joe Clark. He's in once more. He accelerates to the crease. No one bowls, and Clark has to defend a ball that comes back. Successful over completed there for Hassan Ali. He's taken 1 for 12, and at the end of that over, Nottinghamshire are 51 for 2.
Yep.
At the cricket, a reminder of that website again, if you fancy...
Another update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second. I can hear the afternoon presenter, Verity Cowley, in my ears at the moment. She'll be handing over to Trent Bridge in just a second.
It's Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire and Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegirdle is there with the latest. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Verity. Warwickshire on top, it has to be said. 571 for 9 they made before declaring. Was always going to be a tough challenge for Nottinghamshire's batters to replicate that sort of score, and already both openers have gone. Ben Slater first out, caught at slip. Good diving catch by Rob Yates from the bowling of Ed Barnard, and then Asiba Mead, who'd had a reprieve earlier earlier on. He was bowled off a no ball, fell to the Pakistan quick, Hassan Ali. It was a nick behind to the keeper. So Notts have got a lot of ground to make up. 51 for 2. But the important thing, Verity, we're only 10 minutes away from tea and cake.
Oh, good. At least there's something to look forward to, Dave. A long way to go. All right, have a good day, Dave. Dave Bracegirdle, who's live at the cricket.
It is 51 for 2. We usually get asked for what sort of cake is on offer today. So, Roland, you'll have to be our cake connoisseur through the tea interval, in case Verity next time asks me what was laid on in the press room. Here's Barnard into Montgomery. Wide of the off stump, this goes through to the keeper.
Whilst it sounds strange for those listening on Five Live Sports Extra and those watching the feed that Dave has to interact a little bit, it's great that your presenters engage, but engage knowledgeably in what's going on with the cricket. No, because it is really, really lovely, because, you know, when people buy into it and take pride in how the county are doing, that's lovely.
Here is Ed Barnard. Again, halfway through the 18th over, and bowls now. This is driven back to Barnard, and I think he got his hand there. I thought for a moment it had rattled into his shin. Yes, earlier in the day we'll have heard Mark Dennison, who's a massive keen sports fan. He's also the voice of Nottingham Forest. He goes on the pitch and presents the team and G's up the crowd and all the rest of it. So earlier in the day it was Mark Dennison interacting and asking what was going on, and of course Verity does the afternoon show, and for many years she's followed the cricket. She's been down here many times, but also she likes to know what's on the menu. Next one steered into the offside, and there's no runner. A lot of people believe it is all about this job, if we can call it a job, just sitting here watching cricket and eating cake, and that's not the truth, is it, Roland?
Far from the truth.
Well, it's 80% of the truth.
Do you know they've been on 51 for a while? It was 51 for none, and then 51 for 1, and now 51 for 2, and it doesn't seem like they've scored a run for about 4 overs, as Barnard is in again. This is hit firmly, but again no run, nicely fielded by Rushworth at mid-off, and it remains, surprise surprise, 51 for 2.
I think it'd be unfair to say that, knowing there were going to be 22 overs in this session, Will Rhodes would have been delighted if he had been offered 2 wickets.
Yeah.
And I think 4 before close, it's going to be very much Warwickshire's afternoon and evening. Any more than that, they're right on top in the game.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge for Nottinghamshire. And both batsmen, well, I say that, Slater never quite got set, if we're honest. He didn't quite look like he was himself. The Bears Twitter feed was very quick to get the Hassan Ali send-off available for people to watch as he bowls outside off stump. If you look at Warwickshire on Twitter, you'll find it. He does like a send-off, and some people will love it, some people won't. At the moment, either you're conducting an orchestra, Roland, or you're liking his seam position. Is that kind of where you are?
Yeah. Seam position.
Yeah. He's just getting that little bit of nibble at the moment because he's delivering it with a wonderfully straight seam. Just having a word with Alex Davis, the vice captain, who likes to field at mid-off, often slightly more aggressively close than this, but it's a very useful extra voice for all Rhodes to have on the field. So Hassan Ali is in. Forward is Clark, defends it out into the offside. We were reminiscing yesterday about the match in 2019 when Clark scored a century in each innings for Notts. Dominic Sibley made a double in the first and a match-winning century in the second in what was a very high-scoring game. But that classic scenario where the team batting third just got themselves in a bit of a pickle with the tiniest bit of scoreboard pressure, and left the door open on that occasion for an unlikely victory for the visitors. Hassan Ali scuttles in again. That's going to get the scoreboard moving. Turned very nicely off his pads by Clark, and a tiptoeing Ollie Hannon-Dolby does well enough to stop the ball with his left foot and then celebrates like he's scored a goal. And gets a round of applause from Danny Briggs, who went out there to complete the fielding. Clark off the mark with 2, 53 for 2. That was a bit like Dane Patterson was ice skating along that boundary yesterday.
Just like a sweeper just tidying up.
It was a little more like Peter Crouch than than Dane Patterson, I would suggest.
He did play a little bit of football in Hebden Bridge back in the day, did Ollie, when he was a young man. That's a good leave by Joe Clark. The U's and R's would suggest this next delivery. As, the natural angle of Hassan Ali is just to draw it in a bit. Alan Dolby is warming up, so he may well take the final 2 overs from this end before the tea interval. Will Rhodes just looking at the crest on the front of his cap and having a word with Rob Yates. Yates, Hayne and Rhodes, the 3 slips. Barnard is at point, so that would suggest that it must be Dan Mosley who's in the covers. Approaching once more is Hassan Ali, forward in sort of textbook fashion, I would say. There was Clark, defends it back down the wicket to the bowler, and there's no run. 19 balls till tea. Notts want that top right hand figure on the Batman scoreboard to be no higher than 2, because that's what it is right now. Construction site's gone quiet already, hasn't it?
Knocked off.
It's hot. That's nearly back of a length, but again, well judged by Clark. Gets into position to kill that. He'll take his time to play himself in. 2 to Clark. Montgomery yet to get off the mark. 53 for 2, and this will be the return of Oliver Haddon Dolby.
Yes, good over there again by Hassan Ali, just on about the off stump and or outside, keeping the batsman very honest in his stroke play. So some good pressure now being leveraged on Nottinghamshire as Ollie Haddon Dolby comes back again. Thought he had pretty good rhythm in his first spell. He got the ball to go through nicely. Obviously looking to bowl him in short spells, but he looked quite threatening in his first spell. He's got 2 slips in place, and he's got 2 slips, and then he's got a 4th slip. There's a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket as Haddon Dolby is in now and bowls, and that's driven firmly into the offside. It's a spectator's catch. Fielder there, extra cover, and there's no run.
Essex have taken a 6th Somerset wicket at Chelmsford, 109 for 6, still 353 behind. And it's Simon Harmer who's at it again. He's taken 2 for 30. Casey Aldridge out for 1. Sean Dixon still holding things together as far as he can. He's unbeaten on 60.
Slips go down as Haddon Dolby is in and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Hitting the pitch hard, just coming back there at Montgomery, who leaves it nicely, judging the length and trusting the pitch, the height of the pitch, just playing on length and allowing that one to go through to the keeper.
A century klaxon. Do we have a century klaxon in Division 2? It'd be good, wouldn't it, if you had a horn that went off. Former Nottinghamshire batsman Jake Libby is 105 not out for Worcestershire against Sussex. Worcestershire 201 for 3, trailed by 147.
He's had his injury problems, so good to see him back and getting runs.
And Dolby bowls, and that one's hitting high on the bat. He's on the front foot. Montgomery just looking to get forward there, and the ball just bunks in. I think Haddon Dolby's got more bunks out of this pitch than most of the bowlers. He's
I don't know if there's free beer in the pavilion at tea time, but everybody just suddenly from the Smith Cooper stand away to our right on the Bridgeford Road side starts to be walking towards the pavilion. Right, old conga going on. What is it, 25 people in that line heading towards the pavilion? Free beer, free beer.
Haddon Dolby in now and bowls, and it's met on the front foot by Montgomery. Full face of the bat. Ball goes up to mid off, and there is no run. 53 for 2, and Warwickshire having a pretty good spell at the moment, just not bowling any hittable deliveries and asking the batsman to defend, and they're doing it. They've played a miss once or twice. Change taking place now in the field setting.
Just wonder if it's a guided tour or some such. I think it probably is.
And this you're standing directly in front of now is the scoreboard. If you crane your neck.
Discussion taking place between the keeper and 3 other players.
In which case, I'll offer a 5 for fanfare in Division 1 as well. A 5 for fanfare. Felix Organ.
I would think a short leg is going to come in place now. The helmet's been called for.
Felix Organ 5 for 62 against Lancashire. Lancashire, though, in great shape at Southport. They're 373 for 9. You do get a bit of turn. Many years ago, I remember seeing Matthias Muralitharan take 14 wickets in a game for Lancashire against Warwickshire. Warwickshire won the match.
Don't think Hannon Dorby would be too pleased if he gets edged down to third man for 4 now. He's brought a short leg in. Probably could have done without the make it, really.
But that added bounce you've been alluding to is the reason, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, he's got more bounce than anyone else. And this delivery beats him outside the off stump. On the forward stretch. Montgomery, and that one goes through to the keeper.
Booked in for bed and breakfast, Monty. Is 16 balls for his naught so far.
And Hannah Dorby asking all sorts of questions. Take away that square leg. Put him into the third slip.
Yeah, I can see. I agree with you entirely.
Yeah,
so, you're on top in a game where it's been quite hard to get on top for a bowling attack.
Hannah Dorby bowls outside the off stump, offers no shot. End of a very good over by Hannah Dorby. A comeback over. His 5th of the innings. It's about none for 14 and also 2 maidens, so asking a lot of questions.
2 overs before tea. Hassan Ali is already striding in from the boundary rope and has handed over his cap, so he's going to continue. I just wondered, Danny Briggs had been whirling his arms around for a while. I don't think Hannon Dolby is going to be taken off, having bowled such an excellent over there, so it may be that Briggs loosening up was all in vain. Won't be required until after tea, so
it'll certainly be required then, you would think.
You'd imagine. Yeah 53 for 2 then. Joe Clark on strike. This partnership 2 from 21 deliveries. There is Hassan Ali to Joe Clark, and this is noted up to mid-off, and there's no run. Clark, a former pair. Does it matter, pairs and bears anymore?
Yes. Cool. How could...
I just threw it out there.
That was winding. Rather be a bear than a pair.
Is that your podcast?
No.
Next ball on its way to Clark, and he works it up to mid on. Or is the podcast the other way around? I think it is, isn't it?
That's theirs. Yeah, that's Worcestershire.
Yeah.
I would point out, though, in all truth, that I was one of these who started going to watch the John Player League when I was 5, and if my dad wasn't working, because he often was working at weekends, we would go to Edgbaston. And I'd go with my mum if Dad was working to Edgbaston, but we'd go every home game at Edgbaston. But we'd go with most of the home games at New Road as well. So I'm from a broader church.
San Ali bowls and Clark shoulders arms. Yes, I wholly approve of that. I was a little bit like that with football. I'd got one uncle that would take me to one particular ground, and somebody else that would take me somewhere else, and my mum would let me go on the bus with my schoolmates to Mansfield.
Tremendously how evasive you were as to which those two teams were, but we can assume that they were very close to here.
Yeah. My uncle was the big Forest supporter. He would always take me there. 53 for 2 as Ali bowls now, and this is chopped into the offside, and there's no run. But we didn't really go to away games, and like I say, I was allowed to sort of jump on the bus with my schoolmates and go to Mansfield, and a little bit of Notts County as well if neither of them were playing. But sort of grew up going to all sorts of football matches in the winter, and obviously coming here all summer.
Can't beat it. That's the way to raise a child.
Yeah, watching Cigar Field, and once I'd seen him play cricket, there was really nothing else I wanted to do in my summers. Next ball is work by Clark to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Clark, 26 years of age now, Shrewsbury born, had a terrific first few years in the county game with Worcestershire, made the switch to Trent Bridge the winter of 2018-2019. Not necessarily produced the volume of runs that he did at New Road for Notts. Played 5 times against Warwickshire. Those 2 centuries both coming in the same match as Richard. He's lost these off stump, bowled by Hassan Ali. Off stump, knocked back slightly. Joe Clark stands stock still, looks at Ali, looks at the wicket, and then has to troop off. And at 53 for 3, things have turned completely on their head here. 51 without loss between Slater and Hamid for the first wicket. Both fell on that score, and now Joe Clark has gone for just a couple, bowled by Hassan Ali after a 20-minute stay at the crease.
Yeah, high-class bowling there by Ali, just targeting outside that off stump. And Clark really had no answer for this delivery. Here he's going half forward, and his off stump rattled.
So a bowling bonus point already for Warwickshire. Notts only picked up 2 for their bowling efforts, but Warwickshire inside the first 21 overs have already managed to extend their bonus points to 5. We're nearing the tea interval as Lyndon James comes out. Wondered if they might just troop off, but I think there's an over and a ball to go before the tea interval.
This type of pitch, Dave, this type of pitch, Ali would be used to bowling on this sort of pitch, where there's just the occasional ball that will do something. You've got to maintain a tight line and length, and he would have grown up on this sort of pitch. It's tailor-made for him, and obviously, you know, you've got to be very patient against him because he's not going to give you much to hit. He's in that area all the time, and I think the only thing Clark could have done differently to that delivery was to get further forward. He got half forward, which allowed the ball to then move. But apart from that, you know, Ali's he's a handful.
There's 1 over left to go before tea. Had the wicket come 1 ball later, they would have already been heading off to the dressing room. But Lyndon James out there with 1 over left before tea.
I just rewound the coverage, the stream of that over, and 3 balls previously, very similar delivery that cut back a bit and just missed off stump. And then that one was even better as first ball of a new over from Hannon Dolby, quick single from Montgomery. Rushworth was the fielder and just put his hand over his face. Ollie Hannon Dolby, he wanted to keep Montgomery at that end. He's off the mark to his 18th delivery. Montgomery 54 for 3, but the line that Hassan Ali has been bowling, top of off stump, and occasionally a little bit shorter, but he really has asked questions of the batsman all the way through. 2 wickets plus the delivery that got Hamid off a no ball.
Yeah, these conditions, or helpful conditions, he would be a handful.
Well, Lyndon James would have been quite happy to lead on his bat for this over at the non-striker's end, but that single from Montgomery gets him on strike. 3 slips and a short leg in place for Hannon Dolby, and that tucks him up. He puts his arms out like he's going to dive into a swimming pool as it drops in front of him. But that square leg mid-wicket has gone now, Roland. You've got your wish. 3 slips, short leg.
Yeah, much better feel that. Looks to threaten the outside edge. Then if it nips back, then the short leg's still in business. But with the zip that Hannon Dolby's getting off the pitch, he really needs those catches behind.
6'7" Ollie Hannon Dolby bowls full, well forward comes James, defends out into the offside, and there's no run. Well, 3 wickets in this 22 over session. That's more, I think, than Will Rhodes really would have hoped for on a surface where the Bears batted well and positively, scored at 5 and over today to get themselves to 571 for 9 declared. This spell, initially Barnard and Ali, has really set Notts back, and that's going to beat the outside edge of the bat. Lovely line from Hannon Dolby. James not playing down it.
Beautiful delivery, but again the pace and the bounce. For me, he has got more out of this pitch than anyone else in terms of the bounce out of the pitch. Okay, he's big and he's tall, but he's hitting some very good areas, making it difficult for the batsman.
No reward yet for Hannon Dolby. Has 2 more balls before the interval, and James is forward in rather more convincing fashion to defend it down the wicket. So Warwickshire 571 for 9 declared today. Burgess 77 not out. Hassan Ali 54 in 5 sixes, brought up his half century off 35 balls. Barnard 41. Briggs and Rushworth 20 apiece. Harrison stuck with it, 4 for 138 for the young leg spinner. Jake Ball 3 for 67, held a tremendous caught and bowled. Ring of close fielders in for the final ball of the session. James facing Hannon Dolby, and he gets nicely in behind it. Tucks it back to the bowler. 3 wickets to fall in this session. Slater caught low down to his right at slip by Yates off Barnard for 19. Hamid nicked off to Hassan Ali. Burgess taking the catch for 28, and then Ali getting his second victim. Joe Clark clean bowled for 2. Notts 54 for 3 at the interval, and they trail by 517.
So the players leaving the field here at Trent Bridge. I think Warwickshire would firmly agree that that's another session that's very much gone their way and very much in the box seat. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. If you want to get in touch, you've had all the details enough time at Brace Cricket. If you want to drop a little line through the tea interval, we'll all be back. Roland Butcher, Richard Wilford, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, in about 17-18 minutes time when the players return. Hope you'll join us then. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, for the final session on this, the second day of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. Our umpires for this particular contest are Peter Hartley and Steve O'Shaughnessy. They've led the players out onto the field, although they've quickly been overtaken by the Warwickshire fielders eager to get on with things, and the two Nottinghamshire batters, Matthew Montgomery and Lyndon James. Our match referee for this one, Simon Hinks, former Kent player through the 80s, early 90s. Our scorers, Roger Marshall and Mel Smith. Thanks also to Ian Smith, who works the big screens here at Trent Bridge, and hello to Paul Harrison, who I know listens in the pavilion. He looks after the players' welfare over there. Lovely to have you all with us here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC CWR, and those of you following on the live stream, and also the listeners that join us periodically on 5 Sports Extra. We're going to get underway after tea with Notts 54 for 3. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Roland Butcher, the former England player, is with us, and also alongside me to talk you through the first over, Richard Wilford.
Thanks very much, Dave. It's going to be Chris Rushworth returning to the attack from the pavilion end, and he's steered round the corner as he dragged it down onto the pads of Montgomery, who gets his second run. Nottinghamshire 55 for 3, a lot of hard work for them to do. If the Bears have them 5 or 6 down tonight, they will be absolutely thrilled with that outcome. And the four-seamers may well be rotated for the next hour or so, and we might see a little bit of Danny Briggs at some point just to break that up. Will Rhodes available as a fifth-seamer, but has been barely seen to rotate an arm so far this season, and the argument would be because largely hasn't needed to. They have been very effective at bowling teams out. Rushworth in to James, who will get off the mark here by diverting it wide of Briggs at mid-wicket, up towards mid-on, and he comes through for a single. 56 for 3. It is still a very, very warm day. Flags have only fluttered briefly. The bare and ragged staff on the left of the pavilion, and the emblem of Nottinghamshire to the right. Here's shaven-headed Rushworth, short of a length, good carry there. Went past the batter just under shoulder height and through to Michael Burgess.
No respite, is there, with Hassan Ali out of the attack? That's the good news for Notts, but replaced by Rushworth, which, as ever, will be a challenge. Gives nothing away. He's always probing there or thereabouts.
It's good to see without Hassan Ali's come out for this session, unless they've got a third man in place. I'm not sure that he has, as Rushworth comes in just back of a length, left alone by Montgomery, striding forward.
No,
it looks like it might be Ethan Brooks at mid-on. Whether he's just having a shirt change and put his feet up after a hot spell. Bear in mind he is recuperating from an ankle problem. Same way that Jake Ball's overs had to be somewhat limited. I think he would have probably been happy to share more of the load, but 17 overs in his first class game of the season in these conditions is a pretty good effort. Rushworth in, Montgomery defends out into the offside, rapidly in his Mosley, and there's no run. Annan Dolby's going to be continuing from this end by the look of it, because he's doing some warm-ups. He'll leave his wide-brimmed hat down there after this next delivery.
not too many spectators in the full glare of the sun, as they've all tried to find whatever shade they can.
Yeah, there was a bit of tea time chuntering on the stairwells again today about whether it was wise to go home a bit early because it's so hot. Rushworth back of a length again and comfortably left alone. Probably a bit too short, some of that over from Chris Rushworth. 56 for 3, Nottinghamshire. They still trail by 515.
Yes, cricketers, cricket fans, cricket followers are all great weather watchers, aren't they? They're all leading exponents of what the weather's done, what it's going to do, the ideal temperature. Lots of people predicting the the thunderstorms once again today, but I just didn't feel it, and we haven't had any yet.
You were very confident yesterday, and you have proved correct.
Yeah. 56 for 3. Hannon Dolby, shaven-headed skyscraper that is Oliver Hannon Dolby, former Yorkshire player, but you've got to have a really good memory to remember him playing for Yorkshire. He must have been a Bear for 10 years now, easily. Here is the self-same OHD bowls, ball that may or may not have thudded into the pad. It did. It's going to be a leg bite down to the leg side. When did he move?
I think his first season was 2014. I think I'm going to double check it.
So this will be his 10th year.
So yeah. I think you're on the money again, which is quite annoying.
Yeah.
But you know.
57 for 3. Takes Matthew Montgomery back down to the business end. And he scored 2, but faced a lot of deliveries. That's his 24th delivery faced. Very watchful, didn't get off the mark for 17 or 18 balls.
In fact, this is his 11th season.
Is it,
2013, you were right in the first place. Look at that.
Well, I was only sort of guessing a little bit when he was a Yorkshireman, or when he was a Yorkshire player.
It's his birthday next week.
What is his hometown?
He's claimed Halifax, but a lot of his time was around Hebden Bridge.
Comes in again and bowls, driven into the offside, but there's no run. The tumbling Briggs makes the stop. Number 14 for Nottinghamshire hitting it, and the number 14 for the visitors Warwickshire making a good diving stop in the covers. 57 for 3. Still afternoon, as Richard was saying, particularly warm as we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Underway after tea here in Nottingham, with the home side with a lot of ground to make up as Matthew Montgomery leans forward and helps it into the offside. Notts did as well as could have been expected when they got off to a half-century opening start. 51 for the first wicket. Then the first sign of a calamity was Asiba Mead chopping on to Hassan Ali, but there was an instant reprieve with the umpire signalling a no ball, and in the next over Slater was dismissed for 19, and then another over later Mead did go to Hassan Ali, who felt that he got his just desserts. Matthew Montgomery looking to drive, gets a scruffy inside edge past the stumps and takes a single, and then Joe Clark also fell a couple of overs later, also to Hassan Ali. He's got 2 of the wickets, Ed Barnard with the other, and that single you've just seen takes Notts to 58 for 3. Richard Wilford alongside me. Bottom line on the board says it all. Nottinghamshire trail by 513.
Scoreboard pressure, that's the reason they batted on, and bear in mind they were scoring quickly. That's the other thing. It's not like they were staggering, and scoring at 2.5 and over, and you wonder when they're going to pull out. When Hassan Ali was batting with Michael Burgess, the score was rattling along.
Hannon Dolby, his short sleeve shirt is, as I said earlier, almost a vest, as Lyndon James plays this up to mid-on, fielded by Alex Davis, who was so crestfallen, so disappointed yesterday to get out just shy of his century. He'd ridden his luck a little bit in the early stages of his innings, but you're going to do that at Trent Bridge the first half an hour, 45 minutes on the first morning, and 1 or 2 edges went perilously close to the slip fielders. Once or twice he very nearly played on. There was a moment where he had to sort of play keepy-uppy as the ball twice nearly rolled back onto the stumps before he eventually kicked it away. But after that he played beautifully, got to 93 before missing out on a juicy full toss which pinned him LBW in front. So he was very unhappy. 58 for 3 Notts.
Intriguing score of 571 containing a single century, and that was exactly 100. As Rushworth comes in, and it's a top edge pull, and it's in the air, and Hassan Ali is going to take it at mid-on. He enjoys a catch as well. It's a bit of a celebration for him. Rushworth's wicket, the first for him, comes in a rather unlikely manner. Trying to pull it to mid-wicket. Montgomery It would look rather uncertain for this brief stay. Has got a top edge. Hassan Ali judged it nicely, and he's gone for 3 Montgomery. 58 for 4 now, Notts.
And it's Hassan Ali just literally come on, because I think it was only in the last over we were looking round for him and he wasn't on the field. So that's quite an impact he's made. A couple of wickets with his very impressive spell before tea, and now a well-judged catch at mid-on. And Matthew Montgomery, who's been very watchful, very selective, very careful throughout the bulk of the 40 minutes he was at the crease. Then has a little rush of blood, tries to pull a short ball, and it is spooned high and not so glamorously to mid-on. And the Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney, for whom not an awful lot has gone right for him since he lost the toss at 10:30 yesterday morning, makes his way out to the middle. Reminder, if you are just joining us or you haven't sort of followed what's been going on, we mentioned a time or two. The strip they're playing on is over towards the Fox Road side of the ground, and it's not been used since the end of last season, when Notts racked up more than 650 for 5 declared against Durham. Stephen Mullaney, though, was one of those Nottinghamshire batters that got 100 in that massive score, and we wondered if it would play somewhat similar this time round. Well, yes is the answer as far as Warwickshire were concerned, because they got 571 for 9, and in response Notts now 58 for 4.
31 championship wickets for Chris Rushworth in his first season for the Bears. Deal that was done towards the tail end of last summer. 3-year contract. They certainly backed him to prolong his career. And seems so many of his wickets are LBW's, bowls caught in the slips. Caught at mid-on is slightly different. He will look to add to it. Mullaney, could just be a situation made for him to scrap on his bouncer that he's greeted with, that swings after it passes him, and it's at least parried by Burgess, who prevents any buys.
So they've been playing against each other, of course, for the best part of 2 decades, and you just wonder, easy to forget past matches and past moments. I'm sure Stephen Mullaney's had 1 or 2 successes against Chris Rushworth, and I'm pretty sure Chris Rushworth will have had 1 or 2 successes against Stephen Mullaney. Maybe that was, in the bowler's mind, the last thing that Mullaney would have been expecting, a bouncer first ball.
Mullaney awaits and comes forward. Very straight bat, defends it at Rushworth, who stops it but doesn't pick it up. Waits for a teammate to lift it off the deck for him. I think it's Will Rhodes who's moved into the covers. Yeah, I can hear it's Will Rhodes now. When he claps his hands and you hear that Humberside little rip to his accent. Rushworth in, and there's another bouncer. You really don't see many Chris Rushworth bouncers. So I always feel faint at the information I've just been given by my wife. It reveals that my daughter is doing her GCSEs at the moment. She sat 2 exams today, and she's worn a jumper for both of them.
Good grief.
I mean, unless they were being taken in a fridge. Shove her in a shower for half an hour, that's my advice. Rushworth in, 58 for 4, Nottinghamshire. Forward in defence is Mullaney, picked up by Rhodes and covers, no run.
Is that the school insisting on it?
No, no, that's her insisting
right.
on it. It'll all be to do with looking as good as she can, or
because I've heard 1 or 2 parents chuntering, certainly around Newark, that they've had letters home from school, despite the hot weather, you must wear your school uniform, etc, etc.
If shoes are uncomfortable, please bring wellies. Rushworth in to complete his 8th over. It's been a successful one, and he's gone right through Mullaney there, who was walking into a drive through mid-wicket, got nothing on it, and it goes through to Burgess. 1 for 8 from his 8 overs. Chris Rushworth has been outstanding since joining Warwickshire. 58 for 4, Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, well left. So close. Seeing on the monitors we've got in our commentary position, the Matthew Montgomery dismissal. Hassan Ali very, very pleased. He can do no wrong. Hassan Ali is, I don't think, played at Trent Bridge before, but blitzed his way to a century in just half, to a half century in just half an hour earlier in the day from 35 balls, contained 5 big sixes, and bowled very impressively, picked up a couple of wickets as Hannon Dolby bowls to Lyndon James, and the big tall former Oakham School pupil defends this one back to the bowler.
You say taller than Hannon Dolby stands next to him, and you think, you know, all things are relative.
Yes, we had Luke Fletcher pop in the commentary box earlier in the afternoon. He claims to be 6'6", but
I was going to say 6'5", about right, isn't it? I think
58 for 4. That's Hannon Dolby. Comes in again, and once more Lyndon James plays it on the bounce back to the bowler. Just the two of them playing at the moment. Knots were 51 without loss. 51 for 1, 51 for 2, 53 for 3. Tea was taken, and then 58 for 4. With that recent collapse, you look at those partnerships and compare them to what we saw in the Warwickshire innings. A huge fourth wicket stand of 171, occupying a large part of the innings. And Dolby bowls, and James just groping outside the off stump, but I don't think with any real intent to play at the ball. 74 for the second wicket, 72 for the third wicket, 63 for the 7th wicket, 80 for the 8th, 42 for the 9th, so really good solid contributions all the way down the card. 58 for 4 here as Hannon Dolby bowls to Lyndon James. Got 3 first-class hundreds under his belt. Montgomery at the other end has, I beg your pardon, Stephen Mullaney at the other end, because Montgomery's gone. This one was just played out as far as Briggs. Hannon Dolby with that very distinguished look at the moment. He's got the white wristbands on both wrists, and he's got a short sleeve shirt. The short sleeves are actually tucked into the shoulder, so it does look as if he's just got a vest on. Or is it a crop top they call it? I'm not entirely sure. Bowls again to Lyndon James, and it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, a crop top would be able to see his navel, to be fair. You're getting a stare from Five Live Sport Extra's guru of cricket
and fashion,
Kevin Hells, and fashion, yeah,
the headmaster.
Yeah, he's obviously his favourite film of the last few years is Fisherman's Friends. At least that's the assumption that I make, judging by the beard that he's grown and the cable knit sweater. But yeah,
he'll never be short of work at Christmas with that white beard. Here is Hannon Dolby in bowls, driven crisply, but Hannon Dolby not only fields off his own bowling, he almost had the presence of mind just to flick it back and try and run out Mullaney, but did turn and then saw that the knot skipper hadn't moved. 58 for 4 at the end of the over.
I shall have to duck out again in a moment for an update. I get rather more in this session, so you'll be briefly on your own. Oh no, Roland is going to time his way into the box here, but quite brilliantly.
Still going to be Chris Rushworth, no surprise there. What figures he's got: 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8. Just the 4 bowlers used. Rushworth and Hannon Dolby have each had 8, and Ed Barnard and Hassan Ali 5 overs apiece. Mullaney yet to score. Is just waiting because Warwickshire have handed the ball to umpire Hartley, and he's asking Hassan Ali to walk across and hand it over to umpire O'Shaughnessy. Never
Already?
Never really get that when one umpire has a look at it and then sends it across to the other, and they're waving to the pavilion for one of the stewards or one of the 12 men to bring out the suitcase.
It looks like there's another bad batch this year, Dave.
Does indeed. They're going to change that ball. And not say, well, can we start the innings again then? If it's a bad ball, they'd certainly like to have the last 20 minutes either side of tee again, because from 51 without loss, Roland, to 58 for 4. You know, you don't lose the match in one little 10 or 15 minute session, but crikey, it can make a heck of a difference, can't it, if you have a bad few minutes?
Yeah, it can, especially when we look at the scoreboard and you see 500 plus runs on the board. That's pressure in itself, and you know, it means you've got to score a huge amount just to stay in the game. It does create some pressure.
Of course, all this is eating up a little bit of time. It's been pretty good. In fact, Notts were very good in bowling their overs in a timely manner. The innings lasted over 130 overs for Warwickshire, yet they came out of it with a +1 over rate. But I think we've got a new ball, approximately 26 overs old, or certainly similar in appearance and hardness to the one that had gone out of shape. Let's see what this one does.
The cannabis factory has been closed down in Nottinghamshire.
Chris Rushworth peers at it, asks for, I think, an extra slip to go in, and the skipper Will Rhodes does come in as a third slip. Mullany yet to score. There is Rushworth then. Past umpire Hartley, bowls, and Stephen Mullany just eases it out as far as Danny Briggs. Not yet seen Briggs turning his arm over, but you'd imagine he will in this session.
Trent Bridge watching the cricket. What's latest, Dave?
Well, Nottinghamshire now 58 for 4. They've had a bad 20 minutes, half an hour or so either side of tee. Warwickshire made 571 for 9 before declaring a century for Sam Hain, their top scorer. 4 wickets for Nottinghamshire's young leg spinner Calvin Harrison. But Notts openers put 51 on, but since then 4 wickets have gone down in quick succession, leaving the home side currently 58 for 4. Latest delivery just played into the offside, again nicely fielded by Danny Briggs and Dave Bracegirdle alongside me at the moment, former England Test and one-day batter, also for many years a Middlesex County cricketer Roland Butcher, watching alongside as Notts try and find a way out of what is a real predicament at the moment. Need a sizable contribution from the middle order as Mullany again pushes it out as far as Briggs.
Yes, Dave, they're certainly under pressure. Lost those wickets, really need to start building some partnerships. Obviously Warwickshire very much on the attack. They would know that, you know, they have to keep attacking. They've kept attacking fields all the way through, always had at least 3 slips, and just trying to squeeze, and obviously a short leg in place as well.
Rushworth in once more, bowls. Mullany drives, but he won't get it past mid-off, and there's no run. Warwickshire have been able to do what Notts couldn't, and that's build on the success of taking a wicket. At no stage really in the Warwickshire innings did the Notts bowlers manage to go bump bump. You know, the old saying in cricket, 1 wicket brings 2. Well, it just didn't happen in the Warwickshire innings, but this time 1 has brought 4, and these two have got to stem the bleeding and build a partnership now, if Notts aren't really to be blown away in their first innings today, and then perhaps potentially face following on tomorrow.
Yeah. Double bluff, takes out a slip, put him at deep long leg, expecting a short ball.
Well, he's bowled a couple already to Mullany, Rushworth, but this one is pitched up. Again, just worked up to mid-off, and there's no run. Tom Moore's due in next. His first game back after a broken finger in the Championship. He has been playing in the T20 Blast competition, and Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, playing just his second first match for Notts, and then the bowlers Hutton, Ball and Patterson. So really Notts looking for this pair to put a big stand on as Mullany works this to Hassan Ali at mid-on, and that's another tight Rushworth maiden. Really impressive figures. 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 8.
Yeah, that's terrific bowling on a surface that is still very good for batting, and He really is putting some good work in. Looking away to my left, Dave, you may be right. Your thunderstorm or your hailstones might be coming, or it's happening.
Yeah, generally, weather comes from the other direction. But,
I'm being shown a radar that suggests that we could be in for something in a bit, because it is starting to darken, isn't it? Notice the flags are starting to move a bit more as well.
Yes, as Hannah Dolby's in and bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it's met out on the front foot by James. A good delivery, played up to mid-off.
Well, away to our right, which we can't see the skies or certainly the horizon anymore. That's Birmingham over there. That's the west, the southwest, and that's where generally the weather blows up from. So when we have rain in Birmingham, when they know they've gone off at Edgbaston, we tend to have it appearing round about an hour later. If it's coming from that direction,
it's filling in this way. As Hannah Dolby with number 20 on his back sprints away from us now, and this delivery is edged away down to third man. Is running up towards the boundary, and it will be pulled back just inside the boundary. In the meantime, the batsman crossed for 2, played with soft hands, so it kept the ball down, but also it allowed the fielder from slip and backward point to actually chase that one down. We haven't seen too many balls chased down to the boundary and stopped, but on this occasion. So James gets 2 and goes to 3. The score moves now to 60 for the loss of 4, as Anand Dolby is into James, and that's short of a length. He stands up straight, just punches it out to extra cover, and there's no run.
I'm not going to stake my reputation wholly and say it's not going to rain, because the ground staff are now just sorting out their tarpaulins and their sheets just in case. But right now the sun's shining, and I think we're all right for a while.
And
stick with me, Roland. Stick with me.
I'm sticking with the pros. And there are the pros. Anand Dolby in, and this delivery is cut away, and it's well fielded in the gully. It was nicely timed, and that was heading to the boundary, but it's certainly saved 4 runs there. It's gone straight to him, probably 15 yards from the bat, but it's a good stop.
Were you not with me yesterday afternoon when they did exactly the same with that tarpaulin, and I said, don't worry, it's not going to rain?
No, I was not with you yesterday. I mean, you also thought there was you also thought there was a light on in the stand on the right hand side, which was the sun shining on top of the. How can I follow you now, Dave?
Once bitten.
Anand Dolby in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and good carry again as it's allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper James, having nothing to do with that delivery, and the umpire just comes out to have not really have that much of a look in terms of Anand Dolby's follow through, just kicking away some debris that perhaps just gone onto the pitch. Dolby said this year he's got rid of his what hair that he had. He's a very low haircut, very appropriate for this sort of weather, as he's about to complete his 9th over. Just put a man back at long leg, in and bowls, and it's a good short ball, and it's guided away down to fine leg, and will get the single. So the over comes to an end, and that over is now 61 for 4.
I'm watching Dave lose the courage of his convictions in front of my very eyes here.
But he should be.
I don't think it's going to rain.
He should be bold about it, because this morning he was talking about it this morning, and now it's coming to fruition. He's doubting himself.
He suggested hailstones for some reason.
No, I said people are telling me that that's the sort of stuff we're going to get, and I've sort of poo-pooed it all the way through. I said yesterday there wouldn't be rain, and there wouldn't, and I've gone with it today. Here's Rushworth. The spell he's enjoying at the moment. Bowls a short pitch delivery which goes over Lyndon James' right hand shoulders. Our listeners particularly those supporting the Bears, will be desperately keen to see play continue here, and no interruptions due to the weather, because Warwickshire in a very strong position here, and bearing in mind they went into this match in second spot in the table. They'll be looking to do some real damage on that lead that Surrey forged in the opening few matches. 61 for 4. Here is Rushworth in once more, and Lyndon James has to bob underneath this one, and very nearly left the periscope up there by his left shoulder.
Well, that's good aggressive bowling, and something that we didn't see from Notts in the throughout this innings. They didn't bowl that many short deliveries like that, but obviously I guess that the fact that you've got so many runs on the board, you can be a little bit more experimental. But those last 2 deliveries were banged into the turf by Rushworth, and he certainly hurried the batsman.
And comes Rushworth again, bowls, and just played down at the feet of short leg by Lyndon James. Something else I said yesterday morning, which was completely wrong, was recent years tell us that this match here, whenever Notts have hosted Warwickshire, has seen a scenario of Nottinghamshire have 3 good days and then Warwickshire come back on the 4th day either to get a draw or go on and win it. Well, that's certainly not going to happen in the first 3 days here. Warwickshire make a claim for them winning every session so far. Next one is up in the air, and Lyndon James gets away with this. He was looking to leg, the ball spooned away just out of reach of Ed Barnard at point, and they get a single. 62 for 4. He had a slice of luck there, didn't he?
And the plan is very simple. They've obviously decided to go short at James, and he's looking to work that on the onside. It could easily have lobbed to the man at point, but he got away with that one.
It's not a Stephen Mullaney type innings thus far. He's only faced 11 balls, but yet to score. Normally likes to get figuratively and mentally on the front foot, as he does now, pulling this one away on the leg side. Can anybody get round to take it, or will it go over the boundary rope? A couple of bounces, and it brings him no, it didn't. It bounced the other side of the rope, and it's gone for 6. So Stephen Mullaney fighting fire with fire, and you can just hear the relief in that smattering of applause from the Notts supporters. Pulled away for 6.
Not a convincing shot though, because that's a very short boundary, and he just barely got it over the boundaries. It was a good short ball.
I think relief was the only thing I heard. Was there a rumbling of thunder as well after that?
68 for 4. Next ball on its way. Mullaney will pull this one high into the Fox Road stand. First one was just a sighter. Second one smashed away from his presence for half a dozen runs. Mullaney, well, forget all about that none from 11. He's now 12 from 13. 6 and 6 to end that Rushworth over, whose figures have been irreparably damaged. He was 1 for 9, he's now 1 for 21.
Yeah, that's a much more convincing shot. Just waited on the back foot, and this time he was not just hitting it, he was hitting it for 6, and that's exactly what he did.
Whatever the radar is that your ground staff use here, they're fairly convinced, aren't they? They're fairly convinced.
They're the pros.
It's not raining, gents. It's not raining.
They put in the jacket. My money is to the right, not to my left.
It's also not foggy.
And your money is is to the right.
My money is on there being an interruption at some point, and close enough to the end of the day that a thunderstorm might do for it. As Alan Dolby begins a new over, that's full outside off stump, left alone by James. It's in a nice seam position. Alan Dolby. Actually, I suspect they're looking at the radar now. There are 4 members of the ground staff looking at a phone now. Equally, it could be absolutely anything. It could be a very entertaining TikTok. However, there's an element of looking at the phone and you say, okay, what's coming now? There is a slightly brighter pocket of sky away to our left now.
The bearded all-rounder, says Dave. Surely you can hear the thunder and lightning all around the ground right now. Thank you, bearded all-rounder.
Alan Dolby draws an edge, and James goes for 5. Well, Alan Dolby has deserved that since tea. He's been probing off stump, and with the threat potentially of an interruption coming, worst time to lose a wicket for Nottinghamshire. But James, it's not been easy for him out there. He goes for 5. Good catch by Burgess to his right. Nottinghamshire 74 for 5.
Yeah, he deserved that. And Dolby's bowled really well. He's been perhaps one of the best of the bowlers without any reward, but that one's just a little bit wideish. But what he's been able to do all day is to get the ball to move and move quickly. And it's a good catch taken there by Burgess in front of first slip. Alan Dolby is delighted with that delivery, and so he should, because that was all down to him. The delivery was a good one.
Now, there are some people you believe and some you don't, but Rach says it is. There's a real rumble of thunder all around us, Dave. So it may well be, but it's not raining yet, folks. So stick with us. 74 for 5 as Tom Moores, left-hander, makes his way out to the middle, and he's another one who may well seize on every opportunity just to try and fight fire with fire and play some attacking shots if he gets the chance. But not seen a pickle at 74 for 5.
There's another rumble in the background of thunder.
That's a real one.
Yeah, well, that is definitely a rumble of thunder. I think there have been several that I've heard in the last few minutes. But I haven't seen any flashes of lightning at all. So the storm, if anything, must be behind us where we're sat on the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground.
We'll be all right. Don't worry.
It's forecast the potential over the course of the next hour and a half, isn't it? Which
well, it looks,
and then clearing up again afterwards.
Well, it looks as if it's raining just beyond the horizon there.
Beyond the horizon.
Yeah,
well, that's excellent vision you've got there.
Yeah, if you look over the stand, right to where you can see the actual.
That's where my good lady's tomatoes and beans are.
Well, she's
growing. They need a watering.
She'll be very happy.
I thought you were going to say it was a Morrison's local. No, that's not where her vegetables are. Okay. Yeah, Hannah Dolby, good value for that wicket. Now he's got 3 slips in place, a point, a short extra cover in a catching position, and a new man to go at in Tom Moores, and he'll come round the wicket to the left-hander, and Moores gets in behind that, defends it to Mosley, who does one of those unnecessary throws that all teams do to the wicket-keeper. This has been an excellent spell of bowling, these 4 overs from Hannah Dolby since tea, and indeed he bowled a couple just before tea, didn't he, when he had it in the right sort of areas.
Yeah, he's been good, very consistent. He's asked questions to the batters all the time, and he seems to be enjoying his work. He's certainly got more to this pitch than anyone else.
Moores to face his second delivery. That's a good leave outside off stump.
Can I just refer you to the flags above the pavilion at the far end, gentlemen?
They've gone still.
They've gone still, and it's fine here.
And there's the thunder.
It's thunder. They're not going to go off for thunder, are they?
No. Well, if you're in the United States, if this was a sporting event in the United States, they'd be off at this point.
Yeah, but we're not.
No, granted.
We'll be all right.
We're most definitely in.
Trust me.
The Royal County of Nottinghamshire.
I don't think Warwickshire want to go off. That's
no,
sure.
no. They're in a rhythm at the moment. Got a couple of fresh bowlers they happily bring on as well as Hannah Dolby pitches that up well outside off stump, and it's a no ball. So he's overstepped. I'll have a look at that quizzically. That is as rare as hen's teeth. A Hannah Dolby no ball.
Go over the wicket, change the angle, because he's also starting to run a little bit straight on the pitch. Ball over the wicket to the left-hander. Just got to run it across him.
Yeah, he doesn't go round a lot actually, Roland. It's quite interesting you say that.
The umpire's taking a little look at where he's falling through.
In again, and Moores just about covers up his off stump there.
He's very close to that off stump, Hannah Dolby. He's running down the line. Don't think it'll be long before the umpire speaks to him.
Steve O'Shaughnessy showed a willingness.
The batsman just went and reminded the umpire where he's going.
Yeah. Yeah, Mulaney not missing a trick there. Peter Hartley keeps on looking at the cloud formation, thinking, well, surely some of this is going to arrive. But it's slightly more wispy cloud going over the top at the moment. There's some dark stuff to follow it. As Moores is forward in defence, successful over for Hannah Dolby. He and Rushworth are both 1 for 21 from 10 so far today. Nottinghamshire have got the deficit below the 500 mark now, but they're 76 for 5.
Yeah, very.
Dave's still not believing the weather. He's got the binoculars out rolling. Look at him.
I think Dave is trying to second guess himself.
Do you know what I was actually doing? Was looking at, I think it's Spence up on the on top of the pavilion with the camera, bringing you the pictures from the pavilion end. And is that where you want to be stood? Right up by the Warwickshire flag up there. Give us a wave, mate. Give us a wave. He'll be able to see behind us to see if it's coming.
He's waving. He's waving.
And the battle continues with Mulaney and Rushworth. He's running in now with 2 slips and a short leg in place and Bowles, and that's short of a length, and he's onto the back foot. He just guides it towards the gully region, and there's no run.
Flags and trees now, Dave. Flags and trees. They're starting to go. Tell you what, there's some jeopardy now, isn't there, with this?
Tell me it's not raining over there, Richard.
Yeah, that's Newark over there. That's all right. We need some rain on my tomatoes.
Yeah, you're gonna get a bit of rain on your polo top in a minute.
Rushworth in his 11th over comes in now and bowls. Oh, and that's squared him up a little as he's initially looking to play on the onside, but the ball finds its way out to mid-off.
I don't like the fact that the ground staff are actually putting coats on.
Yeah. and the breeze has just blown Roland's cup towards him. It's either the pre-storm winds or there's a poltergeist in it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the microphone here, and look, it's about to fall out the window. As Rushworth runs in again and bowls, and he's just helped that one around. It's a slow bouncer, and Hannon Dolby does the fielding down at fine leg, gets a single, so it brings Moores on strike.
Given the game situation, it's really interesting that Chris Rushworth, of all people, is trying to bounce out Stephen Mulaney. It seems a really curious tactic for a line and length man. Dave's about to concede defeat here.
No, you were looking at me and I was looking at the lightning.
The ground staff is getting the gloves.
There was a big flash of lightning there. And
they're getting the gloves on there. Yep, they won't be long now, I don't think. He's round the wicket now, 2 Moores in and bowls. And good delivery outside the off stump. Moores allows that one to go through to the keeper. 77 for 5.
Umpire O'Shaughnessy has just caught his hat. It nearly blew off his head there. And it may well be that, look, he's done it again. He's just caught his hat.
And
it may well be that
the flags are going now.
That they sort of take them off before any rain does come.
Yeah, well, the thunder's getting closer, isn't it, now? You can actually hear the claps of thunder rather more clearly.
Dave still is not convinced.
No, I think he is.
It's not raining.
There's Rushworth in now, 2 Moores, bowls, and he squared him up, but it's running down to third man. He's going to get runs here, at least 2. I don't think he'll get to the boundary. I think they just settled for 1.
Well, they've got
the 2. They've got the 2. I thought it was running rather slowly. So the score now goes to 79, so he gets off the mark. Moores with that 2. And that lovely sunshine that we had here most of the day now has disappeared. So this is probably even more difficult for the batting team now as these conditions, as Rushworth round the wicket now and ball to Moores. Moores drives, and an excellent stop there at point. He certainly saved 4 runs. That was sweetly struck. Just stuck out the left hand and parried it away for a single. Umpires now will go together and have a chat.
Yeah, I think they're entitled to take a bit of a position here if they are convinced that it's coming in. Once you start seeing lightning anywhere in the area, I think that you then have to have a think about it's getting close to a player safety issue. And I'll use the American example. I mean, you see it with the golf, you see it with baseball, you even see it during the American football season. If they think there's going to be what we might call in Birmingham an electric storm, then I don't know whether it's other parts of the country call it that. People look at me as if I'm mad. But if you think that's going to happen, then you do have a duty of care to the players out there. I think you take quite a cautious approach in the Caribbean, don't you, Roland, with this sort of thing in the sky?
Yeah, well, when it comes, there's never any chance of staying on the field.
There is Hannon Dolby round the wicket to Tom Moores, who blocks this one, and there's no run. 80 for 5. I did promise you that I'd laid on the weather for you guys. You're going to come to Nottingham and have home comforts, and we'd look after you weather-wise. Still not raining. 80 for 5. Alan Dolby to bowl to Tom Moores. Really will be the great escape if we get away without any rain. Next ball bowls again to the Notts glove man, who forces it into the offside. That's Dan Mosley doing the fielding. One of just 3 Bears now wearing the white floppy sun hat. Most have reverted to
once
their county
again
cap.
the umpires come together.
Well, I don't see what's changed since their last chat. It's not raining, it's not lightning. The floodlights aren't on, so it's not a light issue. And the ground staff are just leaning on the hover cover.
They're
sticking with it. They're sticking with it.
80 for 5. Going to continue for the time being. Still got, in theory, 22 overs left in the day after this one. There's Hannon Dolby. And to bowl to Tom Moores, who defends this one. Nigel says this is the point, Dave, where we start to mumble about it being a good toss to win.
Oh, there's the lightning.
I think that ship sailed a long time ago, Nigel. See the...
Well, we said that since yesterday. It was a good toss to win.
Can see Ant Boter and Matt Carter, of course, not playing in this game, but has been here, doing a little bit of coaching, a little bit of bowling in the intervals, just picking up some of the training gear at the far end. There's a defensive catching wall on the offside here for Hannon Dolby bowling to Tom Moores, who deflects this behind square on the leg side. There's nobody there at all. Played it with soft hands, so it doesn't run all the way to the fence in front of the Larwood and Vos, and they come back for 2. So there's 3 fielders in a line on the offside. And again, the umpires are getting together. You know, make a decision. If you're going off, go off, but don't just have a chat after every ball, fellas. 82 for 5.
Third time's the charm, I think.
This is it now.
Yeah, he's going to take them off. He's going to take them off. I will say it's still not raining, folks, so I was at least right in that sense. But where are we? We're just before 5 o'clock. There are 22 overs left in the day in theory. This doesn't mean it's a termination of day 2 just yet, but yeah, I've got to agree with everybody. There's lots of thunder rolling around the ground and the odd lightning flash, and the ground staff have...
The wind is so strong, the hover cover is having great difficulty.
Just turn it off a moment, Roland, because it is so noisy you can't hear what we're saying.
It's having difficulty in pushing into the wind.
Terrific bits of kit, aren't they, the hover cover? You can get them out there in just a few seconds, and of course it's only, as we can see, there's just 4 members of the ground staff, and they're not really doing any real pushing or dragging. It just sort of moves itself into position, but provides a very quick protection against the wicket if and when the rain does come. 82 for 5 then at tea. Notts were already in a pickle. 54 for 3 with Slater, Hamid and Clark all gone, and since tea Matthew Montgomery caught a San Ali bowled Chris Rushworthy, took on the short ball but just hooked it high to mid-on, out for 3. That was 58 for 4, and then Lyndon James was caught behind by Michael Burgess from the bowling of Ollie Hannon Dolby for 5. That was 74 for 5 in the 30th over. Stephen Mullaney's hit a couple of sixes in his 13. Tom Moores is on 5. 82 for 5. A lot of dust coming up as well as the hover cover gets itself into position. Still not raining, Roland, but I guess we've all got to do, me in particular, got to concede it's probably the right thing to do for player safety, just in case.
Yeah, I guess all around us. Certainly over here to my left here, I can see that it's definitely raining, and just over the hills there, it appears as if it's coming in this direction. So from that point of view, really, the umpires have had little choice but to do what they've actually done, which is take the players off the field, allow the ground staff the opportunity to get the covers on in case there's a terrific downpour.
So there we are, folks, on the stroke of 5 o'clock. This is where we'll, for the time being at least, accept defeat. Obviously, stay abreast of the the social media and the BBC Radio Nottingham half-hourly updates, or the live stream, or however you've been following the cricket. If and when the players get back on there, rest assured the commentary team will pick up the action just as soon as it begins again. Just a reminder that Warwickshire made 571 for 9 before declaring Nottinghamshire in a bit of a pickle. They'll be glad of the temporary halt to this conflict. They are 82 for 5 with rain-stop play. In theory, 22 overs remain in the day, and of course they can go on the extra half an hour, so depends how long they're off for. But if the rains come, it may well be that's it for the day. Either way, when the players are back out, be it later on this evening or tomorrow morning, we'll be here. So for the time being, we'll sign off. Many thanks to Richard Wilford and to Roland Butcher for their company, and from myself, Dave Bracegirdle, we'll hopefully speak to you just as soon as the weather blows away.